Chapter 101, A Wild Tsuchikage Captured. At the edge of the forest, a group of rock ninjas were bound by vines, unable to move. Among them, the five-tails Jinchuriki Han and Deidara were also trapped. Even Deidara kept shouting about eventually taking both his art and Akihara Kagura down together. Fortunately, people from Rock Village arrived quickly. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, along with a squad of Anbu, personally delivered Hadake Kakashi. He then saw his disgraceful disciple who was making noise. "Shut up, Deidara!" The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, scolded loudly, looking up to teach a lesson. "If your skills are inferior, don't spout nonsense here." Deidara's momentum halted, his face turning even uglier, mumbling carelessly and cursing Anoki. "Got it, you old fart! This kid!" The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, cursed under his breath. "All right, let's exchange hostages now." Akihara Kagura's wood clone looked towards his superior, asking loudly, "Captain Kakashi, are you injured?" "No." Hadake Kakashi's expression was odd, looking over with a puzzled gaze. If it weren't for this kid kindly coming to rescue him, he wouldn't have been injured, nor would he have been captured by the people of Rock Village. "Have they interrogated you?" Akihara Kagura's wood clone looked at Hadake Kakashi, continuing, "Did they try to extract any intelligence from you?" "Kid!" The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, angrily said, "Don't underestimate the honor of Rock Village. What we promise will be as solid as the rocks of Rock Village. The rocks of Rock Village crumble at the slightest touch." Akihara Kagura's wood clone's words made Anoki's forehead twitch. "Let's proceed with the hostage exchange now." Akihara Kagura's wood clone slowly raised his finger, and the vines at the feet of the rock ninjas slowly untangled, allowing them to walk over to the other side. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, didn't make much of a fuss, letting Hadake Kakashi walk back. He was more concerned about the safety of the rock ninjas. "Train hard in the future." The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, looked at Deidara walking towards him somewhat disheartened, coldly scolding and educating, "Don't always show off your clay." "Annoying." Deidara appeared somewhat impatient and cast a glance at Anoki, slowly standing by Anoki's side with a sullen face, seemingly unwilling to speak. "Have you not learned your lesson yet?" The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, was very dissatisfied with Deidara's attitude. The old man was about to continue lecturing. "You're not practicing diligently, not even catching up with others in your earth release skills." After saying this, Anoki did not want to pay attention to his disciples' complaints any further. His gaze then fell on Hadake Kakashi and Akihara Kagura, among others. "Kid!" Anoki's expression became serious, and he spoke in a deep voice. "Now that the hostage exchange is over, let's talk about your infiltration into the land of Earth." Anoki slowly twisted his shoulders. "Even though the old man is still sick, but having been attacked right at our doorstep, it's time to stretch the old bones a bit. Is this the reputation of Rock Village?" Akihara Kagura's wooden clone sighed deeply, seemingly quite helpless. "I never intended to have any conflict with Rock Village. I even expressed my goodwill to the greatest extent, fearing it would spark a war between our two villages." Akihara Kagura's wooden clone glanced at her superior, continuing, "At least the value of the two sides in this hostage exchange is completely unequal. Do you think our Captain Kakashi is worth a five-tails Jinchuriki, a genius young ninja from Rock Village, and a group of rock Anbu?" Silence. Hadake Kakashi by the side twitched his forehead. "Silence." The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, felt he might indeed be at a disadvantage because, looking at the value of this hostage exchange, Konoha indeed suffered a great loss. What should be said to justify taking action? Fortunately, Deidara, standing behind Anoki, stepped forward. "You guys!" Deidara, standing by Anoki's side, spoke out irritably. "We were researching ninjutsu. Wasn't it you guys who suddenly attacked us?" "Correct." Anoki slowly nodded, looking at his disciple with satisfaction, finding Deidara's sharp tongue unexpectedly useful. Although Deidara's words were not that harsh, he spoke the truth. The other side had accumulated too many grievances against Rock Village, and their own grievances were too few. This battle was absolutely unavoidable. Even for the future of Rock Village, for the sake of the new generation yet to grow, they could not let that Konoha kid escape back. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, regained the initiative, looking at Akihara Kagura's wooden clone, and continued to reprimand in a stern voice. "We cannot ignore the fact that you infiltrated the land of Earth and Rock Village, even attacking rock ninjas proactively." "We are not." Hadake Kakashi frowned and took the initiative to seek peace. "Captain Kakashi, more words are futile." Akihara Kagura's wooden clone interrupted Hadake Kakashi's words, looking at the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, and actively invited to battle, saying, "If you must take action today, then we don't need to look for any reasons anymore. After all, we should all know that these reasons are just a fig leaf for Rock Village to start the fight." "This sharp-tongued kid!" The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, hearing the somewhat unpleasant words from the other side, quickly gathered his palms together, actively inviting to battle, saying, "You're right, the outcome of all disputes in the ninja world ultimately has to be decided by strength. Sometimes by schemes, too." Akihara Kagura's wooden clone revealed a mysterious smile. Just as the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, became curious, he suddenly saw a sinister hand reaching out next to him, directly grabbing his neck and lifting the small old man's body. "Deidara!" The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, was furious. Nobody expected that the disciple who had just returned to the third Tsuchikage's side would suddenly attack the Tsuchikage at this moment. "No, you're not Deidara!" Anoki's mind quickly turned, thinking that it was possible for his disciple to attack him, but Deidara would have openly used clay bombs, definitely not resorting to such a despicable way to ambush an old man like him. The Tsuchikage has really aged. This Deidara's appearance slowly changed, revealing Akihara Kagura's true face, to the point of not even being able to distinguish your own disciple from an impostor. Compared to other transformation techniques, the wood-release ninja's transformation and clone techniques are the hardest to see through. Even the third Tsuchikage, from a distance, had not realized that the Akihara Kagura who had been speaking was just a wooden clone. Even Hideki Kakashi did not expect Akihara Kagura to be so bold as to deceive everyone with a wooden clone, impersonating Deidara to ambush the third Tsuchikage. Even this person had just been deliberately provoking a fight. "Release Lord Tsuchikage. How dare you take Lord Tsuchikage hostage? Everyone, it's best not to act rashly." Akihara Kagura turned his head to glance at the Rock Village ninjas, their faces filled with shock and anger, and continued, "Otherwise, I can't guarantee the Tsuchikage's safety." Akihara Kagura, holding the third Tsuchikage's neck with one hand, a vine slowly wrapped around the third Tsuchikage, using wood-release ninjutsu to slowly drain the Tsuchikage's chakra, ensuring that the third Tsuchikage could no longer resist. "What a despicable kid!" Anoki was tied up, and the old man's mouth still refused to spare anyone. "To think you disguised yourself as Deidara to get close and attack me." Anoki stared intently at Akihara Kagura, then asked about the safety of his disciple. "What did you do to that kid, Deidara? That little guy was just too noisy." When Akihara Kagura spoke of Deidara, he couldn't help but fiddle with his ear. "However, I adhered to our exchange of hostages deal and locked him up first. Your people can rescue him after we leave." As for Lord Tsuchikage, Akihara Kagura grabbed the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, as if he were picking up a child with ease. "I'm afraid Lord Tsuchikage will have to take a trip with us." Wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees. Thick vines burst out of the forest, attacking a group of newly released rock ninjas and a team of rock anbu, entangling them directly. "Let's go!" Akihara Kagura, along with the third Tsuchikage, appeared instantaneously next to Hideki Kakashi using the Flying Thunder God technique, only to see his pale-faced superior, as if he had been greatly shocked. "You kid!" Hideki Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector, feeling his heart beating a bit fast. "Don't always make such a big fuss suddenly. I didn't want this either." Akihara Kagura glanced at Hideki Kakashi, his eyes filled with a bit of helplessness. "I've already asked the Five Tails Jinchuriki, and there's no information about Uchiha Obaido." Akihara Kagura, somewhat speechlessly, looked at Hideki Kakashi, then glanced at Anoki. "We can't just come here for nothing, right? Traveling all the way to the land of Earth, we have to bring back some local products, right? Local products." Hideki Kakashi found this argument a bit strange, but upon serious consideration it wasn't wrong. The third Tsuchikage indeed was the most valuable local product of the land of Earth. "You kid!" The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, was so angry that his forehead twitched. This Tsuchikage felt that in all his years he had never been so infuriated, to be kidnapped and even considered a specialty product. "Just kill me!" The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, roared in fury. This old man was almost driven mad by Akihara Kagura. If he were to be taken back to Konoha like this, he would be laughed to death by his old rival, Sarutobi Hiruzen. "It seems we could also bring back a body." Akihara Kagura furrowed his brows, seriously contemplating the feasibility of the matter. Anyway, the Anbu and the Root should both have means of extracting information from the deceased. There's no need to worry about Lord Tsuchikage resisting on the way back. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, became even more agitated. As the longest-serving Kage of Rock Village, Anoki himself didn't know how much confidential information of the village he had mastered. If Konoha were to find out this information, who knows how much damage it would bring to Rock Village in the future. Hey, don't be rash!" Hate Kakashi quickly stopped Akihara Kagura, who was eager to act. The third Tsuchikage is not an ordinary ninja. We do not have the authority to deal with him. This matter should be left to Lord Hawkage to make a judgment. Anyone with common sense knows. For Konoha, a living Tsuchikage is more valuable than a dead one. Actually, I think we should hand him over to Lord Danzo. Akihara Kagura frowned, looking at Hate Kakashi, and spoke. Captain Kakashi, you should know, this is a crucial moment for me competing with Uchiha Itachi for the future leadership of the route. This merit could make Lord Danzo change his attitude towards me. Chapter 102. Dean, do you remember Kagura? Hate Kakashi felt a bit of a tingling in his scalp. He was just an ordinary ninja of Konoha's Ambu. Why did he get involved in something like the dispute over the future leadership of the route by two youngsters? However, Hate Kakashi had no choice but to get involved. How could he not when both candidates vying for the future leadership of the route were under his command? I still think that Lord Tsuchikage should be handed over to Lord Hawkage for handling. Hate Kakashi's brain was spinning wildly as he carefully hinted to Akihara Kagura, if you have this merit, Lord Hawkage will grant all your requests. You want to become the leader of the route, isn't it to rescue Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano? Akihara Kagura slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, let's leave this place first, avoid the encirclement of the Rock Ninja, and make a decision once we return to the Land of Fire. Akihara Kagura shook his head and sighed. Avoiding the encirclement and blockade of the Rock Ninja is not easy, especially while escorting Lord Tsuchikage. Right, where is Itachi? Hate Kakashi remembered another teammate, wondering why Uchiha Itachi hadn't come along. Could it be that the subordinate was killed by Akihara Kagura? Uchiha Itachi didn't come along. Akihara Kagura snorted, continuing carelessly, because he thought coming here to save you was too dangerous. In the future, he will become the leader of the route, a high-ranking official of the Konoha. How could he take such a risk? Itachi is not that kind of person. Hate Kakashi frowned and defended Uchiha Itachi spontaneously. Although Hate Kakashi didn't interact much with Uchiha Itachi, he believed that the polite child was not someone who would abandon his teammates' lives for power. Akihara Kagura glanced at Hate Kakashi, seemingly puzzled. I came here to save you. Why wouldn't Uchiha Itachi be willing to come with me? Does he have some important mission? Does he think he's saving Konoha? Cough, cough, don't belittle yourself. Hate Kakashi coughed a few times, reminding, also, next time you come to rescue someone, could you check first whether the person you're rescuing has been captured? Did you get rescued or not? Akihara Kagura seemed to always be a consequentialist in his actions. Hate Kakashi really had no good retort. From the outcome perspective, he indeed was rescued and even wasn't tortured by the Rock Village, but psychologically it was somewhat uncomfortable. Right. Hate Kakashi refused to discuss the matter further, speaking softly about his encounter with Yakashi Kabuto in the Rock Village. It seems Kabuto received an assassination mission. He's been suspecting that you're trying to manipulate him and Yakashi Nano into killing each other. Oh, Akihara Kagura remained silent, his expression calm. His gaze still tranquil, Akihara Kagura slowly turned to look at Hate Kakashi. His eyes carried a suppressed force, as if he was expecting, questioning, and even pressuring. That guy Kabuto, did he mention where he was going for the assassination mission? It seems like the Tsuche River Gorge. After pondering for a moment, Hate Kakashi provided an answer and added a time. If I remember correctly, it should be tomorrow. We should make it in time if we hurry, right? More than enough. Akihara Kagura spoke with his usual calm demeanor. Are you going to kill him? Hate Kakashi furrowed his brows and continued. I heard him mention your past stories, mentioning you and Danzo wanting to manipulate him and Yakashi Nano into killing each other. Akihara Kagura's brows also furrowed, and he pursed his lips, revealing a cold smirk, seemingly disdainful of Kabuto's foolishness. That fool! He told you this. Hate Kakashi rubbed his forehead's hair, softly saying, I don't think you would do such a thing. It must have been Danzo's idea. Ever since learning about Akihara Kagura's past, Hate Kakashi understood the darkness and the tragic childhood of this kid. Such a pitiful little guy. Hate Kakashi didn't know what it felt like to be forgotten or even abandoned by others, but he knew it must be unbearable, perhaps also a reason why Akihara Kagura's actions and character became more and more extreme. Sorry! Hate Kakashi placed his hand on Akihara Kagura's shoulder. This was an apology for not understanding Akihara Kagura's past and always misunderstanding his extremeness. It was already quite commendable that this kid was still willing to keep his kindness. Let's go! Akihara Kagura paid no attention, simply reaching out to grab the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, and turned to speak to them, saying, Karin, place your hands on me. I'll use the Flying Thunder God technique to get us out of here first. Yes, Lord Kagura. Karin immediately reached out and grabbed hold of Akihara Kagura's clothes. This squad, along with their spoils of war, vanished on the spot. Akihara Kagura, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique and the lightweight rock technique, effortlessly flew them past the blockade circle set up by the rock ninjas, heading straight for the direction of the Tsuchai River Gorge. Tsuchai River Gorge. Uchiha Itachi had arrived here early. This mission, to kill 2 deserters, was especially important to Uchiha Itachi, absolutely allowing no room for error. He had even been lying in wait here for a whole day. Until last night, Uchiha Itachi secretly saw a familiar figure here. It was a senpai he had once encountered, Yakashi Nano. This senpai had searched the area for a long time, eventually setting up some simple traps and found a rock to hide behind. Could it be that Yakashi Nano also took on the mission to assassinate the deserters? It's possible. If Shimura Danzo was worried that he couldn't complete the assessment, it wouldn't be strange to leave a senpai here to finish up or to monitor his assessment. In fact, Yakashi Nano was entirely worried about not being able to complete the mission. For a medical ninja to kill like a combat ninja is not easy. They had to use various methods, whether it be ambush, traps, or poison. March 16th. Another person arrived at the Tsuchai River Gorge. Uchiha Itachi recognized this person as another intelligence officer he had once encountered. Yakashi Kabuto. Was this person also here to support him? However, the development of events exceeded Uchiha Itachi's expectations. While Uchiha Itachi was still pondering, Yakashi Nano could not restrain herself and suddenly rushed towards Yakashi Kabuto, throwing a shuriken. Yakashi Kabuto quickly dodged the incoming shuriken, desperately avoiding Yakashi Nano's attack, and landed a palm on Yakashi Nano's shoulder. "Dean! I am Kabuto. I am the real Yakashi Kabuto." Yakashi Kabuto held down Yakashi Nano's shoulder, stopping her from continuing to attack, and explained in a deep voice, "Shimura Danzo deceived us. The photos he has been giving you are fake. He made us fight each other. This is a conspiracy by Kagura and Shimura Danzo." "What do you mean? You are Kabuto?" A flicker of doubt and confusion passed through the eyes of Yakashi Nano. "It's me." Yakashi Kabuto quickly nodded, bringing up their past at the orphanage. "Do you remember, Dean? It was you who gave me these glasses. It was you who taught me medical ninjutsu. It was you who gave me this name. The rules of the orphanage: everyone must go to bed and rest by 9 o'clock at night. Do not waste food, do not quarrel with peers, and do not make a fuss in the restroom. We worked together to treat the wounded from the war in exchange for funds. We went together to collect cardboard boxes." The scenes from the Konoha orphanage, as if engraved in the bones of Yakashi Kabuto, he has always remembered every detail of his time at the orphanage. These memories are real. These stories are known only to the children of the orphanage. Especially some things that only he and Yakashi Nano knew. It was absolutely impossible for a third person to know. Yakashi Kabuto spoke of his longing for life in the orphanage, his dream of being able to speak out to someone. "I've always missed the dean, always wanted to see the dean, always thought that maybe one day I could return to the orphanage." Kabuto! Tears welled up in the eyes of Yakashi Nano. This gentle woman reached out and embraced Yakashi Kabuto's shoulders, just like she did back in the orphanage, gently pulling him into a mother-like embrace. "You've grown so much, Dean!" Yakashi Kabuto could no longer suppress his emotions. His years of longing and feelings were finally released, and he finally saw the person he wanted to see again. Most importantly, he and the dean no longer had to fight each other. Their fates would not be, as Kagura said, caught in a plot. "Since I joined the route, it wasn't long before I was sent by Danzo to various places as a spy, never knowing the dean was looking for me." Yakashi Kabuto's emotions gradually calmed down, and he began to talk about his life after joining the route, unconsciously omitting some of the dangers and hardships he experienced as a spy. However, as a spy herself, Yakashi Nano could understand these things, but could only gently rub his forehead, showing a warm smile. "This is not a responsibility you should bear." Yakashi Nano shook her head, speaking of her plan. "I have made an agreement with Danzo. After one last mission, you can leave the route. This is a conspiracy by Kagura and Danzo." Yakashi Kabuto shook his head swiftly, gritting his teeth. "Danzo has never intended to let us leave the route. Danzo has always been sending my photos to you, all of which are fake. He has been deceiving you." Yakashi Nano slowly extended her hand from her bosom and took out a photo, which was of a young man smiling strangely. "This is fake." Yakashi Kabuto quickly snatched the photo and said in a deep voice, "Dean, the assassination mission you received, that's where my photo is. This is Kagura's revenge, a conspiracy meticulously designed by him and Danzo. He wants us to kill each other." "Kagura, this name sounds a bit familiar." Yakashi Nano felt the name was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, Yakashi Nano recalled when she had heard this name before. A few days ago, when she was meeting with a boy from the Konoha village, another boy suddenly appeared, whom she almost mistook for an enemy and almost injured. Did that boy seem to recognize her? Others called that boy Kagura-kun. "Dean, do you remember Kagura?" Yakashi Kabuto looked at Yakashi Nano, seriously reminding her. Akihara Kagura, he was also a child from the orphanage, didn't stay long before being abducted by Orochimaru for human experiments. We all thought he was dead, but he's actually alive. Ah! Yakashi Nano's complexion slowly changed. Yakashi Nano didn't remember adopting a child named Akihara Kagura. She only remembered the boy who smiled at her when she saw him, the boy who, even after being injured by her, still carelessly praised her. Is he a child from the orphanage? Yakashi Nano's heart twitched slightly, her body gradually started to tremble. But, Kabuto, I seem to have forgotten him. Yakashi Nano slowly turned her head to look at Yakashi Kabuto, tears streaming down her cheeks. Kabuto, I should not forget any child. I will never forget any of my children. It's okay. Yakashi Kabuto also looked somewhat dejected, gently extending his hand to embrace the Dean, comforting her. It's okay. Dean, it's not your fault about Kagura. It's Orochimaru's fault. It's Danzo's fault. It's Dan's who hid the fact that Kagura was still alive from us. Chapter 103. Itachi, let's see if anyone can stop me before I kill you. Dean, this is not your fault. Yakashi Kabuto was still earnestly comforting the Dean. From any perspective, this matter was not the Dean's fault. Because Orochimaru kidnapped Akihara Kagura, and because Shimura Danzo deliberately concealed the fact that Akihara Kagura was still alive, they thought Akihara Kagura had died, gradually forgetting this child who came from the orphanage, leading the child to mistakenly believe they had abandoned him. But that child! Yakashi Nano pressed her chest, feeling heartache and guilt choking her. This pain made her brain go blank, almost unable to speak. Yakashi Nano recalled the moment she saw Akihara Kagura. Not only did she not recognize the child, she even forgot his name and even wounded him with a kunai. Yet the child was still smiling, comforting her that it was okay. How could I forget my own child? Yakashi Nano always treated the children adopted by the orphanage as her own, remembering each child's name, remembering each child's story. Except, she forgot Akihara Kagura. Whether it was Shimura Danzo or Orochimaru's fault, it was no excuse for her to forget her own child, even if she thought the child had already died. Even Yakashi Kabuto remembered. Even Yakashi Kabuto remembered Akihara Kagura. How could she, the dean of this orphanage, forget her own child? Dean! Yakashi Kabuto shook Yakashi Nano's shoulder, trying to awaken her a bit, and said in a deep voice, "Now is not the time to talk about these things. Our crisis is not yet over. Kagura hates us for forgetting him. He has conspired with Shimura Danzo, wanting us to fight among ourselves. He is in the land of Earth. He will definitely not let us go." While speaking, Yakashi Kabuto looked around and continued, "Kagura might arrive here soon. He might even be nearby already. We must leave immediately." Within a crevice of rocks, Uchiha Itachi had been hiding here, reflecting on everything that had happened. He slowly closed his eyes. The young man knew his real mission now. Shimura Danzo wanted him to kill 2 members of the intelligence department who were about to defect. Those 2 were Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano. He personally delivered the 2 mission scrolls that would lead to their mutual destruction. His mission was to put an end to this conspiracy and tragedy. Akihara Kagura. Why does he always appear whenever information is passed? If, as Yakashi Kabuto said, Akihara Kagura detested them for forgetting her and thus conspired with Shimura Danzo to kill them, did Akihara Kagura appear every time they passed information simply to monitor his assessment task? If, as Hideki Kakashi said, Akihara Kagura's aim was to make them leave the Root organization, why should they leave Root? Uchiha Itachi could not understand. Perhaps these were not things he needed to ponder. Uchiha Itachi recalled the moment he and Akihara Kagura went their separate ways. Regardless of whether Akihara Kagura was there to monitor him or not, Uchiha Itachi knew he had no other choice. What he needed to do now was to proceed with determination, even if it meant killing these 2 comrades, for the mission for Konoha at all costs. Shimura Danzo, a high-ranking official in Konoha, had to eliminate these 2 soon-to-defect intelligence department members, as ordered by the higher-ups. This was a necessary sacrifice. A cat-faced mask was in his hands. Uchiha Itachi slowly reached out, put on the cat-faced mask, and hid his true face beneath it, just like other Root ninjas on a mission. 2 shurikens flew towards Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano. "Enemy attack!" This voice instantly caught Yakashi Kabuto's attention. He quickly pulled Yakashi Nano behind a rock for cover. However, it was to no avail. Ting! The crisp sound of the shurikens colliding. Uchiha Itachi raised his hand and threw 2 more shurikens, hitting the previous ones and changing their direction. 4 shurikens flew towards the 2 behind the rock. Uchiha Itachi's shuriken throwing technique was unparalleled, with only his instructor Uchiha Shisui being comparable. No one in Konoha, or even in the ninja world, could outmatch him. What? Yakashi Kabuto was somewhat surprised by the 4 incoming shurikens. Even after many years of espionage missions and encountering numerous ninjas, Kabuto was still amazed by the attack that overcame the blind spot in his vision. This was far from over. Uchiha Itachi quickly formed hand seals, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. This was a technique given to him as a reward by the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, after returning from a mission in the Mist Village, specifically taught to him. A multitude of shurikens densely flew towards the hiding spot of Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano. Let's go! Yakashi Kabuto swiftly pushed Yakashi Nano in front of him, raising a cluster of green chakra scalpel in his own hand, doing his utmost to block the incoming shuriken. However, ultimately it was in vain. Yakashi Kabuto could only dodge as best as he could, aiming to protect Yakashi Nano, and consequently his own arms, shoulders, and legs were each hit by a shuriken. A shuriken also struck Yakashi Nano's shoulder. Kabuto! Ignoring her own injuries, Yakashi Nano's palms quickly conjured a cluster of chakra, gently applying it to Yakashi Kabuto's wounds to heal them. It's too late! Yakashi Kabuto slowly shook his head, sighing inwardly. He slowly stood up from behind the rocks, gazing at the distant figure of the masked youth, and loudly questioned, "Akihara Kagura, won't you even spare the dean?" Uchiha Itachi did not respond. As a ninja who operates in the shadows, there's no need for excessive talk during a mission, not to mention revealing one's identity. Uchiha Itachi calmly drew his ninja sword, rushing towards Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano with only the mission target in his mind. Is this guy like this when he kills? Yakashi Kabuto had never seen Akihara Kagura kill, but he knew that Akihara Kagura would never be merciful when killing due to his extremely ruthless nature. Yakashi Kabuto could only push the dean away, his palm glowing with a green chakra scalpel, facing the rushing masked youth. The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Your swordsmanship is really excellent. Yakashi Kabuto and Uchiha Itachi had only exchanged a few blows when, due to still healing wounds, Yakashi Kabuto was quickly cut. He could only try his best to dodge vital points. Uchiha Itachi still did not respond. The masked youth simply swung his ninja sword with a steadfast look in his eyes. Seizing a moment when Yakashi Kabuto's movements were hindered and his defense had gaps, Uchiha Itachi cleanly sliced through Yakashi Kabuto's arm, leaving a long wound. This guy! Yakashi Kabuto, looking at the long wound on his arm, somewhat regretted not having properly practiced swordsmanship. Facing a master of swordsmanship, the chakra scalpel was far too easily countered. Kabuto! Yakashi Nano wanted to rush over quickly. Don't come over! Yakashi Kabuto stopped Yakashi Nano and continued to gaze directly at the masked boy in front of him, speaking softly. This is a battle between him and me. I admit that I have received too much favoritism from the dean, which has caused your jealousy, but you should know that it's not the dean's fault. Uchiha Itachi, through his mask, looked at Yakashi Kabuto in front of him and calmly raised his ninja sword, striking at his target once more. Why won't you speak? Yakashi Kabuto raised his chakra scalpel to block the edge of the ninja sword, continuing in a beleaguered tone, Akihara Kagura, are you infuriated because your plot to control me and the dean to kill each other was foiled? Uchiha Itachi swung his ninja sword again. Although Yakashi Kabuto always believed that Akihara Kagura wanted to kill him, he couldn't explain it was a misunderstanding, as he was the real one on the mission. Not just the Yakashi Kabuto in front of him. Even Yakashi Nano behind him couldn't be spared. However, Uchiha Itachi found it somewhat troublesome to quickly finish off Yakashi Kabuto in front of him. His chakra scalpel was very peculiar, nearly injuring him several times, and exposing his Sharingan might make ending the fight easier. Uchiha Itachi continued to fight with Yakashi Kabuto while wielding his ninja sword, also keeping an eye on Yakashi Nano, who was covering his shoulder, and being cautious of the possibility that Yakashi Nano might escape. Uchiha Itachi was somewhat distracted at this moment. The boy recalled the first time he encountered the root, thinking he could stop the root from killing fellow villagers, only to find that those root ninjas eventually found an opportunity during the fight to kill their target with a shuriken. Time has changed. Now he has become that kind of person. Uchiha Itachi quickly closed the distance to Yakashi Kabuto. This move was clearly more advantageous for Yakashi Kabuto's chakra scalpel combat. Taking advantage of the cover of sight, Uchiha Itachi quickly took out a shuriken from his ninja tool bag and threw it towards Yakashi Nano. You're too careless! Yakashi Kabuto's chakra scalpel took the opportunity to slash at Uchiha Itachi's neck. Uchiha Itachi quickly leaned back to dodge but still got his mask sliced open. "There's no need to hide your face, right?" Yakashi Kabuto looked at the opponent across from him and coldly said, "Akihara Kagura, the dean never wanted to forget you. Don't you want the dean to see you at this time?" Upon seeing the true appearance of the enemy before him, Yakashi Kabuto's expression suddenly turned ugly, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead instantly. "Wait, you're not!" Yakashi Kabuto looked at the person who had once handed him mission scrolls and even made a good impression on him. "Uchiha Itachi, how could it be you? Why is it you? Why not Akihara Kagura? Why is it not Akihara Kagura appearing at this time? Isn't that guy plotting with Shimura Danzo, trying to make him and the dean kill each other? Why is it Uchiha Itachi appearing at this time?" Yakashi Kabuto had a pretty good impression of Uchiha Itachi because when Itachi delivered the mission scrolls, he behaved politely and even helped to stop Akihara Kagura from troubling others. However, Yakashi Kabuto could never have imagined the person he thought would come to kill him and the dean was not the expected Akihara Kagura, but someone he would never have thought of. Could it be as Hadate Kakashi said, Akihara Kagura only wanted to retaliate against the favoritism of the dean towards him, but not necessarily wanted to kill them? That's unlikely, though. Even if it was retaliation, Akihara Kagura should have appeared here. Yakashi Kabuto was very smart. Compared to most people in the ninja world, Yakashi Kabuto could be considered intelligent, and he had already begun to unravel some truths. The absence of Akihara Kagura here was the most abnormal part. How could an Avenger not appear at the moment of achieving his vengeance? Perhaps. Yakashi Kabuto reconsidered the words Hadate Kakashi had said to him. Maybe Akihara Kagura did not intend to kill them, but to warn them to be wary of Shimura Danzo's conspiracy. Perhaps this was also why Akihara Kagura mentioned the dean and the fake photo incident the first time they met. Yakashi Kabuto's heart clenched suddenly. Did that guy really never want to kill them but just wanted to protect them, to save them both from the root? Yes, that's it. Hadate Kakashi also said that, to save the two of them, Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Itachi were competing for the position of the future leader of the root. This was also why Uchiha Itachi appeared here. Uchiha Itachi was a person who served Shimura Danzo, so he was ordered by Shimura Danzo to kill them, to take their heads and step into the position of the future leader of the root. At this moment, Yakashi Kabuto had figured it all out. "Dean, run, go find Akihara Kagura!" While wielding the chakra scalpel and entangling with Uchiha Itachi, Yakashi Kabuto could only remind his dean, "It's not Kagura, it's Danzo who wants to kill us." "Kabuto!" Yakashi Nano weakly called out. "Dean, you go first." Yakashi Kabuto dared not look back and could only fight while continuing to remind, "Once I've dealt with this, I'll come find you right away." "Kabuto, you go," Yakashi Nano spoke intermittently. Finally, Yakashi Kabuto noticed the dean's abnormality. He had to forcefully endure being wounded by a blade to repel Uchiha Itachi's attack, turning his head to glance at his dean. That glance made Yakashi Kabuto's heart stop abruptly, because he saw Yakashi Nano lying on the ground at some point, with a shuriken embedded at the junction of her chest and abdomen. Her clothes were already dyed red with blood. Yakashi Kabuto leaped to Yakashi Nano's side, disregarding his own wounds still bleeding profusely, ignoring the enemy nearby, and quickly gathered chakra in his hands, applying it to Yakashi Nano's wounds. "Dean, hold on. I will definitely be able to heal you." With cold sweat on his face, Yakashi Kabuto struggled to save Yakashi Nano. "You must hold on, believe me, I can heal you, it's just a minor injury." "I'm sorry." Uchiha Itachi, slowly carrying his ninja sword, came to Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano's side, finally speaking his first words. "I heard everything." Pain and sorrow appeared in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, yet he still aimed at Yakashi Kabuto's neck, firmly raising the ninja sword high. "Although I know you just experienced the joy of reunion, I must kill you." Don't worry about me. Run away." Yakashi Nano was still trying to persuade her own child. Dean! It seemed as if Yakashi Kabuto had turned foolish, hearing nothing, continuously muttering the name of Yakashi Nano. Yakashi Kabuto also seemed not to notice the ninja sword about to fall on his head, seriously continuing his efforts to treat the severely injured Yakashi Nano. "Goodbye!" Uchiha Itachi swung the ninja sword down with force. This moment might forever be etched in Uchiha Itachi's heart, marking his first step towards darkness, a step from which he could never return. Perhaps he had been unable to return for a long time already. With a snap, the moment the ninja sword was about to fall, a young figure appeared beside them, tightly grabbing the blade of the sword, preventing it from falling any further. The sharp ninja sword immediately cut through the palm. Even the palm might have been deeply wounded by the cut. A trace of blood flowed down from the palm of the youth, dripping steadily onto Yakashi Kabuto's neck as if it was raining blood. However, the youth seemed not to feel the pain at all, just tightly gripping the ninja sword in his hand, looking at Uchiha Itachi, who was visibly shocked and slowly revealing a smile. "Do you remember what I told you?" The youth stared at his peer, the smile on his face gradually turning cold and sinister. "Uchiha Itachi, I warned you long ago to stay away from Lord Danzo. I also told you whether someone can stop me from killing depends on your luck. Now it's time to fulfill what I've said. Let's see your luck to see if anyone can stop me before I kill you." Chapter 104, Plot Thickens. "Kagura!" Uchiha Itachi whispered the identity of the newcomer. Uchiha Itachi could see that the murderous intent shown on the face of his teammate, Akihara Kagura, was not feigned. He was angry about wanting to kill these two people. "You really are bold!" Akihara Kagura kicked Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi quickly released his grip on the ninja sword. His body flew backwards, somersaulting in the air to land on the ground, the battle as elegant as ever. A vine sprouted from the ground where he landed. Uchiha Itachi leaped onto the vine, using it to spring back instantly. "Kagura!" Someone called out to stop Akihara Kagura. Hadate Kakashi stood in the distance, loudly halting Akihara Kagura's intention to continue the attack. "First, check the injuries of Dean Yakashi Nano." He saw it. Akihara Kagura's eyes were fiercely ablaze. He coldly said, "This guy didn't go with me to save people in Rock Village, but came here to kill, even wanting to kill the relatives of his teammates." Akihara Kagura had never known what extreme anger was like, but for a child from the Konoha orphanage, seeing someone wanting to kill his dean, this rage that wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi on the spot must be something like that, right? "This is the person Lord Danzo wanted to kill." Uchiha Itachi lowered his head, no longer looking into Akihara Kagura's eyes, perhaps wanting to use this gesture to firm up his own heart. "Are you really from the root?" Akihara Kagura couldn't help but laugh out, a hint of coldness in his eyes. "People from the root are sensible. No one dares to falsely convey Lord Danzo's orders in front of me." "I'm not falsely conveying orders." Uchiha Itachi frowned, wanting to argue. "You really don't understand the root at all." Akihara Kagura coldly watched him. "If it's not an order personally issued by Lord Danzo in front of me, I can regard it all as falsely conveyed." Akihara Kagura snorted coldly, continuing indifferently. "Do you think I don't know Lord Danzo's stance? I've mentioned wanting to kill them before. Lord Danzo personally said that Yakashi Nano and Yakashi Kabuto are still useful. They can't be killed casually. Even if they were to die, I would be the one to do it." After Akihara Kagura finished speaking, he looked down at Yakashi Kabuto, who was still trying hard to treat Yakashi Nano, and was coldly reprimanded. "Not even able to protect the dean." "I'm sorry." Yakashi Kabuto lowered his head. When Akihara Kagura appeared, Yakashi Kabuto knew that this crisis had at least temporarily passed, and that he and Dean Yakashi Nonk could survive. No matter what harsh words Akihara Kagura uttered, Yakashi Kabuto had no right to offer any objection because Akihara Kagura had already told him all about the conspiracy. Yakashi Kabuto bowed his head, earnestly treating the dean, and apologized softly. "This is my mistake. I never guessed." "Shut up!" Akihara Kagura's words silenced Yakashi Kabuto immediately. This is not Kabuto's fault." The breathing of Yakashi Nano seemed to gradually stabilize. Her chest and abdomen had only been hit by a shuriken shot out sneakily during a fight by Uchiha Itachi. The dean struggled to turn her head, apparently wanting to see Akihara Kagura's face clearly. "This is my fault. I didn't know. You were still alive." "Kagura." Akihara Kagura awkwardly turned his head away. If unsure what to do, it was best to keep silent at this time, rather than embracing the Dean Yakashi Nano in tears, right? However, since Yakashi Nano herself believed she was an orphanage child, others would probably believe it too, right? "I didn't know." Yakashi Nano tried hard to sit up. "Dean, you are still injured." Yakashi Kabuto quickly pressed down on her shoulders. "Lie down for a while." Akihara Kagura, without looking back at Yakashi Nano, coldly said to Yakashi Kabuto, "Take good care of the dean. Don't even fail at this small matter." "Yes." Yakashi Kabuto slowly nodded. "Lord Kagura." The voice of Karin came through. Hadate Kakashi, along with Karin and their captive, the third Tsuchikage Anoki, quickly arrived. When their team arrived, they saw Uchiha Itachi advancing towards Yakashi Kabuto with a ninja sword. Fortunately, Akihara Kagura, a user of the Flying Thunder God technique, arrived in time. At that moment, Hadate Kakashi felt a chill. If Akihara Kagura, like the previous user of the Flying Thunder God technique, had arrived late, and if Uchiha Itachi had killed Yakashi Nano and Yakashi Kabuto, Hadate Kakashi didn't even want to imagine what kind of chain reaction it would trigger. "Let me help." Karin proactively extended her arm, about to place it near the mouth of the Yakashi Nano. "Just one bite, take a sip of my blood, and it can heal your wounds." This was the little girl voluntarily offering to let someone bite her. Although Karin did not know who this woman was, she knew that this woman must be very important to Akihara Kagura. As long as she could be saved, that was what mattered. Yakashi Nano slowly but firmly shook her head, revealing a weak yet gentle smile. "No need, the medical ninjutsu of Kabuto is excellent. It will soon heal my wounds. It's better not to have scars on the body of a little girl." A look of surprise flashed in Karin's eyes. Yakashi Nano was the first person to refuse to bite her, even speaking in a manner that seemed afraid of scaring her, concealing her own pain, as if terribly afraid of frightening the child. "Kagura, don't blame Kabuto." Yakashi Nano, looking at Akihara Kagura, who seemed still angry, struggled to speak. "It's not Kabuto's fault. It was to help raise funds for the orphanage." "I already knew that." Akihara Kagura interrupted the Yakashi Nano, coldly saying, "Otherwise, I would have killed him already. Dean, you rest for a while." Yakashi Nano shook her head. Akihara Kagura in front of her was nothing like the smiling young man she knew from some time ago, the one who, even when accidentally wounded by her, still wore a smile. This child was still angry. Perhaps this child had the most right to be angry among those present. "Kagura!" Yakashi Nano called Akihara Kagura's name, softly saying, "Sorry, when you were kidnapped and went missing, we all thought you were already dead. I don't care anymore." Akihara Kagura slowly shook his head, seemingly indifferent. "When I was taken to Orochimaru's laboratory, I thought I was going to die." Akihara Kagura looked up, seemingly not wanting his tears to fall. "Being able to survive and to see you again is already a fortune to me." Hatake Kakashi slowly came over, reaching out to pat Akihara Kagura's shoulder, wanting to offer his subordinate a silent comfort in this way. Hatake Kakashi turned to another of his subordinates and suddenly said, "Uchiha Itachi, you may leave now." Uchiha Itachi hesitated, standing in place. Akihara Kagura looked back at his superior and asked in a deep voice, "Captain Kakashi, are you asking me to let him go? Do not act rashly." Hatake Kakashi held Akihara Kagura's shoulder and slowly shook his head. Uchiha Itachi's identity was extraordinary. He was the son of Uchiha Fugaku from the Uchiha clan and had been personally recommended by Danzo to join the Anbu. Even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had agreed to this. This meant Uchiha Itachi's existence involved the relationship between Konoha's higher-ups and the Uchiha clan. "Kagura!" Hatake Kakashi's words calmed Akihara Kagura down. "The Dean, Yakashi Nano, is still alive. She needs to stay in the village to take care of the other children at the orphanage, right?" Hatake Kakashi continued. "If you kill Uchiha Itachi, Danzo will not allow you to become the future leader of the root. Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano will never be able to return to the village. Do you want to make them homeless?" "But," Akihara Kagura immediately hesitated. "Let's go back to the village." Seeing his subordinate somewhat moved, Hatake Kakashi earnestly persuaded, "After we return, we'll report this to Lord Hokage first. Lord Hokage will definitely not allow such things to happen again, theoretically speaking." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, might not intervene. However, the third Hokage's attitude seemed to change when it came to Akihara Kagura, even starting to forbid Danzo and Akihara Kagura from contacting each other. Uchiha Itachi! Taking advantage of Akihara Kagura's contemplation, Hatake Kakashi immediately looked towards the distant Uchiha Itachi and commanded in a deep voice, "To prevent the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, from being intercepted by enemies from Rock Village, I order you to return to the village immediately to report and seek reinforcements to support us." The real meaning of this command was not so much for reinforcements, but to separate Uchiha Itachi from them, to prevent Akihara Kagura from impulsively killing him. Uchiha Itachi immediately leapt away. "I haven't decided yet." Akihara Kagura immediately wanted to step forward to stop him. "Calm down." Hatake Kakashi stopped him and explained, "If you really kill him, there will be no chance for redemption, and even Lord Hokage would have a hard time dealing with it." Hatake Kakashi grasped Akihara Kagura's shoulders, holding on to Kagura's weak points, and said, "Kagura, just bear with it for now and go back to ask for Lord Hokage's decision. The person has already left." Akihara Kagura looked at Hatake Kakashi, raised an eyebrow, and coldly huffed, "This time I'll spare that guy, hoping he won't regret it in the future." Not to regret it in the future, rather than dying at this moment. Akihara Kagura looked down at the dean, Yakashi Nano, whose injuries were healing, and then turned to the medic, Yakashi Kabuto, instructing, "Kabuto, you and the dean find a place to stay for a while. Wait for me to return to the village to see the situation, and then I'll come to take you back." "Okay." Kabuto was very obedient. Kabuto didn't dare refuse anything Akihara Kagura said, feeling guilty for the dean's favoritism towards him and now even more guilty for his misunderstanding towards Akihara Kagura. If he had chosen to believe that Akihara Kagura wouldn't kill him and had actively sought help, perhaps it wouldn't have come to this point, nearly costing the dean and himself their lives. Fortunately, Akihara Kagura arrived in time. "Thank you." Kabuto whispered his thanks. Perhaps Akihara Kagura didn't need it or even didn't want to hear it, but Kabuto still had to say it, owing Akihara Kagura too much. For safety reasons, Kabuto decided to hide with the dean for the time being, continuing to hide in the Land of Earth to avoid being discovered by Danzo's route in the Land of Fire again. Yakashi Nano thought this was safer too. In the entire Land of Earth, only she and Kabuto were the intelligence members, and the Land of Fire was Konoha's main base. Their movements might not escape Danzo's surveillance. Akihara Kagura seemed somewhat helpless but agreed to them, taking Hade Kakashi, Karin, the third Tsuchikage Anoki, and leaving first. "Take good care of the dean." Akihara Kagura's gaze was fixed on Kabuto, instructing, "If you encounter any difficulties, it's okay to seek help from Rock Village. After all, I've captured their third Tsuchikage. At worst, we can just exchange hostages." Cough, 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 cough. Hade Kakashi and the third Tsuchikage Anoki coughed. These two personally experienced how Akihara Kagura exchanged hostages. Yakashi Kabuto shook his head and said softly, "We will be careful. Once the dean and I find a place to hide, we will find a way to tell you." "Okay." Akihara Kagura nodded slowly. Although he had already found the next stop for Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano, it was not convenient to mention it at this time. Fortunately, the person responsible for wrapping things up had already arrived. "We are leaving." Akihara Kagura picked up the third Tsuchikage Anoki. Karin quickly stepped forward and grabbed the hem of his clothes, while Hade Kakashi stepped forward and placed a hand on Akihara Kagura's shoulder, waving goodbye to Kabuto and the dean. In an instant, Akihara Kagura disappeared from the spot. After Akihara Kagura disappeared, Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano helped each other, attempting to leave the dangerous Tsuchi River gorge that almost became their grave. Suddenly, a white snake slithered out from a crack. The white snake suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a figure slowly emerged from its mouth, not minding the saliva on him, but frowning and falling into thought. "Kagura, this child!" Chapter 105, Manipulating. The person who arrived was Orochimaru. Just as Orochimaru and Akihara Kagura had mentioned, he had always been keeping an eye on Yakashi Kabuto, even thinking of taking action when Uchiha Itachi made his move. Fortunately, Akihara Kagura arrived just in time. After listening to the story told by Kabuto, Orochimaru even doubted whether Kagura truly originated from the Konoha orphanage, because both Kabuto and Yakashi Nano believed Kagura was a child from the orphanage, just that he had been abducted by him back then. That child! Could it really be that he was a child from the Konoha orphanage, who just ran away and was coincidentally abducted by Orochimaru, who had defected from Konoha? Orochimaru was reminded again by Kagura that Kabuto already considered him a child from the orphanage, and Shimura Danzo had handled the paperwork quite well. What exactly is going on? Could it be because that child was from the Konoha orphanage, and when Orochimaru suggested he return to Konoha to see Danzo, the child wanted to rescue Kabuto and Nano, thus readily agreed to go along with it? That child! Has he been pretending all this time? Was everything done to rescue Kabuto and Nano? According to Orochimaru's speculation, this possibility seemed greater, because if Kagura truly followed the identity arranged by Danzo, what he should have done was to kill Kabuto and Nano to avoid any identity leaks, not rescue these two. It can't be, because Orochimaru had mentioned using Kabuto. Orochimaru's heart shuddered, suddenly feeling this possibility was not small. Kagura, that child, had an extreme personality and would definitely obey his orders, even at the cost of his own life. Originally, Orochimaru had casually mentioned that the Hashirama cell transplantation experiments always failed, and Kagura had volunteered to become a test subject, executing his orders too extremely. Never mind, this matter will be discussed with Kagura later. Regardless, this situation was favorable for Orochimaru now. Because Kagura's talent was high, the issue of his identity would definitely attract Konoha's attention. Only an identity originating from Konoha could earn Kagura more trust in Konoha. The most important thing now was to bring Kabuto and Nano to his research base first, to prevent these two medical ninjas from really returning to Konoha. Naturally, considering Orochimaru's past abduction of Kagura, Kabuto and Nano extremely disliked Orochimaru, but were also fearful of his power. However, As Kagura's superior, Orochimaru's skill in manipulating people was also unsurpassed. He only needed two things to make these two people have no choice but to side with him. "I can help you deal with the trouble from Shimura Danzo." Orochimaru, with a sinister smile, looked at Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano, offering them a condition they couldn't refuse. "As long as I'm willing to step in, Shimura Danzo will no longer pursue you, and he won't even trouble Kagura for saving you." Yakashi Nano remained silent, unsure how to respond. Indeed, this offer was very tempting to her, but she knew that Orochimaru was an extremely dangerous person, and seeking refuge with Orochimaru was like jumping out of the frying pan into the fire. Yakashi Kabuto was more contemplative. After thinking for a while, he raised his own concern. "If we were to take refuge with you, becoming rogue ninja of Konoha, would that bring trouble to Kagura?" "Not only will it not bring trouble, but it could even help Kagura." Orochimaru's smile grew wider as he continued with a light laugh. "That child has always been my experiment. I've always been reluctant to let him leave my side. It's just that I needed information from Konoha, so I sent that child back to Konoha to act as my spy." When Orochimaru reached this point, his eyes narrowed slightly. "This is a dangerous job, but I've mentioned the crises you two might face, mentioned that Shimura Danzo originally ordered me to deal with you. That child went without hesitation. We agree." Yakashi Kabuto adjusted his glasses and spoke softly. "After all, we don't have the power to resist Lord Orochimaru. Accepting is the best choice for us, isn't it? When can we return to Konoha, and when can we see Kagura again?" Yakashi Nano frowned. Initially, Yakashi Nano thought Kagura had been living a hard enough life, but it turned out that the child's situation was even tougher than she had imagined, even having to navigate around Orochimaru. Orochimaru is Konoha's S-rank rogue ninja. If discovered, that child's life would be over. "Let me contact Danzo again." Orochimaru spread his hands, smilingly said, "Welcome to visit my base. You can see the environment where Kagura grew up." Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano shivered at the thought, because the Akihara Kagura mentioned by Orochimaru was actually living a more tragic life. "It's truly fitting of Lord Orochimaru." When Akihara Kagura used the ninja in the shadows to observe Orochimaru recruiting Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano, he couldn't help but praise Orochimaru lavishly in his heart. This superior's ability to manipulate people's hearts is almost catching up to him. Indeed, if Orochimaru were willing to lend a hand, he could indeed solve the problem with Shimura Danzo for him. The only issue is that Shimura Danzo, this superior, might not like him. However, that doesn't matter. As long as his own identity crisis can be resolved first, that would be good. As Akihara Kagura leisurely led people on their journey, he was waiting for Uchiha Itachi to go and report this incident to Shimura Danzo. This is the usefulness of Uchiha Itachi being alive. As long as Uchiha Itachi goes to report the details of this incident, reporting the relationship between Akihara Kagura and Yakashi Kabuto, Yakashi Nano, Shimura Danzo would come to know one thing. Akihara Kagura is a child from the orphanage. Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's report, Shimura Danzo immediately became furious, feeling that he had been played by Akihara Kagura. "That scoundrel has been using me all along. Ever since he entered the route, he has been using me. No wonder that child has always been obedient to me. No wonder that child has always been quick to strike and scold the people of the route. Because that child is from the Konoha orphanage, the child's purpose in coming to the route was not to become my tool, but to take the opportunity to make Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano leave the route. The child has always been disguising himself. Does he think I have no way to deal with him?" Shimura Danzo, holding his cane, wanted to go see Sarutobi Hiruzen, but soon calmed down because he knew he couldn't reveal the fact that he was still secretly colluding with Orochimaru. Orochimaru is still useful to him. Shimura Danzo, with a face full of anger, could only suppress his rage. The only thing he could do, perhaps, was to blame Orochimaru for not telling him everything about Akihara Kagura, even though that was something Shimura Danzo couldn't be bothered to ask about. Who would have thought a tool meant for killing could hide such deep thoughts and even such profound schemes? Perhaps that child has always been trying to attract Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention, doing everything possible to become Sarutobi Hiruzen's genius of wood release, all for the purpose of making Sarutobi Hiruzen help him make Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano leave the route. My assessment task has failed. Uchiha Itachi respectfully reported all the news he had heard, and then slowly bowed his head, saying, "I hope Lord Danzo can give me another chance." Silence. Shimura Danzo clenched his cane. At this moment, Shimura Danzo quickly regained his composure, realizing it was not that Uchiha Itachi could not leave the higher-ups of Konoha, but rather that the higher-ups of Konoha could not do without Uchiha Itachi, the spy. The assessment of you is not for the sake of killing. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes, slowly continuing. Your assessment is to test whether you can bear the will of darkness. When you are willing to do whatever it takes for the safety of Konoha and resolve any potential crises, you have already passed the assessment. Uchiha Itachi incredulously lifted his head. From today on, you will be directly under my command. Shimura Danzo looked down at Uchiha Itachi and announced, whether Konoha and the Uchiha clan can move towards a peaceful future depends on you from now on, Itachi. Yes, Lord Danzo, Uchiha Itachi's heart leapt once again. Initially, Uchiha Itachi thought he had not passed the assessment and feared that the communication channel between Konoha's higher-ups and the Uchiha clan would be cut off. However, Shimura Danzo still chose to accept him. As long as Shimura Danzo accepted him, he could use the intelligence of Konoha's higher-ups to influence the Uchiha's decisions, and the intelligence of the Uchiha clan to influence the attitude of Konoha's higher-ups towards the Uchihas. This was Uchiha Itachi's real spy plan. Although this step was difficult for the peace of the village and the clan, it was something a Konoha ninja, a member of the Uchiha clan, must do. Anbu! Uchiha Itachi raised his concern. Because of his conflict with Akihara Kagura, once he returned to the Anbu, he didn't know how many more issues would arise between him and Akihara Kagura. There's no need to return to Anbu. Shimura Danzo shook his head and suddenly called out two names. B.C. Two masked Anbu ninjas emerged from the shadows and knelt respectfully on one knee in front of Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo looked at Uchiha Itachi and ordered, starting today, you two will be under Itachi's command. Your team is responsible for monitoring the actions of the Uchiha clan. Yes, Uchiha Itachi and the two root ninjas bowed their heads. Work hard. Shimura Danzo looked down at Uchiha Itachi, almost greedily staring into his eyes. Don't disappoint me, Itachi. Yes, Lord Danzo. Uchiha Itachi bowed his head, not daring to look up. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi knew his plan had succeeded. By the way, did you just say they brought back the third Tsuchikage? Shimura Danzo squinted his eyes and asked, then without waiting for Uchiha Itachi's reply, he scoffed to himself. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki the fence-sitter. Compared to the fourth Mizukage Yagura, the secrets Anoki held were certainly more numerous, almost equivalent to holding the entire intelligence of Rock Village in his hands. Even though Shimura Danzo knew it was impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to hand over Anoki to him, he couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of having Rock Village's intelligence. I need to go out. Shimura Danzo forcefully tapped his cane and commanded, gather all the root members. I'm going to meet Anoki and see that kid. He had to ask in person. Whether that kid was really an orphan, he had to find out for himself. Whether that kid had been secretly playing him all along. If all of this was true, he was willing to sacrifice an eye to deal with that kid and take control of Anoki ahead of time. Outside the village of Konoha, Akihara Kagura offered his opinion. I want to hand over the third Tsuchikage to Lord Danzo. Akihara Kagura's brows faintly revealed a trace of worry. If Lord Danzo knew that I had been following his orders solely to rescue Kabuto and the Dean, he would definitely be very angry with me. At least giving him the Tsuchikage would let him know of my loyalty. Kid! The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, was extremely angry, almost clenching his teeth. Do you intend to offer me as a gift to that despicable Danzo? Hadake Kakashi's forehead twitched, and he quickly tries to calm the old man. Lord Tsuchikage, please calm down a bit. The Hokage will not let this happen. After saying that, Hadake Kakashi turned to Akihara Kagura, advising him. Even if you hand over the Tsuchikage to Danzo, he would not forgive you for rescuing the Dean and Kabuto. Akihara Kagura glanced at Hadake Kakashi and reiterated his old affairs. This is a crucial moment in the competition with Uchiha Itachi for the future leadership of the Root. But Hadake Kakashi felt a bit of a headache and proactively asked, haven't you already rescued Kabuto and the Dean from the Root? I know. Akihara Kagura seemed somewhat obstinate and said, but only in the Root can I realize my ninja way, rooted in darkness to protect the light. Moreover, Akihara Kagura looked at Hadake Kakashi and continued, I have been exposed to the darkness of the Root. The people there are also protecting Konoha. I want the people of the Root to ensure that the tragedies of Kabuto and the Dean do not happen again in the future. When Akihara Kagura talked about these things, he showed a spirit of fearless universal brotherhood and asked in return, Captain Kakashi, if Lord Danzo chooses Uchiha Itachi as the future leader of the Root, do you think such tragedies will decrease? I think. Hatake Kakashi remembered the scene of Uchiha Itachi standing next to Kabuto, swinging his ninja sword at Kabuto, and the darkness that emerged from that child. Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but sigh, thinking that Akihara Kageura was more suitable to be the future leader of the Root than Itachi, and proactively said, "However, maybe there's no need to meet Danzo. The Hokage allowed the establishment of the Root, so he could also appoint the future leader of the Root, right?" Chapter 106. What I taught him was fake. Outside the Konoha village, Hatake Kakashi went to see the third Hokage. Akihara Kageura and Karin were responsible for guarding the third Tsuchikage, Anoki. Throughout the journey, Anoki caused quite a bit of trouble, constantly preparing to take his own life to avoid humiliation in the Konoha village. Now, Anoki, being closely guarded, believed it was unlikely he could commit suicide and thus must think of another way to save himself. "Kid, you've kidnapped me, all to exchange me for a high position in the Konoha village." The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, was very lucid. He had observed the young kidnapper's entire experience and took the initiative to say, "If you think Shimura Danzo will let the likes of Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano survive under his control, you and that Kakashi fellow are being too naive." Anoki, looking at Akihara Kageura's indifferent expression, continued, "The entire ninja world knows Shimura Danzo is a devious and despicable man. No matter what, he will never let you go. Sooner or later, you will have to make a different choice. Do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen can change your fate?" Anoki, seeing a slight movement in Akihara Kageura's eyes, continued to persuade in a deep voice, "Or do you, kid, think you have the power to protect them? But what's most important in this world isn't just power. Authority can make those with power follow you, and can also restrain those who do not obey authority. Now, by having Sarutobi Hiruzen intervene, this is merely a power struggle between high-ranking officials like Sarutobi and Shimura in the Konoha village. One day you will eventually become sacrifices in their power struggle. Lord Tsuchikage, do you want me to release you?" Akihara Kageura's gaze fell on Anoki. Although Anoki didn't understand the situation in the Konoha village, his discourse on power struggles was accurate, showing a deep understanding of power. "No, kill me." Anoki's expression was firm. He earnestly said, "I won't blame you for kidnapping and killing me." "But," Akihara Kageura lowered his head, seemingly asking in a hoarse voice, "What's the price? What's the price for helping you, Lord Tsuchikage? It can't just be that you taught me some theories, and without even a way to save myself, I should help you for nothing. What do you want?" Anoki immediately sensed an opportunity. "What can you give me?" Akihara Kageura slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the third Tsuchikage. "If the price is right, I can even guarantee your safe departure from the Konoha in the future. This is our deal. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is likely to let the person go. The third Hokage has always been kind-hearted and lenient towards treacherous allies, let alone the Rock Village, which is powerful and always poses a threat of war." "You!" Anoki was somewhat incredulous. The third Anoki never imagined this kid would actually dare to make such a deal with him. "Trust me, you will go back. Of course, this requires a bit of a deposit. If Lord Tsuchikage betrays our deal, this deposit, once spread throughout the ninja world, would be enough to plunge the entire Rock Village into chaos. For example, your dust release." Akihara Kageura finally showed his hand, still pondering when the Tsuchikage would take the bait and propose a deal himself. In fact, the third Tsuchikage will definitely be able to return, because the envoy requesting negotiations from the Rock Village had already arrived. "All right." The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, couldn't help but squint his eyes, revealing a sly smile, and took the initiative to say, "Mastering dust release is not easy. At the very least, you need to master the changes in the nature of wind, earth, and fire chakra, and then combine these three types of chakra. Dust release is the hardest keke tota to synthesize in the ninja world. Throughout the history of the ninja world, there have only been him and his teacher, the second Tsuchikage, as dust release keke genkai. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, was confident this kid could not master dust release. Even if this kid was highly talented, could he simply talk about the well-known dust release keke genkai information in the ninja world, blur or even intentionally misstate the details of synthesizing the dust release bloodline, and still succeed? Akihara Kageura actively raised his question. "Can you teach me first the changes in the nature of wind, earth, and fire chakra?" "Of course." The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, squinting his eyes and smiling, nodded his head like a teacher teaching some basic knowledge. "Powerful tornadoes can destroy all buildings. Naturally, the change in the nature of wind chakra must be able to rotate like the wind. As for the changes in the nature of fire and earth chakra, they are different. First, mastering a sufficient amount of fire-style ninjutsu allows fire chakra to undergo morphological changes. The change in the nature of Earth Chakra is the same, but Earth Release Chakra requires mastering more techniques and also learning to be close to the Earth. The changes in the nature of Fire and Earth Chakra can even react and synthesize a Kekkei Genkai called Lava Release. When the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, spoke up to this point, he seemed to mention a character that displeased him, huffed coldly, and changed the subject, continuing to fabricate the composition method of dust release. All right, Kekkei Genkai are ultimately of the lowest tier. Let's continue discussing our deal and talk about the dust release you want to learn. System prompt. Ninja Professor, trait activated. The host possesses wind, earth, and fire chakra natures, with chakra amount reaching a rank or above. Currently learning to master the combination of wind, earth, and fire chakra nature changes in accordance with ninjutsu theory. The host's use of wind, earth, and fire chakra techniques will become even more powerful. System prompt. Ninja Professor, trait activated. The host possesses fire and earth chakra nature changes, with chakra amount reaching S rank or above. Currently learning the synthesis of lava release Kekkei Genkai in accordance with ninjutsu theory. Lava release Kekkei Genkai synthesis successful. System notification. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the new trait Lava Release. Lava Release, a Kekkei Genkai formed by the condensation of fire and earth chakra nature changes, capable of creating terrifying techniques that release lava. System prompt. Ninja Professor, trait activated. The host possesses wind, earth, and fire chakra nature changes, with chakra amount reaching S rank or above. Currently learning the synthesis of dust release Kekkei Toda in accordance with theory dust release Kekkei Toda. Synthesis successful. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the new trait Dust Release. Dust Release, a Kekkei Toda formed by the condensation of wind, fire, and earth chakra nature changes, far surpassing the power of Kekkei Genkai. Dust Release techniques can freely change shape according to the user's thoughts, capable of disintegrating enemies into atomic states and turning them to ash. Akihara Kagura had not expected this. He had only intended to test the system's capabilities, but unexpectedly managed to master 3 types of chakra nature changes and 2 Kekkei. One is the powerful lava release, Kekkei Genkai, and the other is the even more powerful dust release, Kekkei Toda, the third Tsuchikage. Truly a great teacher. I suddenly feel a bit envious of Deidara. Akihara Kagura, looking at the somewhat thirsty third Tsuchikage Anoki, sighed softly. Such a great teacher like you, Lord Tsuchikage, makes learning anything easy. Heh. The third Tsuchikage Anoki chuckled, shook his head modestly, and said, I am merely standing on the shoulders of giants. Deidara is a smart kid, but he doesn't like to learn from me, truly wasting his talent. All right. Akihara Kagura interrupted the third Tsuchikage Anoki, continuing, Since the Tsuchikage is willing to hand over dust release, I will definitely help the Lord Tsuchikage return to Rock Village. Heh. The third Tsuchikage Anoki couldn't say much, only able to temporarily place his hope on him. Just kill me quickly, so I no longer have to suffer the humiliation of Konoha. No rush! Akihara Kagura leisurely shook his head. I've already handed over the dust release to you. The third Tsuchikage Anoki suddenly became a bit anxious. You're in a hurry again. Akihara Kagura still appeared nonchalant, reviewing the dust release he had mastered. No rush, let me check the merchandise first to see if what Lord Tsuchikage taught me is fake. Anoki frowned, trying to find an excuse for Akihara Kagura's failure to master dust release. You don't even understand the 3 types of chakra nature transformations. How could you possibly master dust release so quickly? A white light appeared in Akihara Kagura's palm. This white light dazzled for a moment, leaving Anoki staring in astonishment because it was the unique chakra of dust release. How is this possible? The merchandise is real. Akihara Kagura waved away the white light, looking seriously at Anoki. Our deal is set, now we just wait. If Lord Tsuchikage does not keep his promise, I will teach the dust release secret techniques to every ninja I meet. How could this? Anoki's gaze drifted between confusion, fear, and unease. How could this be? Clearly, how could this be? How could this kid's talent be so strong? Hawkage Tower. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen received the news a bit earlier. Shimura Danzo, holding the intelligence from Konoha's spy network, and even with Uchiha Itachi leaking information, received the news a bit later than Hiruzen. After all, the Rock Village was in more of a rush than Uchiha Itachi. Kitsuchi was a dutiful son, and his actions were swift. Upon receiving the news of his father's kidnapping, and that the kidnapper was a user of the Flying Thunder God technique, Kitsuchi immediately sealed the news tightly. If the kidnapper recklessly, carrying the third Tsuchikage Anoki using the Flying Thunder God technique, had already reached Konoha. Kitsuchi also sent envoys to Konoha, secretly negotiating the ransom of the third Tsuchikage Anoki, hoping not to cause any commotion. Of course. Most importantly, do not let the old man commit suicide. If the third Tsuchikage Anoki chose suicide rather than bear the shame from Konoha, then the Rock Village and Konoha would definitely restart the war, with both sides determined to fight to the death. Even though the Third Great Ninja War had just ended and the Rock Village had not yet recovered, they were willing to risk it all for the honor of the Tsuchikage. Kitsuchi, the Rock Village Jonin, while sending people to Konoha to prepare for the worst, also secretly continued to search for the whereabouts of Akihara Kagura and his group of Konoha ninjas. This is too despicable. If it were on the battlefield, it would be fair for Lord Tsuchikage to be captured or even killed, but being kidnapped by Konoha during peacetime, the actions of Konoha's ninjas are too despicable. The envoy from the Rock Village was very robust and spoke with a straightforward sincerity. Lord Tsuchikage is already of considerable age. Lord Tsuchikage has always held great prestige in the land of Earth. Faced with such a situation, he would surely choose death over submission. We do not want any mishaps to befall the Tsuchikage. We hope that the Konoha village will quickly stop this incident from being leaked and release the Tsuchikage from your captors soon. After saying this, the envoy from the Rock Village earnestly continued. Lord Kitsuchi said, "As long as the Konoha's demands are not too excessive, we can discuss any matter. If Konoha's demands are too much, tens of thousands of rock ninjas are ready to fight. First, lock down the information." Sarutobi Hiruzen greatly respected the opinion of the rock envoy and even immediately issued an order. Have Shimura Danzo lead the members of the route to the northeast to prevent cloud ninjas from infiltrating the Land of Fire and ensure that no one learns of this news. Coincidentally, when this order reached the route, Shimura Danzo had just finished receiving a report from Uchiha Itachi and was leading the route to set out, intercepting Akihara Kagura and his group, only to be forced to head towards the northeastern border, guarding against the infiltration of cloud ninjas. This order was so familiar that Shimura Danzo instantly understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen had also received news of the third Tsuchikage Anoki's kidnapping by Akihara Kagura. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no time to worry about how Shimura Danzo would curse him. He had more important matters to attend to, needing to negotiate with the ninjas from the Rock Village regarding the issue of the third Tsuchikage Anoki. Lord Hawkage. When Hadate Kakashi arrived at the Hawkage office to report, Sarutobi Hiruzen was just about to lead the Anbu to set out to meet them. Kakashi, lead the way. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't wait for Hadate Kakashi to reply, simply asking Kakashi to lead the way. The old man felt as if he had lost quite a bit of hair. Is the third Tsuchikage Anoki outside of the Konoha village? Yes, Hadate Kakashi silently nodded his head. From now on, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, feeling somewhat aged. Kakashi, can your team only track the whereabouts of Uchiha Obaido? Although this team always brought surprises, his heart couldn't handle it because surprises could turn into shocks at any moment. Outside the Konoha village, the third Hawkage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the envoy from the Rock Village arrived at Akihara Kagura's campsite, where the third Tsuchikage Anoki still looked bewildered, as if he had been startled. Lord Tsuchikage, the envoy from the Rock Village almost flew over here. A vine burst out of the ground, instantly tying up the rock ninja. Manga, what are you doing here? The third Tsuchikage Anoki, upon seeing his village's subordinate, showed some surprise on his face before quickly regaining his composure. Kid, don't harm Manga. Child! Sarutobi Hiruzen, leading the Konoha's Anbu, stepped forward and ordered, let the envoy from the Rock Village down and also release the vines around Anoki. We have important matters to discuss next. Yes. Akihara Kagura smoothly untied the vines, kindly reminding, Third Hawkage Lord Tsuchikage is not easy to deal with. It would be very difficult for us to capture him again. Hehe, no matter, we are old friends. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, looking towards the third Tsuchikage Anoki with a trace of reminiscence on his face. So many years have passed, I never thought there would still be an opportunity to meet an old friend. How many years has it been since we last saw each other, Anoki? Who knows? Anoki's thoughts gradually settled down. He didn't want to lose face in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but looking at the significantly aged Sarutobi, he reminisced about their generation. Back then, inheriting the village as the third, now only the two of us are left. After Anoki finished speaking, his face clearly showed more anger. I never thought that you Konoha's kids would be as despicable as you, making me suffer such a great humiliation just before I retire. This kind of thing, it's really too shameful. The third Tsuchikage Anoki never thought that one day he would be kidnapped, even brought to the Konoha village in front of his old rival. This is too humiliating. What made the third Tsuchikage Anoki feel most ashamed was that he was forced to cooperate with this kid, handing over the Rock Village's secret dust release Kekkei Genkai to the other party. And then, the third Tsuchikage Anoki felt somewhat despairing. Because the dust release he supposedly taught was fake, why did this kid learn the real dust release? The third Tsuchikage Anoki felt like he was truly a criminal of the Rock Village, wishing he could die to atone for his sins. Once there is any change in the future, if he accidentally offends Akihara Kagura, this kid, and he spreads dust release throughout the entire ninja world, what then? This damn kid. The Tsuchikage wished he could commit suicide on the spot. He fiercely looked towards the envoy from the Rock Village. "Manga, I will definitely not return alive." After finishing his statement, Anoki felt a bit of regret. Because Akihara Kagura mastered dust release, his disciple Deidara had not yet mastered it. Could it be that after his own death, the future legitimate secret technique of Rock Village would be in Konoha, Lord Tsuchikage? Fortunately, the envoy from Rock Village offered a way out. "Lord Tsuchikage, do not be too extreme." Sarutobi Hiruzen also quickly intervened to stop the temperamental third Tsuchikage, Anoki, soothingly saying, "You are a guest invited by Konoha, here to discuss the alliance between Rock Village and Konoha with me. We would not force a guest to stay in Konoha. For people of their age, honor is more important than life itself." Sarutobi Hiruzen never entertained the idea of making the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, stay in Konoha. He believed such actions would only lead to greater chaos. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen never considered the option of forcibly keeping hostages. Indeed, as most people say, asking allies to leave hostages might ensure compliance with the alliance, but it could also sow the seeds of hatred between the two villages. Because any hostage would inevitably be an important person from the allied village, and this important person would surely influence the decisions of their village upon returning, bearing a grudge for the humiliation of being held as a hostage. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, was just an exception. After all, Yagura's stay in Konoha was purely self-imposed exile. He believed that living as a hostage, albeit humiliating, was less painful than being controlled by Uchiha Baido, and even as a hostage, he could bring peace and benefits to Mist Village. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, was different. This Tsuchikage of Rock Village had done nothing wrong to his village and was supported by all rock ninjas. Forcing the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, to stay in Konoha as a prisoner could easily lead to war, which was against Sarutobi Hiruzen's principle. After finishing his statement, Sarutobi Hiruzen then ordered, "Everyone follow the command. This matter is classified as a top secret of Konoha, and no one is allowed to leak this information. Tsuchikage is simply leading a team to visit Konoha." Yes, a group of Anbu had already received this order. After expressing his sincerity in blocking the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to explain to Anoki, "Please rest assured, the Konoha village will not threaten the life of Lord Tsuchikage, nor will it deliberately harm the interests of the Rock Village for the sake of Konoha's benefits. We hope more for both countries to achieve cooperation that is beneficial to both sides. In the past, because of hostility, we could not trust and communicate with each other, and we couldn't even send emissaries, never having established a channel of communication between the two ninja villages. This is an opportunity for the Konoha and the Rock villages to re-establish communication and cooperation." Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke of these matters systematically. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions, but his heart couldn't quite accept it at the moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately lowered his stance, not even mentioning seeking benefits for Konoha, but for the common interests of both ninja villages, which made him feel much better. However, this was not his primary concern. What he was most concerned about was the leak of the dust release. Does the third Hokage mean to send Lord Tsuchikage back? Akihara Kagura spoke aptly, frowning slightly as if somewhat uneasily. "I'm worried that after Lord Tsuchikage goes back, he might bear a grudge against us." "Hehe, how could that be?" Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly waved his hand, looking at the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, with a smile, continuing, "We are all of this age now. You were just inviting Lord Tsuchikage over as a guest." "I will not." The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, clenched his teeth, understanding the underlying meaning behind Akihara Kagura's words. "You kid can rest assured I am not so petty. I will absolutely not bear a grudge against you, kid." The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, gave Akihara Kagura a deep look, as if to remind him, "You kid, better not go around speaking carelessly. I also need some face." This statement made everyone else's gaze suddenly turn strange. Because how could a dignified Tsuchikage, who had been kidnapped, have any face left to speak of? Only the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, knew what he meant. He hoped Akihara Kagura would not leak the secret of the dust release. Even though learning dust release was very difficult, there was still a ninja with talent like Akihara Kagura. Chapter 107. Danzo is retiring. Why, I don't know about that. Anoki still wore a worried expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a somewhat triumphant look on his face. The third Tsuchikage and the third Hokage had different mindsets, yet they stood together and drafted an agreement beneficial to both Rock Village and Konoha Village. If the Tsuchikage is satisfied, let us sign this agreement together. Sarutobi Hiruzen took up his pipe, showing his sincerity. If the Tsuchikage is not satisfied, consider this merely a friendly talk. I will immediately arrange for my Anbu to escort the Tsuchikage to the border of the land of Earth. Alas! The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, could not find any fault and shook his head in admiration. Among the third generations of the 5 great ninja villages, it's you who I admire the most. You've inherited the will of fire from Konoha and act with sincerity just like the first Hokage. Heh. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but laugh, seemingly very pleased with Anoki's praise. I am still far from matching the first Hokage. The first Hokage, Hashirama, was the one who united the other major ninja villages and established a peace treaty. He even naively distributed the tailed beasts to other nations, hoping for peace among the ninja villages. Many in the ninja world thought Hashirama was naive and foolish, yet they couldn't help but admire his magnanimity. He did not use his power to oppress other villages, but gave people from other countries their space to live, believing this would ensure peace. Unfortunately, after Hashirama's death, the ninja world immediately plunged into war, with Konoha being the first to be hit, and even the second Hokage, Tabarama, could not escape it. However, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, continued to maintain the first Hokage's diplomatic policy because he always believed in the first's ideology. If Konoha's foreign policy were to change, the benefits of a power-based diplomacy would be significant, but it would also slowly make the Konoha ninjas believe in the supremacy of power, and the strong might not be willing to sacrifice for the weaker successors anymore. Similarly, a mild approach to foreign relations is not necessarily useless. At the very least, it would not provoke more intense confrontations and could maintain peace in the ninja world for a longer time, delaying the arrival of the next war. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mild approach did have some use. Compared to the past, where conflicts and wars would easily erupt, the wars among the 5 great ninja villages have indeed been suppressed from breaking out, and the concept of peace gradually took root in people's hearts. So, have a pleasant journey. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seemingly wary of upsetting Anoki or causing any rumors, did not take the initiative to invite Anoki for a tour of Konoha. Thank you. Anoki just happened to have no interest either. Now, Anoki is more eager to return to Rock Village as soon as possible to pass on his dust release technique to Deidara, to prevent a situation where Rock Village would find itself without successors should such an incident arise again. Sarutobi Hiruzen led a group of people watching the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, leaving with the envoy of Rock Village, finally resolving this tremendous trouble. Akihara Kagura was indifferent to it as well, because he had already gained the greatest benefit from this trip, smoothly acquiring both the dust release and lava release techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen's release of the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, did not cause him to break his word. The matter is finally resolved. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a long sigh of relief, turning around to see Hideki Kakashi and Akihara Kagura. This team, tasked with tracking Uchiha Obaido's whereabouts, really had a knack for attracting trouble. Last time, in their pursuit of Uchiha Obaido's traces, they brought back the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. This time, following Uchiha Obaido's traces, they kidnapped the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki. Next time, if they were to pursue Uchiha Obaido again, would they bring back the 4th Reikage? During this period, take a good rest in the village. The mission to track Uchiha Obaido is temporarily concluded. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that if this team continued their pursuit, he didn't know how much trouble Uchiha Obaido could cause. He knew that Konoha might become the epicenter of a ninja world war. Really. Otherwise, just stop looking. No matter how much trouble Uchiha Obaido could stir up, what trouble could it be? Could there be any trouble bigger than sparking the 4th Great Ninja War? But Hideki Kakashi frowned. Take a rest first. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his thinning white hair, sighed, and said, "You've worked hard this time, making a significant contribution to the peace between Konoha and Rock Village. But Konoha can't withstand any more turmoil for the time being." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at them, glanced at lowly Karin, and asked with some curiosity, "Is this child a member of the Uzumaki clan?" "Yes." Hade Kakashi first reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen about Karin's background, then mentioned what Akihara Kagura did in Grass Village, making the Hokage blood pressure rise significantly. No wonder Grass Village was destroyed. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Speaking of the land of grass, the Kaguya clan had taken over the land of grass. Fortunately, they have temporarily reached an agreement with Konoha. This team really is. Just leaving the land of fire indirectly caused the destruction of a small ninja village. Due to the Hyuga clan being relatives of the Kaguya clan, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, personally went on a mission to the land of grass, even getting the Kaguya clan to agree to an alliance with Konoha. This matter must not be leaked. Sarutobi Hiruzen had to classify this as confidential to prevent other ninja villages from thinking that Konoha was supporting the Kaguya clan and manipulating the destruction of the land of grass. As for Karin's words, Hade Kakashi remembered the advice of Akihara Kagura and took the initiative to say, Karin's abilities are very special. She has a strong sensory ability. Abaido has always been coveting the 9 tails inside Naruto, and Karin could help sense dangers in advance. Place her by Naruto's side. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought deeply for a moment, having known the story about Karin, and also knowing she was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, along with the threat posed by Uchiha Abaido. It's possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed to this, saying, let this child enter the ninja academy. After all, she is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. This child named Karin deserves to be nurtured by Konoha. It would be even better if this little girl could form a bond with Uzumaki Naruto in the ninja academy and learn the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques in the future, which could also help with any potential leakage of the 9 tails chakra. There's one more thing. Hade Kakashi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, bringing up the matter of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi wants to kill 2 members of the intelligence department, claiming to be acting on Danzo's orders. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not blame him for this, because he had tacitly allowed Shimura Danzo to handle the matter of Uchiha Itachi. Members of the intelligence department could cause information leaks, and these were also for Shimura Danzo to deal with. However, what Hade Kakashi said next made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrow. The 2 members of the intelligence department are the head of the Konoha orphanage, Yakashi Nano and Yakashi Kabuto, who happened to encounter Akihara Kagura, and some conflicts arose between them. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He had long tacitly allowed Shimura Danzo to cultivate Uchiha Itachi as a high-ranking spy planted within the Uchiha clan, but this was not how he wanted Danzo to train him. Killing comrades from the same village, was this meant to lead a child who already possessed the will of fire into darkness, and even more so a genius from the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. Trying to pull an extreme Akihara Kagura back was already difficult, and now he had to deal with Uchiha Itachi's issue. Let's head back to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured and commanded, Kakashi, tell me everything about this mission you've carried out. By the way, where is Itachi? Hade Kakashi also frowned and said, I had him return to Konoha first to report to Lord Hokage about our situation in the Hidden Rock Village. Uchiha Itachi was taken away by Lord Danzo to carry out a mission. A person responsible for conveying orders to Shimura Danzo responded, I saw Uchiha Itachi when I was just delivering Lord Hokage's orders. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly nodded his head. This matter would have to wait until Shimura Danzo returns to Konoha. Inside the Hokage building, Hade Kakashi brought Akihara Kagura with him. Hade Kakashi reported the mission's details to Sarutobi Hiruzen, among which the matters concerning Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano were the most important, requiring Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders to resolve. I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, agreeing to take care of it. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen already intended for Akihara Kagura to become a future pillar of Konoha, he naturally wouldn't allow this child's ties to fall into others' hands. Let them come back. Sarutobi Hiruzen was confident about handling this matter himself. I will command Danzo to no longer harm his fellow villagers without reason. Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano will be moved away from the route and the intelligence department, allowing them to choose their own paths. Yes, Third Hokage. Akihara Kagura immediately agreed on their behalf. However, by the time Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano returned, they had already become spies planted in Konoha by Orochimaru. Akihara Kagura. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Akihara Kagura, taking the opportunity to teach. Danzo's actions are extreme. Do not become like him. He always tends to overthink things, worried that Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano might leak information. This is his mistake, and I will strip him of his control over the intelligence department. This was a form of consolation. Sarutobi Hiruzen was worried that this might cause Akihara Kagura to harbor resentments. I can understand Lord Danzo's thoughts. Akihara Kagura shook his head, seemingly understanding such matters. Lord Danzo always believes that ninjas of the root should not have ties, as they would become weaknesses. I once also tried to kill Yakashi Kabuto and Dean Yakashi Nano to sever my own ties, but Danzo's thoughts are wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately realized the folly of Shimura Danzo, looking at Akihara Kagura with a gentle and kind expression, saying, "Bonds are the most beautiful things in this world. It's because of bonds that we understand we are not alone in this world." "Yes," Akihara Kagura bowed his head. "Go arrange the matter with Karin." Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and instructed with satisfaction, "Help the child find a place to live next to Naruto. I hope she gets along well with Naruto." "Yes." Akihara Kagura turned and left. After Akihara Kagura left, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt himself relaxed and sighed. Dealing with children with extreme views is really a problem. Hatake Kakashi strongly agreed with this. Since Akihara Kagura became his subordinate, Hatake Kakashi found himself having more and more headaches, especially after Uchiha Itachi also joined. Being a team leader is too difficult. "Lord Hawkage." Hatake Kakashi hesitated and then looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, softly saying, "After the incidents involving Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano, the relationship between Itachi and Kagura has almost become irreconcilable. Moreover, both of them have been secretly competing for the future leadership position of the root." "I'll think about it." "Wait, what did you say?" As Sarutobi Hiruzen was listening, he suddenly seemed to hear something strange and immediately stopped Hatake Kakashi's words. He looked at Hatake Kakashi somewhat oddly. "The root? Since when is it changing its leader, Danzo? When is he going to retire? How come I didn't know about this? Why didn't anyone tell me about Danzo wanting to retire? And with Danzo's character, would he really be willing to give up power and retire?" Hatake Kakashi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in surprise. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was even more surprised than Hatake Kakashi. "How did you come to know this news?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head somewhat helplessly, planning to ask Danzo about this matter later. The position of the future leader of the root cannot be decided by Danzo alone, because the root, as a distorted organization, exists solely because Danzo is his childhood friend and companion. It is absolutely unacceptable for others to continue controlling the root, a nearly private armed force like Danzo. Hatake Kakashi felt something was amiss and took the initiative to ask, "Did Danzo recommend Itachi to join the Ambu for training because he wanted to cultivate a future leader for the root?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly at a loss for words. The higher-ups in Konoha wanted to arrange for Uchiha Itachi to become a spy within the Uchiha clan, a matter that simply could not be discussed with any ordinary ninja. But how did such a rumor spread? After pondering for a moment, Hiruzen felt he had no choice but to continue along the lines of the rumor. "Both Danzo and I are indeed getting old, and the future of Konoha must rest on the shoulders of the younger generation. Perhaps Danzo really does have the idea of cultivating a successor." "Yes," Hatake Kakashi slowly nodded, continuing, "Kagura has always believed that Danzo had chosen him, but Danzo ended up choosing Uchiha Itachi, so the conflict between the two has never stopped." "I understand." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag on his cigarette, exhaling a thick ring of smoke. "Don't worry, when Danzo returns, I'll discuss this matter with him." Chapter 108, Karin's Ninja Tutor. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a bit bewildered, especially after this old man learned that there were rumors within the Ambu about Uchiha Itachi being the future successor of the root. Sarutobi Hiruzen became even more perplexed. How did this news spread? Did everyone know that Shimura Danzo was grooming a successor? The old man stood in front of a mirror, looking at his reflection, and sighed deeply. "Danzo and I are indeed getting old." If age were to be considered, it was indeed time for them to think about grooming successors. Even Shimura Danzo had started to groom one. The position of Hawkage was more important than that of the leader of the root. Sarutobi Hiruzen, contemplating his own future successor, felt deeply worried. "Danzo is considering candidates for the future leadership of the root. I must also urge Jiraiya to return. It's time to find a qualified teacher for that child, Akihara Kagura." Konoha Village, Ninja Academy. This was Akihara Kagura's first visit here. After arranging a house near Uzumaki Naruto for Karin, Akihara Kagura brought her to the Ninja Academy and directly completed the enrollment procedures. A group of young students were frolicking in the school, while several Chunin teachers chatted in a corner of the playground, creating an especially harmonious and serene atmosphere. Among these kids, Akihara Kagura saw many familiar faces, even spotting the girl with a bun hairstyle who had once covered him with a blanket. The bun-haired girl was named Tenten. As Akihara Kagura passed by, Tenten couldn't help but curiously glance at him, feeling that he looked somewhat familiar but couldn't remember who he was. "Tenten, what's wrong?" A boy with white eyes noticed his classmate's unusual behavior and followed her gaze towards Akihara Kagura and little Karin. "That's the attire of the Ambu. That person is an Ambu ninja, looks only a few years older than us." Based on Akihara Kagura's age, he should be in the 5th grade of the Ninja Academy, and if his performance was average, he would need another year to graduate. However, now his rank was the same as that of the teachers at the Ninja Academy. Akihara Kagura stood in the Ninja Academy teacher's office, found a 1st-grade teacher who looked very young and had become a chunin not long ago, and now serves as a teacher at the Ninja Academy. "My name is Yumino Uruka." The teacher, with a scar on his nose, smiled and said, "I'm the homeroom teacher of the 1st-grade class. What brings you here?" "Here for enrollment procedures." Akihara Kagura nudged Karin lightly and whispered, "This child is over 6 years old, and the 3rd Hokage has already allowed her to enroll in the Ninja Academy." "Is that so?" Yumino Uruka glanced at Karin and kindly suggested, "It's the 2nd semester of the 1st grade now. I actually recommend waiting until the Ninja Academy's enrollment period in September to let her join the next class so she won't fall behind in the curriculum." "Can you do it?" Akihara Kagura looked down at Karin. "I can." Karin shrank slightly, hiding beside Akihara Kagura. In this unfamiliar village, Karin didn't know anyone and could only rely on Akihara Kagura, who had taken care of her all this way without ever abandoning her. "She said she can." Akihara Kagura looked at Yumino Uruka. "Ah, this." Yumino Uruka scratched the back of his head awkwardly and continued to persuade with embarrassment. "It's going to be tough for transfer students in the Ninja Academy." "It's okay." Akihara Kagura shook his head and continued, "If she really can't keep up, I'll find her a chunin tutor for private lessons." Yumino Uruka found himself without a reason to refuse. "By the way," Akihara Kagura watched Yumino Uruka handling the paperwork and suddenly asked, "Uzumaki Naruto is also in the 1st grade, right? How is he doing?" Yumino Uruka's writing stopped abruptly and he lowered his head. "What is your relationship with Naruto? We had ramen together." Akihara Kagura replied offhandedly, "His grades are exceptionally poor." Yumino Uruka thought of the student with the worst grades in the class, couldn't help but feel a headache and mixed feeling. He harbored resentment towards the 9 tails sealed within the child, but also remembered his own dream to fulfill the responsibilities of a teacher properly. Because of the 9 tails, Yumino Uruka's parents were killed. Even knowing that this had nothing to do with Uzumaki Naruto, they couldn't help but hate the 9 tails fox. For them, the 9 tails and Uzumaki Naruto were one and the same. That would be for the best. Akihara Kagura glanced at Karin, softly saying, "It must be somewhat lonely to take supplementary lessons alone. It's good that someone can accompany you to take the lessons together." Karin nodded hesitantly. "Don't bully others and don't let yourself be bullied." After considering the 1st-grade student group at the ninja school, which included some children of prominent families, Akihara Kagura continued, "If someone bullies you, tell me. I'll consider how to deal with their parents. The Anbu ninja's job involves killing and exterminating clans." Hey, that's too much." Yumino Uruka, the teacher, quickly tried to stop this extremely extreme parenting, waving his hand and saying, "I won't let this child be bullied." In fact, many children in the 1st grade have very deep family backgrounds. The youngest son of the Uchiha clan, one of the 2 great clans of Konoha, the eldest daughter of the main family of the Hyuga clan, children from the 3 great clans of Inoshika-cho, and children from the Inuzuka and Aburame clans. Theoretically, this Ambu ninja named Akihara Kagura shouldn't provoke these families. However, Yumino Uruka had indeed seen this guy's performance in the Chunin exams. It must be said, it's really a bit scary. "I'm leaving now." Akihara Kagura patted Karin on the head, seemingly knowing that the child would be scared after he left, and softly comforted, "Don't be afraid." "Yes, Lord Kagura," Karin nodded quickly. When Akihara Kagura left, his appearance clearly caused quite a stir among many people, especially the ninja headband he wore on his head. "It looks almost the same as us. Their outfit is also different from our teachers. Is he an elite ninja?" "I don't know. Tusk, that guy." A little boy stood in the crowd, clearly disdainful of Akihara Kagura, muttering, "My brother also has a set of that attire. It's just a ninja from the Anbu." "So, it's little Sasuke." Akihara Kagura's steps clearly paused as he looked at Sasuke, who was surrounded by 2 little girls, and showed him a kind smile. "Just help me pass a message. When your brother comes back, tell him." What do you want? Sasuke was clearly somewhat defiant towards Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura looked at Sasuke, and his tone became much softer. Now, I and your brother are teammates, we are good friends. Hey, Sasuke felt a bit confused. Damn, when did this guy become good friends with his brother? How could he continue to view him as an enemy now? Tell him! Akihara Kagura crouched down, affectionately stroking Uchiha Sasuke's head. You must live well in the future, there are still long days ahead. It doesn't sound like something good. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Akihara Kagura a bit perplexedly. Just tell him he will thank you. After saying that, Akihara Kagura stood up and left with big strides, leaving behind a somewhat perplexed Uchiha Sasuke, thinking hard. I should find a Chunin to be a home tutor for those two kids. Akihara Kagura had to face his most troublesome problem, as he didn't know anyone, and by the way, this expense should be shared with someone. I should go to Captain Kakashi and ask if he is willing to help Naruto with some tutoring fees. First grade class. In the classroom, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly sneezed while playing. A chubby boy playing with him immediately stopped, curiously looking at his friend. Naruto, did you catch a cold? It doesn't matter. Little Naruto rubbed his nose, laughing. Choji, let's continue. It's not like there's a doctor to see me if I have a cold, haha. Okay, I won't go to the doctor if I have a cold, I'll stay with you. The chubby boy was very loyal to his friends, but also somewhat troubled. However, my body is very healthy, I wonder when I'll be able to catch a cold. Wait until you slim down. A little boy with his hair tied up fiddled with his ear. Shikamaru, I'm not fat. The chubby boy suddenly became a bit angry. Ah, yes, you're plump, the boy with his hair tied up calmly added. While they were still frolicking and having fun, the bell for class rang and the children each moved to their own seats. The first grade homeroom teacher, Yumino Uruka, came in with a little girl with red hair and glasses. This is Karin. Yumino Uruka patted little Karin on the shoulder and gently said, Karin, please introduce yourself to everyone. How should I introduce myself? Little Karin, clutching her clothes, looked uneasily at Uruka. Just, Yumino Uruka smiled, soothing her frightened mood. Introduce your name, what you like, what you dislike, and your dreams for the future. Yes. Karin stood in front of everyone present and softly said, My name is Karin. What I like most is Lord Kagura. What I dislike is whoever Lord Kagura dislikes, and my dream for the future is to become someone like Lord Kagura. Yumino Uruka was dumbfounded. The group of children was also dumbfounded. Yumino Uruka quickly smiled and corrected Karin. You should introduce what you like, not what Kagura-kun likes, like what food you like. What Lord Kagura likes, I like. Karin's body trembled slightly as she earnestly said, I like eating the fish that Lord Kagura catches. I dislike the fish that don't bite at Lord Kagura's hook. The group of children burst into laughter. She doesn't look smart. Look at her hair, red, just like a little chili pepper. Who exactly is this Lord Kagura? Is it Akihara Kagura? Sasuke and Naruto simultaneously uttered the same name, unable to resist glancing at each other before quickly turning their heads away in disdain. Yes, Karin nodded. That person. The little boy who always tied up his hair seemed thoughtful. Compared to the other children, this little guy was obviously more mentally mature, had access to more information, and had even personally gone to watch the Chunin exams. Shikamaru, do you know him? The chubby boy leaned forward, asking curiously. It doesn't really concern us. Shikamaru, holding the back of his head, spoke indifferently. Anyway, according to my dad, it's supposed to be about the village's future or something. I don't quite understand. The gist of it is, we just need to slack off and wait to die. The village already has someone who can protect its future. Okay, let's go buy some chips later. The chubby boy easily agreed. His academic performance wasn't good anyway. Naruto refused the defeatist attitude Shikamaru offered, waving his little fist. That won't do, we still need to study hard. I'm going to become Hokage and earn everyone's recognition. But you have the worst grades. Shikamaru began to clean his ears again. The Ninja Academy welcomed a new student, an event that excited the group of children for a day. After school, they went their separate ways home, and by the next day, the novelty of the new student had worn off. Naruto, as usual, went home alone after school but noticed a red-haired girl following him all the way to his doorstep, only then realizing they were neighbors. Karin, we're neighbors. Aha! Karin nodded. Naruto felt a slight warmth in his heart. Yet something even warmer happened to Naruto. Akihara Kagura and Hajike Kakashi came over with a woman he didn't recognize, inviting him and Karin to eat dango. What day was it today, after all? Not only did he have a classmate as a neighbor, but there was also someone who treated him to dango. Thank you for your hard work, Anko. Hajike Kakashi smiled as he apologized, seemingly a bit embarrassed. The Ambu allowance hasn't been distributed yet, and my money is almost just enough to treat you to some dango. Actually, this matter had nothing to do with Hade Kakashi. However, when Akihara Kagiura mentioned finding tutors for Karin and Uzumaki Naruto, Hade Kakashi took the initiative to get involved and even planned to contribute some funds. Unfortunately, the price for private tutors in Konoha was extremely high. Hade Kakashi and Akihara Kagiura voluntarily lowered their expectations, hoping to find someone who could help with extra lessons, because Kakashi definitely couldn't help with tutoring. Kakashi had graduated from the Ninja Academy when he was 5 years old, while other children his age hadn't even started school yet. Akihara Kagiura had never attended school at all. There weren't many people in Konoha willing to take on the tasks of the poor. Just at this time, Mitarashi Anko, who had once deceived Akihara Kagiura, came into view, which was like a free service delivered to their doorstep. "It's not hard work, it's a hard life." Mitarashi Anko took a bite of a dango and muttered, "Don't worry." Akihara Kagiura glanced at little Karin and little Naruto. "As long as these two little guys pass the final exams, I won't hold a grudge against you anymore." After all, Karin was someone he had brought back to Konoha and was an important subordinate for the future, deserving some time to enjoy a relaxed campus life. "Okay," Mitarashi Anko nodded, disdainful of the task. "What's there to tutor in first grade? I'll help these two brats catch up with 6 years' worth of courses and let them graduate early." Mitarashi Anko was an outstanding graduate of the Ninja Academy who even graduated directly at the age of 10, or else Orochimaru wouldn't have taken him as a student in the first place. "Wait, tutoring." Uzumaki Naruto, holding a dango, was struck as if by a bolt from the blue. Why did he have to be forced to take tutoring? Why did he have to be forced to study? "Good luck." Akihara Kagiura sincerely wished him well, casually reminding him, "This teacher is quite strict, not as kind as me. I'm going out on a mission. I hope you're still alive when I return." "Ah," little Naruto was almost scared silly. "Will the teacher kill me? If you're not up to standard, yes." Mitarashi Anko revealed a sweet smile and spoke words that could frighten children. Hade Kakashi remembered that Akihara Kagiura was going out to meet with Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano for a mission and offered his help proactively. "Do you need me to accompany you? It's a small matter, I can go by myself." Akihara Kagiura shook his head, not wanting Hade Kakashi to interfere. "Bringing an extra person would consume significantly more chakra. I will use the Flying Thunder God technique to bring them back as quickly as possible." Akihara Kagiura then looked towards Mitarashi Anko, his eyes revealing a hint of peculiarity. He was certain that his trip would inevitably lead him to encounter Orochimaru, the teacher whom Mitarashi Anko yearned for day and night. Akihara Kagiura already knew that Orochimaru had taken Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano away. This trip was to bring the two spy members back, marking the start of a true undercover life in Konoha for the family. Chapter 109, Birthday Presents, Land of Grass, Orochimaru's experimental base. When Akihara Kagiura came here again, he felt a sense of change, as if things were not as they used to be. White Zetsuoi slowly emerged from the ground. "Kagiura, you finally arrived!" White Zetsuoi had been keeping an eye on Yakashi Kabuto. This time, Akihara Kagiura came here alone, and White Zetsuoi finally found an opportunity to have a one-on-one chat with Kagiura. "Orochimaru, Yakashi Kabuto, and Yakashi Nano are here, spending every day in the laboratory conducting experiments. Such a life is too dull." "What experiments are they conducting?" Akihara Kagiura was a bit curious. "Did Orochimaru have a new project? They are researching the bone release Kekkei Genkai." White Zetsuoi actually knew about this and could even explain it clearly. "Bone release is the Kekkei Genkai of the Kaguya clan. They are researching the blood of bone release." White Zetsuoi also gained some intelligence. Because the Kaguya clan has taken over the grass village, Orochimaru brought back many bodies of the Kaguya clan. Unfortunately, their experiments have not made significant progress. This involves genetics. Akihara Kagiura knew somewhat about this and sighed. "They must find the DNA fragments of bone release. Blood samples are not enough." White Zetsuoi had a bit of a headache and simply shared another piece of intelligence. "However, Orochimaru has recently been inquiring about the Akatsuki organization's information. Perhaps we will soon witness an interesting development." "That's not bad." Akihara Kagiura smiled and nodded, continuing, "I hope Lord Orochimaru and the Akatsuki will determine the winner soon, so we won't have to worry about whom to side with in the future." "All right." Akihara Kagiura looked at White Zetsuoi and said, "The work here is done, just in time to help me monitor another person, Uchiha Itachi. Is there going to be a good show?" White Zetsuoi tilted his neck, losing interest in the previous scene where Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano recognized each other and proactively suggested, "This time, can it be a tragedy? I want to see the tragedy of humanity." His life is already a tragedy. Akihara Kagura paused for a moment and then walked into the experimental base. When Akihara Kagura entered the base, a small white snake quickly slithered into Orochimaru's laboratory, informing Orochimaru of Akihara Kagura's arrival. Orochimaru glanced at Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano, who were assisting on the side, and revealed a sinister smile. "Kabuto, Ms. Nano, the person coming to welcome you back to Konoha has arrived. It's the person you most want to see." Just at that moment, a figure pushed open the door of the laboratory. Akihara Kagura looked up at the three people present and first greeted Orochimaru respectfully. "Lord Orochimaru, thank you for taking care of Kabuto and the Dean. You're welcome." Orochimaru smiled and nodded, casually lying. "It's what I should do. Preserving their lives is a deal between us. I have fulfilled all your requests. Now it's up to you to see if you can fulfill what I want. I won't disappoint you." Akihara Kagura slowly lowered his head. "Kagura!" Yakashi Nano looked at Akihara Kagura with a worried expression. "I'll help you." Yakashi Kabuto's expression was somewhat calm, only slowly clenching his fists, as if somewhat resigned to the sacrifices Akihara Kagura was making for them. Orochimaru seemed to have everything under control, smilingly said, "I will tell Shimura Danzo to drop the pursuit of your matters. However, that guy might not give up completely. He will trouble you sooner or later. You must be careful." "Understood." Akihara Kagura nodded, glanced at Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano beside him, and said softly, "Lord Orochimaru, then I will take them and leave first. If there's any information in the future, let Kabuto relay the message to us." "Okay." Orochimaru stuck out his tongue, licking his lips. "Kagura, but don't you have anything you want to say to me? You first take the Dean outside and wait for me." Akihara Kagura glanced at Yakashi Kabuto. "Yes!" Yakashi Kabuto seemed to understand Akihara Kagura's intention, thinking that Orochimaru might want to make another deal with Akihara Kagura, but such matters were beyond his intervention. Yakashi Nano wanted to say something, but when she met Akihara Kagura's gaze, she also helplessly lowered her head and left the laboratory with Yakashi Kabuto. Now, only Orochimaru and Akihara Kagura were left in the laboratory. "Are you a child from the orphanage?" Orochimaru, his voice hoarse, inquired about the origins of Akihara Kagura. "I almost forget. Did you escape from the orphanage on your own, or did I abduct you from the orphanage?" If Akihara Kagura was indeed a child from the orphanage, then this child's scheming would be too terrifying, actually using him and Shimura Danzo to eventually save Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano. If Akihara Kagura was not a child from the orphanage, this child's cunning would be too formidable, being able to manipulate everyone around so thoroughly that even I nearly believed Akihara Kagura was a child from the Konoha orphanage. Just the right time. Akihara Kagura shook his head, not caring about exposing his flaws to Orochimaru, perhaps also needing someone in the future to uncover this layer of identity flaw. Akihara Kagura glanced at Orochimaru and took the initiative to ask, "Lord Orochimaru, for them, isn't it just perfect that I'm a child from the orphanage? Your acting is not bad." Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle lightly, his eyes revealing a bit of sharpness and doubt. "I almost believed it, Kagura." "Lord Orochimaru." A look of helplessness and respect appeared on Akihara Kagura's face. "I was raised by Lord Orochimaru. No matter what, I should not lie to you. Those two are just strangers to me." Orochimaru laughed reservedly and nodded. "All right, I know. Take Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano with you." Akihara Kagura, fearing further trouble from Orochimaru, continued to fan the flames. "Uchiha Abido has found me again, also hoping that I would be his spy in Konoha." This was not a lie, just a slight difference in timing. This is the beauty of reporting to a superior. Some things can be reported, just with a slight adjustment in timing, whether it's the timing of the event itself or the timing of reporting it. Agree to it. Orochimaru's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "It just so happens I'm also gathering information about Akatsuki. Pass on any intelligence about Uchiha Abido and Akatsuki to me as well." "Understood." Akihara Kagura nodded and added, "By the way, the Akatsuki organization and Uchiha Abido might be searching for Lord Orochimaru's whereabouts." "It doesn't matter." Orochimaru praised his subordinate and with a smile shook his head. "I originally thought it was a small organization. I didn't expect this organization's mystery to exceed my imagination. However, there's no need to stop them in the future. I actually want to see the true face of this organization." Since Orochimaru got the news about the Akatsuki from Akihara Kagura, he started to inquire about the Akatsuki organization. The level of mystery of this organization was such that even Orochimaru couldn't find out much, only knowing that the organization had taken on some minor country warfare tasks. What a grand gesture! Orochimaru's interest in this organization grew increasingly. "Take them and leave." Orochimaru waved his hand to signal Akihara Kagura to leave, and continued slowly. I have already taught Kabuto and Ms. Nano the way we pass information. Yes, Akihara Kagura then nodded and left directly. After the youth's figure disappeared from the laboratory, Orochimaru's gaze revealed a hint of doubt, and he chuckled softly. Clearly a child from the orphanage, yet he speaks this way. Is it to gain my trust so I won't harm Kabuto and Ms. Nano? This was a troubling matter for Orochimaru, because Orochimaru, in order to delve into Akihara Kagura's origins, had been probing and eavesdropping between Kabuto and Ms. Nano during this time, but always heard the two expressing guilt and misunderstanding about Akihara Kagura. Especially Ms. Nano, who always felt guilty for not having taken good care of all the children, leading to Akihara Kagura's disappearance from the orphanage. Orochimaru could only conclude that Akihara Kagura was indeed a child from the orphanage. Ms. Nano couldn't possibly remember the children she adopted incorrectly, right? Now, this child is vehemently denying it, probably for the safety of Kabuto and Ms. Nano. Kagura, you think too much. Orochimaru's smile grew wider, seemingly not caring at all about the child deceiving him, because he held the child's weakness. Only if they are alive can I control and use you. Why would I bear to harm them? Akihara Kagura closed the door to the laboratory, but continued to gaze at the thick iron door as if he could see Orochimaru talking to himself inside. It's really troublesome. No matter what, I was always a scheming person. Akihara Kagura narrowed his eyes as if everything was expected. Why not take this opportunity to let you arrogantly catch what you think is my weakness? The ninja world needs bonds. Those without bonds cannot be restrained. Only when a person has bonds will they more easily gain the trust of others. The third Hokage of Konoha, Saruto by Hiruzen, is a prime example of this. Orochimaru is an exception. This superior always liked to consider himself as others' bond. Sooner or later you will find out. I am not from the Konoha orphanage, nor the child you raised, Lord Orochimaru. When you know the truth in the future, will you feel guilty? Anyway, I am now a child with new bonds. I no longer actively become your vessel, and that is only natural. Akihara Kagura slowly turned around and leisurely walked out of the research base, looking at the sunlight falling outside the research base, and also saw Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano waiting for him, both looking at him with worried faces, holding something in their hands. That! Yakashi Nano took the initiative to come forward to inquire. Don't worry, I'm fine. Akihara Kagura shook his head as if he, the youngest, was the one who could make decisions. Let's go back to Konoha first. Kagura, Yakashi Kabuto stepped forward, opening the package in his hands and softly said, Today is your birthday. The dean secretly made a birthday cake thinking there wouldn't be a chance to see you. I'm sorry. Yakashi Nano lowered her head, seemingly uneasy, for she had learned of Akihara Kagura's birthday from Orochimaru's lips. Akihara Kagura's expression flickered, remembering that it was already April. Let's go back first. Akihara Kagura declined their kindness. If we hurry, we can reach Konoha by evening. You guys can share the cake with the children at the orphanage. Kagura! A hint of sympathy and guilt shone in Yakashi Nano's eyes. It's okay, no need to feel guilty. Akihara Kagura slowly shook his head, softly saying, Just like you once forgot about me, I have long forgotten about the orphanage. A sense of sorrow subtly appeared between Yakashi Nano and Yakashi Kabuto. Thanks for your concern. Akihara Kagura could only extend a finger to wipe a bit of cream and symbolically tasted it, a gesture that brought a smile to Yakashi Nano's face. Akihara Kagura slowly turned around, but saw only the research base, still with no one coming out. In the grass beside the research base, a little white snake quietly slipped into the research facility. After hearing the information the little white snake had gathered from outside, Orochimaru was unimpressed, as he had already fully confirmed Akihara Kagura's identity, while Yakashi Nano was secretly making a birthday cake for Kagura. Orochimaru opened a drawer in the lab, inside which lay a scroll with a red longevity character on it, obviously intended as a birthday gift for someone. Orochimaru slowly took the scroll out of the drawer and directly threw it into the little white snake's mouth, commanding with a light laugh, Take it to Kagura. Although this child's most important bond is no longer with me, it seems his heart still holds hope for me. Chapter 110, Rinnegan Temporary, Jido Statue Husk. Orochimaru never cared about making small sacrifices. Orochimaru giving a birthday gift was a trivial matter, but for some children it could be a rare moment of warmth in their lives, drawing them in involuntarily, depending on this bit of warmth to get through tough times. Orochimaru knew well that the child, Akihara Kagura, might not seek it anymore, but this child had already developed a habit of relying on him, which suited him perfectly. If he could win people over with more subtle means, who would prefer extreme measures? Akatsuki. After Orochimaru had placed another pawn in Konoha, he began to explore a matter of recent interest to him. This organization could even complete a mission to destroy a country so effortlessly. It seems there are many of my kind within. The Akatsuki organization was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps due to Uchiha Obaido's guidance, the Akatsuki's pursuit of Orochimaru was faster than Orochimaru's pursuit of them. While Orochimaru was still trying to draw out the Akatsuki, an invitation for a meeting appeared at Orochimaru's research base. Moreover, the invitation appeared without Orochimaru's notice, and even the small white snakes scattered throughout the base detected no anomalies. It was an impressively effective move. This meant that Orochimaru could be attacked by the Akatsuki in his sleep. Yet the organization did not attack Orochimaru, but instead invited him to meet, clearly confident in their power, and Orochimaru was naturally unafraid. Then, Orochimaru encountered a power beyond his understanding. A man with orange hair and Rinnegan eyes effortlessly defeated Orochimaru, and with a face full of pride, asked if he would join the Akatsuki. One of the 3 children I met back then. Orochimaru was somewhat surprised to recognize the orange-haired man with the Rinnegan. If he judged by appearance, he had encountered this orange-haired man during the Second Great Ninja War, but back then he was not the master of the Rinnegan. The real master of the Rinnegan should be a red-haired person. Faced with unknown doubts and the temptation of the Rinnegan, Orochimaru had no choice but to agree, hoping to gain the power of the Rinnegan in the future. Orochimaru had no idea how his joining the Akatsuki would cause such a storm in the ninja world. Inside Konoha village, Yakashi Nano returned to the Konoha orphanage and received a sum of money allocated by Sarutobi Hiruzen as compensation. Yakashi Kabuto became an honored genin of Konoha, teaming up with Orochimaru's low-level spies placed within Konoha. Akihara Kagura had just settled his bonds and unpacked the gift from Orochimaru, a beautiful shuriken, only to discover some major problems as his system suddenly alerted him of 2 strange new superiors. System prompt. You have a new superior, Tendo Pain, rewarded with a newcomer's welcome package, unlocking new features. Rinnegan provisional. The legendary eyes of the Sage of the 6 Paths, possessing mysterious and formidable power, capable of mastering yin-yang escape technique, creating 6-path puppets, summoning the outer path Jido statue of the legendary 10 Tails, and casting extremely powerful Dojutsu. When the host truly acquires their own Rinnegan, it will merge ocular powers into one, giving a chance to awaken the Rinnegan's true terrifying power. System prompt. You have a new superior, Nagato, rewarded with a newcomer's welcome package, unlocking new features. 10 Tails Shell. The legendary shell of the 10 Tails, the trunk of the divine tree, also known as the outer path Jido statue, capable of easily casting sealing techniques that suppress the tailed beasts. The 10 Tails shell sealed within the host's body, the wood release Kekkei Genkai will be enhanced, which can be used to cultivate white Zetsu, and also consumes the host's chakra considerably when utilizing the 10 Tails shell. The host can use wood release to absorb chakra to supply the 10 Tails husk, enabling it to revive and transform into the 10 Tails divine tree, thus truly becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, mastering the power of the 10 Tails. What's going on here? Akihara Kagura looked somewhat bewildered at his new features. He recognized these terms combined together, even felt something sealed within him, a dead, silent monster, felt an extra pair of eyes to switch to, felt his wood release becoming as easy to command as his own limbs. Did he level up? Akihara Kagura quickly used the ninja in the shadows to investigate information about his 2 new superiors, only to see the scene of his first superior, Orochimaru, defecting to the Akatsuki organization. The first company he worked for was acquired. Akihara Kagura couldn't help but speculate about the system's determination of superiors. By aligning himself with Shimura Danzo, it was as if he was passively aligned with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru's choice to defect to the Akatsuki meant he was now considered a subordinate of the Akatsuki. On the other hand, Nagato is his highest-ranking superior, with Tendo Pain merely being Nagato's puppet, yet the system still listed them as 2 separate superiors. However, this situation brought considerable benefits to Akihara Kagura. Even though the Rinnegan Akihara Kagura suddenly acquired couldn't unleash its full power, just creating 6 path puppets and mastering yin-yang escape was already a significant help to him. Moreover, there's also a path to the power level of the 6 paths. Now, all the ninjas in the ninja world are merely beneficiaries of the legacy left by the Sage of the Six Paths, whose power is the strongest in this world. Ninjas today may still distinguish between Jonin, Chunin, and Genin, at most dividing the strong ones into the category of those on the level of Kage by using chakra. However, when truly judged by outcomes, this world has only two levels: the Sage of the Six Paths, ordinary ninjas. The legendary Sage of the Six Paths has long since died and become history. However, Akihara Kagura knows that the dead are not incapable of affecting the present world. The chakra of that Sage of the Six Paths still resides between the Pure Eland and the present world, watching over the world's crises like a true deity and even capable of descending upon the world. Or, his appearance might not even be necessary. The Sage of the Six Paths only needs to find the right person, bestow a little of the chakra of the Six Paths, and that could change everything, solving the crises of the ninja world. Akihara Kagura was originally worried about the Ten Tails husk sealed within himself, concerned about whether the sealed Ten Tails husk inside him would affect anything. When he used the ninja in the shadows to check on his new superior, he saw that behind his new superior, Nagato, there was an outer path Jido statue. Akihara Kagura was considerably relieved. The days ahead might not be so boring. Apart from training, he also had to figure out a way to use wood release to absorb the chakra of ninjas, nurturing the revival of the sealed Ten Tails husk within him. Although absorbing the chakra of ninjas was slow, it was a sustainable yet slow benefit because ninjas could still reconstitute after their chakra was absorbed. Is this something worth trying? It would be best to determine how much chakra is needed for the true revival of the Ten Tails husk. Naturally, the most suitable person is definitely Hadake Kakashi, the chakra measurement unit of the ninja world. Akihara Kagura simply dragged his superior, Hadake Kakashi, to the training ground for training, and under the guise of training was taught a lesson in taijutsu by Hadake Kakashi. However, Akihara Kagura, in a fit of pique, used wood release to absorb Hadake Kakashi's chakra, and the Ten Tails husk inside him showed no reaction at all, deeming the amount of chakra insufficient even to fill the gaps between its teeth. "Your taijutsu is a bit poor, huh?" Hadake Kakashi, devoid of strength, leaned against a tree and shrugged his shoulders. "Your wood release has been improving faster and faster, to the point that I didn't even notice when your vines caught me. But," after saying this, Hadake Kakashi continued, "for other Kekkei Genkai users with abundant chakra, the benefits of practicing taijutsu are too little." In anyone's view, Akihara Kagura seems to have no need to practice taijutsu because his wood release techniques are extremely powerful and he need not worry about being approached by anyone. Akihara Kagura's eyes twinkled, very aware of his own shortcomings. Regardless of the level of combat, taijutsu is indispensable. Now, he is able to suppress everything with wood release, simply because the strength of ninjas today is not strong enough. This won't do. As a qualified employee, Akihara Kagura must continually improve himself to have the opportunity to work for a better boss in the future, and not to be inexplicably dismissed by the boss. Akihara Kagura took Kakashi's advice and casually asked Hadake Kakashi, "How is your practice of the Flying Thunder God technique going?" "I'm working hard on it." Hadake Kakashi's eyes betrayed a hint of helplessness. Sometimes, Hadake Kakashi couldn't help but admire the genius of Akihara Kagura, who could easily learn any technique. The Flying Thunder God technique is extremely demanding of talent. Hadake Kakashi felt that the more he learned, the more difficult it became. Once considered a genius, Hadake Kakashi was someone many of his peers aspired to catch up with. Now, however, he increasingly feels powerless, whether it's Akihara Kagura by his side or Uchiha Abido stirring up storms outside. Hadake Kakashi feels he must work even harder to keep up with them. "I don't know if this counts as finding a clue." Hadake Kakashi took out a soldier pill from his pocket, bit into it to restore his chakra, and slowly extended his hand. A black magic circle, similar to the summoning technique, floated uncertainty in his hand, enlarging and shrinking, appearing somewhat eerie. "This!" Akihara Kagura's eyes flashed with confusion, trying to understand. "Don't tell me this is your Flying Thunder God mark. It's still unstable." The black magic circle in Hadake Kakashi's palm flickered and suddenly dissipated. He said helplessly, "I can feel the spatial temporal coordinates contained in this mark. As long as it stabilizes, I will try to use it for Flying Thunder God's spatial temporal travel." "But," Akihara Kagura looked at Hadake Kakashi, trying to persuade him, "this Flying Thunder God mark has a diameter of about 30 centimeters, right? Are you planning to tattoo it directly on the enemy in the future?" "Hey, you!" Hade Kakashi looked at his subordinate helplessly, hoping the genius would understand his struggle. It was not easy for me to take the first step, and I have you to thank for your advice. Lately, I've been trying to find a way to condense spatial temporal coordinates from the summoning technique, nearly driving Pakan and the others mad. Pakan is a ninja dog. Hade Kakashi's summoned beasts are 8 ninja dogs, with Pakan being the most commonly used. Clearly, he used the summoning technique to find inspiration, causing no small amount of trouble for his summoned beasts. By the way, we can't go out lately. After exchanging their recent training achievements, Hade Kakashi suddenly reminded Akihara Kagura, because you kidnapped the 3rd Tsuchikage, it made Lord Hawkage feel that our investigation into Uchiha Abido could easily trigger a great ninja war. On the other hand, the situation in the village has become tense again. Hade Kakashi looked towards the bustling Konoha, his voice gradually lowering. Summer is approaching and a storm is coming again. The Uchiha clan's base. The higher-ups in the Konoha and the Uchiha clan are all aware that Uchiha Abido was the culprit behind the Nine Tails disturbance, yet there's no sign of easing tensions. The Konoha's leadership is still torn between easing up on the Uchiha clan or continuing to suppress them. Because Uchiha Abido's control over the Nine Tails seems to prove that as long as one possesses a Mangekyo Sharingan, they can control the Nine Tails, not only someone as powerful as Uchiha Madara. A former dead last of the Konoha, simply because he was an Uchiha, evolved his Sharingan to a Mangekyo Sharingan and created so much chaos in the ninja world. What if the Uchiha clan has another Mangekyo Sharingan wielder? What if this Mangekyo Sharingan wielder also takes the wrong path? Can the Konoha endure such turmoil again? The Uchiha clan, naturally they will not bow their heads either. The head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, hopes everyone can stay in line, even if it means kneeling, to prevent a war between the Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, others do not think so. Last year, Uchiha Shisui demonstrated Susanoo, using it to suppress Akihara Kagura's wood dragon, giving the Uchiha clan greater confidence. Most of the Uchiha clan believes that Shisui's Susanoo is enough to single-handedly solve all enemies, perhaps even control the Nine Tails with Genjutsu, eliminating all enemies against the Uchiha. However, Uchiha Shisui is a pacifist. To prevent the Uchiha clan from falling into the abyss, Uchiha Shisui became significantly worn out, even contemplating suicide several times. Just at that time, Uchiha Itachi returned from a mission with Danzo and rushed to a clan meeting, only to see his tired friend. "Shisui, what happened to you?" "Itachi, you're back." Uchiha Shisui met his friend, and the oppression in his heart was greatly eased. A smile also appeared on his face. "I really envy you. I haven't been out on a mission for a long time." Uchiha Itachi shook his head, understanding his meaning, and comforted him. "It's okay, all of this will pass soon. I have already joined the Anbu, even directly under Lord Danzo's route. We will change all of this. It's almost too late." A pained expression appeared in Uchiha Shisui's eyes. As his words fell, the entire Uchiha clan suddenly became lively. Why continue to be weak? Konoha was founded by the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan together. We have always been oppressed by them, but now we finally have the power to change the situation. This is not the founding period of Konoha. We have Shisui, who is as powerful as our ancestor Uchiha Madara. There is no ninja god in the village like Senju Hashirama to stop the Mangekyo Sharingan. There are still wood-release ninjas in the village. Uchiha Fugaku hoped to make the clansmen sober. "Captain!" An Uchiha clansman, far from being calm, even spoke more fervently. "That wood-release kid is no match for Shisui. We all saw it. Even his most powerful wood-release techniques would be easily ended by Shisui's Susanoo." Chapter 111, Limited Tsukuyomi. A group of Uchihas were in a state of uproar. As the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan grew increasingly intense, it was believed that with Uchiha Shisui among them, the Uchiha were already powerful enough, and there was no need for further suppression. Voices of rebellion were rising everywhere. Even Uchiha Fugaku found the situation troublesome. His gaze could only fall on Uchiha Shisui, hoping that Shisui would say something to cool down the fervor. However, Shisui, who was deeply respected by the clan for his gentle nature and not adept at lecturing others, simply turned his hopeful gaze to Fugaku, hoping the clan leader could stand up and quell the dissent among their people. Clearly, there was no one in the Uchiha who could quench this fire. The Uchiha, as if staging a coup, loudly requested Fugaku to lead them in besieging the Hokage mansion, to control the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, and seize the governance of Konoha in one fell swoop. "A storm is coming." The pain in Uchiha Shisui's eyes was almost overflowing. "Is there no solution?" Uchiha Itachi, furrowing his brows, hoped his mentor and good friend from the same clan could come up with a plan. At least we should find a way to delay for some time. I've already learned of Lord Danzo's inclination. He seems to want me to gradually influence the Uchiha's stance, but this requires a bit of time. Let me think of a way. Uchiha Shisui shook his head, his brain racing, and eventually came up with a non-solution. If they think I'm stronger than wood release, then I'll go challenge Akihara Kagiura to a duel, talk to that kid, and lose to him on purpose. Itachi's palm froze, pressing down on Shisui's wrist, his expression grim as he lowered his head. You can't! Why? He will kill you! Itachi was certain that Akihara Kagiura would not hold back. Once Shisui showed signs of defeat, or even intentionally dodged, Kagiura would definitely not miss an opportunity to kill Shisui, because Shisui was his good friend, and he had almost killed the person most important to him. Itachi felt some pain in his heart, still not hiding anything from his good friend, and laid everything out. I accepted Lord Danzo's assessment to kill 2 intelligence department members about to defect, but Kagiura stopped me. Those 2 were the most important people to Kagiura. Now he hates me deeply. He definitely won't hold back against you. So it is. Uchiha Shisui slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, this gentle youth looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of him, smiling as he spoke. All right, I'll think of another way. Don't look so troubled, Itachi. Uchiha Shisui reached out and gently stroked Itachi's head. I'll go back first and think of a way to delay everyone's extreme actions. Is there a way? There will always be a way. Uchiha Shisui's eyes curved into a smile as he encouraged with all his might. Isn't our mission to protect the village and the peace of the Uchiha? No matter how difficult the road ahead is, we must walk firmly on. There will always be a way. Shisui! Uchiha Itachi believed in his good friend. Late at night, the clan meeting ended when the Uchiha clan was still longing for more. Itachi followed his father back home. Uchiha Sasuke, who had been sleeping in a daze, heard his brother's voice and quickly climbed out to hug his brother's thigh. Brother, you're back! Little Sasuke's face was filled with happiness and joy at seeing his brother. Brother, can you practice shuriken with me this time? Sasuke! Uchiha Itachi hid his own sorrow and smiled as he spoke. All right, after I complete the mission tomorrow, I'll practice with you. Right. Little Sasuke remembered Akihara Kagiura and said, that guy named Akihara Kagiura went to our school, asked me to tell you to live well, that there are still long days ahead and such, and he also said you guys are friends or something. Uchiha Itachi's face suddenly turned pale. Did Akihara Kagiura know how close he and his brother were, and to retaliate for nearly killing Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano, did he target his brother? What's wrong, Itachi? Uchiha Fugaku put on his indoor shoes and looked at his son. Have you made friends with that wood-release kid? That's a good thing. Many Jonin in the village believe that kids are the future of the village. Perhaps in the future he might even have the chance to become the Hokage or a high-ranking official. Uchiha Fugaku took the towel from his wife's hand while educating his son. In every aspect, getting along with that kid has no downside. You are peers. You should have a lot in common. Uchiha Itachi fell silent, then spoke softly. Right now, Kagiura must hate me. To carry out my mission, I almost killed the 2 people most important to him. Uchiha Fugaku's movements froze. Itachi! Uchiha Mikoto's face showed a trace of surprise. This mother never thought her child was an extremist. Uchiha Fugaku, the experienced leader of the Konoha police force, remained calm after a moment of silence, then continued to wipe his hands. I see. I understand. This mission was tough on you. Get some rest. Yes. Uchiha Itachi went to rest with his younger brother. The situation between Konoha and the Uchiha clan took a sharp turn for the worse. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan's leader, spoke less and less at clan meetings and even began to increasingly condone the aggressive actions of the Uchiha clan. This made both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui increasingly anxious. Uchiha Itachi reported the movements of the Uchiha clan to Danzo, hoping Danzo could do something to at least change the village's policies towards the Uchiha. If the village changes but the Uchiha do not, then this might further encourage the hawkish thoughts within the Uchiha clan. They might think the village's leadership is weak and can be bullied. Danzo's response was very clever. Danzo had always wanted to deal with the Uchiha clan forcefully, not wanting Konoha to appear weak to them and not wanting the situation between the 2 sides to change. The Uchiha clan, always a hidden threat to Konoha. Uchiha Madara was so, and so was Uchiha Obaido later on. Everyone in the Uchiha clan had the potential to bring disaster to Konoha. I understand. Uchiha Itachi could only bow and agree. Itachi, don't give up. Danzo, squinting his eyes and looking down at Uchiha Itachi, painted a rosy picture for his subordinate. There might still be room for maneuver in these matters. I will try to think of something, try to do something. Shimura Danzo led the route back to Konoha, thinking about resolving the issue with Ikehara Kagura, only to find out that as soon as he returned, the Uchiha clan had caused trouble. Shimura Danzo could only continue to entice and deceive, ordering Uchiha Itachi to constantly monitor the movements of the Uchiha clan. He used this continuous stream of negative information to gradually request Sarutobi Hiruzen to completely resolve the Uchiha matter. The opportunity came quickly. As Uchiha Fugaku no longer made efforts to suppress the Hawks, the entire Uchiha clan's attitude became more and more aggressive, even genuinely proposing a plan for a coup. Tomorrow, the entire Uchiha clan could, under the guise of a festival, initiate a full member gathering at the Naka Shrine, with all Uchiha ninjas in attendance. The Uchiha clan passed a plan to gather all their forces by tomorrow evening to launch a coup against the Konoha leadership. The expressions of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui turned ugly. Is a coup going to happen in Konoha? When Ikehara Kagura received the news from White Zetsuoi, he had no thoughts about it, as if this matter had nothing to do with him as a Konoha ninja. It should be. White Zetsuoi nodded with a smile. It seems like a good show is coming. Maybe we will witness a tragedy. Maybe. Ikehara Kagura, with an unfazed expression, continued to train his body at the training ground, kicking and breaking a wooden post. Let's go watch a good show this summer. Ikehara Kagura grew a lot taller. If judged by height, Ikehara Kagura was hardly recognizable from his past self. As Ikehara Kagura watched White Zetsuoi disappear, he kicked another wooden post, breaking it, and picked up a piece of wood. Under the control of Wood Release Chakra, this piece of wood slowly transformed into a spotted mask. Perhaps it's time to resolve a hidden danger. In the evening, the Uchiha clan meeting had just ended. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui arrived at the edge of a cliff. Uchiha Itachi looked up at the flowing Naka River. If the village doesn't change, the dissatisfaction of the Uchiha clan will grow, leading to today's situation. If the Uchiha don't change, the village won't change either. It was like a closed loop. If one side doesn't step out, the other side will never step out either. Uchiha Itachi, looking at the Naka River from the cliff, sighed deeply. However, both sides will not trust each other. The longer we delay, the more suspicious of each other we become until we reach today's situation. I know, Uchiha Shisui, looking at the river, softly said. Actually, I have thought of a way to eliminate the suspicions and change the attitudes of both sides. Maybe we should try it. I also oppose the coup. Uchiha Itachi looked towards his friend and voiced his thoughts. It's just that we need to adopt some unconventional measures. Do not act rashly, his friend advised. Uchiha Shisui shook his head, softly persuading Uchiha Itachi. Lately, you've been visiting Danzo more frequently. People within the police force have started to suspect that you're siding with Konoha. There are even those who ask me to monitor your actions. This friend was ultimately too naive, failing to properly guard against the police force when reporting to Shimura Danzo and contacting members of the route. After Uchiha Itachi returned home, he informed his father that he would not attend the gathering and would continue his mission tomorrow. It was obvious. Uchiha Itachi planned to meet Danzo again to report tonight's news and resolve the Uchiha coup d'etat trouble through unconventional means. However, he was stopped by his father. Uchiha Fugaku's expression was somewhat grim, seemingly thinking his son was being reckless. Initially, I just wanted to maintain the balance between Konoha and the Uchiha, but because of your feud with that Wood Release kid, who will definitely become influential in the future, the Uchiha clan will face even more severe situations. That's why I chose to stand on the other side. Uchiha Itachi slowly lowered his head. Indeed, this trouble was caused by him. Itachi! Uchiha Fugaku rarely spoke harshly to his son. I've always thought of you as my pride, always a sensible and rational child, but I forgot that you have your own strong opinions, even forgetting which side you should stand on. I understand. Uchiha Itachi still maintained his stance, softly saying, I might have already offended Ikehara Kagura, thinking that I've been vying for the future position of the Roots leader. The position of the Roots leader? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes brightened, as if seeing some hope. Can you outperform that kid if you could become Hokage's aide with Danzo's support in the future? Uchiha Itachi was unusually silent. This person who was growing up couldn't reveal that he was a double agent and finally decided to lie to his father for once. I can ask about Danzo's attitude tomorrow. You should have told me about this earlier. Uchiha Fugaku expressed some regret over his son's gloominess, and his gaze darkened again. Perhaps there is still no hope. Will Danzo's attitude towards the Uchiha really change? We must try. Uchiha Itachi slowly lowered his head. If there is no chance, then attend the meeting. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, agreeing with his son's suggestion. The next day, early morning, Uchiha Itachi went to see Shimura Danzo and reported the Uchiha clan's meeting information to him, but did not mention the topic of the root leader. This was a sober person. Uchiha Itachi always knew that Shimura Danzo had never chosen him as the future leader of Root. That was only the idea of a single person, Akihara Kageura. Inside the Hokage building, Uchiha Shisui went to see Sarutobi Hiruzen and reported the Uchiha clan's meeting information to him, bringing up the Uchiha clan's desire to stage a coup d'etat at the meeting. This was both a report and a confrontation. Uchiha Shisui hoped the village could change its policies towards the Uchiha. If the Uchiha were to really launch a coup, he would use the Kato Matsukami to rewrite the will of the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, making this leader willingly serve Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, a pacifist, actively agreed to Uchiha Shisui's request. If the Uchiha really make a change, the village will definitely change its attitude towards the Uchiha, and the villagers will surely want to see this change. No one would not look forward to the arrival of peace. At the same time, after Shimura Danzo received the information from Uchiha Itachi, he hurried to the Hokage building to request Sarutobi Hiruzen to deal with the Uchiha clan, which was about to stage a coup using strong measures. I already have a solution. Sarutobi Hiruzen called Shisui in, seriously discussing the plan to deal with this issue. Shisui will attend the meeting and use his abilities to resolve this coup, changing a person's will quietly, making them act according to his own will. Genjutsu. Shimura Danzo's expression did not show any fluctuation. This was a genjutsu that particularly moved Shimura Danzo, whether it was Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyou Sharingan or this genjutsu capable of changing another's will. This genjutsu could be perfectly used on that disloyal kid. Shimura Danzo thought about how to take Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyou Sharingan while continuing to exchange pleasantries with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just changing Uchiha Fugaku alone might not change much, right? We will also make changes. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his thoughts. From now on, we should change our approach towards the Uchiha clan and improve their treatment. I heard you plan to choose between Uchiha Itachi and Akihara Kageura as the future leader of the Root. Where did that rumor come from? Hearing this news, Shimura Danzo's eyes widened in shock. The Anbu have already spread this news. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with Shimura Danzo's overreaction. I thought you also wanted to cultivate a successor. I think this matter needs further investigation. Both children are actually quite suitable, it's just that the Root needs. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment, then said, Shisui, you go ahead with your tasks. Danzo, let Itachi assist him. If they can peacefully resolve the Uchiha matter this time, Itachi might indeed be suitable to become the future leader of the Root. I have other arrangements for Kageura. I will give the orders to Itachi. Seeing Uchiha Shisui leave, Shimura Danzo could not bother to exchange pleasantries with Sarutobi Hiruzen any longer, and took the initiative to catch up with Uchiha Shisui to discuss preventing the coup. Choosing a qualified successor is indeed a big matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head to sip his tea, seeming to believe that the issue of the Uchiha clan potentially staging a coup had been resolved. However, his old friend harbored greedy desires. Shimura Danzo immediately realized the great utility of Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyou Sharingan. It could make Akihara Kageura utterly loyal to him. Control of wood release, mastery over the 9 tails, governance over Konoha. All of this just with Uchiha Shisui's Kato Matsukami. In front of a giant Buddha statue, Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Shisui were exchanging words, with a group of Root ninjas quietly hidden nearby, in a collective action deliberately excluding Uchiha Itachi. Even if you use Kato Matsukami to change Uchiha Fugaku's will, even if the third Hokage decided to change his attitude towards you, the rest of the village will not stop suspecting you. People like me, who are very suspicious, will still doubt the Uchiha. At that time, are you going to use your Kato Matsukami on me as well? Shimura Danzo, cornered, pressed Uchiha Shisui with a heavy tone. But Lord Danzo, Uchiha Shisui appeared troubled and hesitant. This question was indeed difficult for him to decide. The Kato Matsukami could indeed change someone's will, and it wasn't impossible for him to use it again in the future. But that's not something he could openly admit, right? As Uchiha Shisui pondered, Shimura Danzo suddenly revealed a ferocious face and reached out for Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Uchiha Shisui's eyes suddenly flashed red. Uchiha Shisui, the strongest genjutsu ninja of the Uchiha clan, reached out and grabbed Shimura Danzo's wrist, instantly casting a genjutsu that immobilized Danzo, preventing him from moving. It's just an ordinary genjutsu. Uchiha Shisui calmly released Shimura Danzo's wrist and spoke softly. You will wake up soon. You can take a good rest. Crack! The next second, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as Uchiha Shisui was about to leave, Shimura Danzo's figure suddenly appeared in front of him again, punching him in the abdomen and slapping his face, forcefully gouging out one of his eyes. Uchiha Shisui stumbled and fell backward. Shimura Danzo nonchalantly unveiled the bandage that had been covering his face, as if everything was under his control. The eye that had been covered was a crimson Sharingan which gradually turned white. This was the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, Izanagi. Once Izanagi is used, it can reverse an unfavorable situation for a certain period of time at the cost of the blindness of one Sharingan. Shimura Danzo actually had a Sharingan all along. Holding the Mangekyo Sharingan he had taken, Shimura Danzo, looking at the pain-stricken Uchiha Shisui clutching his eye socket, said, "This eye will be its replacement. Give me your other eye as well." In an instant, a group of root ninjas landed in front of Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Shisui, enduring his pain, formed hand seals and exhaled a massive fireball. Fire style, great fireball technique. Water style, wild water wave. The group of root ninjas collectively released water techniques, quickly blocking the great fireball technique. The entire area was covered in smoke. Shimura Danzo, unconcerned, waved his hand to signal the root ninjas to pursue, planning to return to the root base to replace his eye. After the group of root ninjas left, a figure wearing a patterned mask slowly landed in front of Shimura Danzo, with a crimson eye visible on the mask. Uchiha Abaido! Shimura Danzo suddenly sensed danger. This leader of the root had never imagined that it would be a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Uchiha Abaido, a rogue ninja possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, was also eyeing Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Damn it! Shimura Danzo gripped Uchiha Shisui's eyes tightly, ready to destroy them immediately if he found himself at a disadvantage in the fight against Uchiha Abaido. In order to seize Uchiha Shisui's eyes, Shimura Danzo used the forbidden technique Izanagi, knowing well that he might not be a match for Uchiha Abaido. I've come to destroy it. The figure beneath the patterned mask seemed utterly indifferent to the Kato Matsukami Sharingan in Shimura Danzo's hand. His eyes also turned a deep crimson, with 3 tamos spinning rapidly to form a Sharingan of a sinister shape. This illusion. It's no ordinary illusion. The shape of this Sharingan directly caught Shimura Danzo's eye, even exerting a strange attraction, pulling Shimura Danzo into the space within the Sharingan. The person hidden under the mask seemed to be using this eye technique for the first time and was somewhat clumsy, holding his eye sockets tightly. Let me see how to control your dreams. At least I'll arrange a comfortable world for you. Let me think about your dream, which seems to be to become Hokage, right? Dreams. How can they be realized without going through hardships? Chapter 112, Illusory World of Danzo, Limited Tsukiyomi. In the evening, the sun over the Konoha was somewhat scarlet. A young boy holding a blood-red eyeball appeared within the Konoha, looking somewhat bewildered at the sun in the sky, then bewilderedly at the Hokage rock, which bore only one face, and at the village, which seemed somewhat sparsely populated. Isn't this the time when Konoha was founded? The boy felt as if he had returned to his past, as if his life as an assistant to the Hokage and leader of the root was like a dream. Is this an illusion? The boy couldn't help but hesitate, because everything in front of him seemed incredibly real, as if this was a real world, as if his experiences were the ones that were like a dream. If it weren't for the bloody eyeball in his hand reminding the boy, he might really think this was the real world. This is an illusion. The boy firmed his will, looking at the eyeball in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "This is the eye of Uchiha Shisui, possessing the Kato Matsukami, a dojutsu capable of altering wills. I must have been caught in the illusion of that kid Uchiha Abaido." The most obvious indicator was the Hokage rock, engraved with a gigantic face, which was the likeness of Uchiha Madara. What a joke! How could the first Hokage possibly be Uchiha Madara? Indeed, it was a malevolent illusion created by the Uchiha, even fantasizing about making an Uchiha the Hokage in the illusion. Danzo! Just then another boy approached him, shouting, "Hurry up, the first Hokage wants to meet with us." "This is the young Hiruzen." Danzo quickly hid the bloody eyeball. No matter when, even within an illusion, Shimura Danzo did not want Sarutobi Hiruzen to notice his slight movement. However, in the next moment, Danzo suddenly came to his senses. This is the world of illusion. Why should I care so much? Danzo, looking at the young Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him, suddenly had a thought. Maybe the purpose of this illusion was to kill the person he hated the most. Courage born from malice. Danzo instantly formed hand seals. He had already mastered many jutsus, and the chakra inside his body seemed not to have decreased even though his body had returned to its younger form. Wind release, vacuum wave. Killing the young Sarutobi Hiruzen with a wind release might break the illusion. Danzo! The young Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his companion with a face full of horror. The next moment, a figure appeared in front of the young Sarutobi Hiruzen, raising his hand to form a wooden wall, blocking the vacuum wave of the young Danzo. The person was dressed in red armor. It was the legendary god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. Lord Hashirama! Young Danzo recalled the memories of this era, recognizing Senju Hashirama at a glance, and remembered that Hashirama was not the first Hokage. What an evil kid! Senju Hashirama looked at young Danzo with a face full of anger, coldly scolding. Madara actually thought you were a genius who might succeed as the Hokage in the future. I didn't expect you to be crazily wanting to kill your companion. I'm not. Young Danzo quickly wanted to argue. Shimura Danzo, the reputation of the god of ninjas had always been a part of their childhood. All children grew up listening to the legends of Senju Hashirama. However, Senju Hashirama did not listen to his argument. Luckily, a man dressed in red armor laughingly stopped him. Hashirama, it's just kids fighting. Just be more careful next time. Danzo is a genius. It's normal for him not to know his own strength. Madara! Senju Hashirama seemed still somewhat dissatisfied. Uchiha Madara! Young Danzo's face suddenly changed upon seeing the person. For Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Madara was an extremely fearsome presence. Even after many years had passed and he had aged, he had to admit the terror of Madara. Especially in this illusion, Uchiha Madara was the first Hokage. Young Danzo quickly understood the situation of this illusory world. He had returned to a past era, only he was a genius ninja, always under the watchful eye of the first Hokage Uchiha Madara, believed to be the child who could continue the future Hokage position of Konoha. How can this be an illusory world? This illusory world was something Shimura Danzo both loved and hated. What Shimura Danzo hated was that this illusory world was created by the evil Uchiha. What Shimura Danzo loved was that his starting point was incredibly lucky. If Uchiha Madara, the founder, has a favorable opinion of him, then Sarutobi Hiruzen, this guy, is competing with him for the position of Hokage. However, in this illusionary world, Senju Hashirama seems to prefer to contradict Uchiha Madara and appears to extremely dislike Shimura Danzo, whom Madara favors. After seeing a group of adults leave, the young Hiruzen in this world of illusion suddenly looked at Shimura Danzo and revealed a warm smile. Danzo, I thought I would have to frame you again. I didn't expect you to lose your patience and attack me proactively. If you hurt me again next time, you will never have the chance to compete with me for the position of Hokage again. Young Danzo clenched his teeth. What kind of trick is this sinister Hiruzen playing? The position of Hokage, again the position of Hokage. Young Danzo recalled his dream. Could it be that only by achieving the position of Hokage he could unravel this illusion? HMPH, let's try then. It's just a struggle against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Having competed with Sarutobi Hiruzen all his life, could he really lose this time? In this illusionary world, the first Hokage of Konoha, Uchiha Madara, did favor him. Unfortunately, young Danzo did not get to enjoy this advantage. It wasn't long before Senju Hashirama deemed Madara's ruling methods too cruel and dark, choosing to defect and leave Konoha. The Senju clan did not want to live a life of displacement anymore, but did not follow Hashirama in leaving. In the end, Senju Hashirama and the first Hokage Uchiha Madara fought a great battle in the Valley of the End, where Madara used the power of the 9 tails and the forbidden jutsu Izanagi to defeat Hashirama. Senju Hashirama died on the spot. The first Hokage Uchiha Madara returned to the village and then died of illness. History. Young Danzo's wildcard disappeared without a trace, deeply regretting not finding a way to change history. Even in this world of illusion, these two people would still fight. As long as Senju Hashirama did not defect, as long as Uchiha Madara was still alive, this founder who favored him could become his greatest supporter in the future. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The future life quickly became somewhat tragic. Young Sarutobi Hiruzen, seemingly upright and honorable, was actually an opponent who liked to play dirty tricks, even colluding with Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu to gang up on Danzo. This is really childish. Danzo, hidden in the real world in the position of assisting the Hokage, unknowingly manipulated numerous plots, yet could be easily framed by this kid, effortlessly resolving these troubles. Time passed quickly. The second Hokage was soon selected. A person named Uchiha Izuna became the second Hokage and ordered the Senju clan to become the Konoha police force, burdening the Senju clan with infamy. What an absurd world this is! Shimura Danzo always felt that something was wrong with this world. His brain was in complete disarray, habitually thinking that the Konoha police force belonged to the Uchiha clan. Of course, good things happened as well. Shimura Danzo became a personal guard for Uchiha Izuna, along with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitokado Hamura, and Yudeten Koharu, becoming Uchiha Izuna's students. Even Shimura Danzo sought the opportunity to kill his friend Uchiha Kagami, falsely claiming that Uchiha Kagami entrusted his eyes and future to him, thereby seizing the chance to transplant the Sharingan of Uchiha Shisui brought from the real world, also refreshing the Uchiha clan's favorability. There was no choice. This world was controlled by the Uchiha clan. Misfortune soon arrived. With the deaths of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the First Great Ninja War officially broke out, with Uchiha Izuna leading the guard to negotiate with the Cloud Village. This time, Shimura Danzo keenly grasped history. In the real world's history, Konoha and the Cloud Village indeed negotiated during the First Great Ninja War, which eventually led to the deaths of the second Hokage and second Raikage in an ambush by the rebellious Gold and Silver brothers, of course, giving birth to the new third Hokage. Shimura Danzo, recalling the events of history, suddenly took a deep breath, knowing when Konoha's third Hokage emerged and what he had missed before. This time he would not miss it again. Shimura Danzo did not remind Uchiha Izuna. Just as Shimura Danzo had anticipated, the negotiation was a trap, and the Gold and Silver brothers of the Cloud Village ambushed them, forcing Uchiha Izuna to lead the guard to flee. However, during the escape, they encountered pursuit and someone had to stay behind. This meeting to discuss who would stay behind was the selection for Konoha's third Hokage. Shimura Danzo didn't wait for Uchiha Izuna to remind him. He volunteered to stay behind, but he didn't wait for Uchiha Izuna to encourage him and announce his appointment as the third Hokage. An even more unfortunate event occurred. Uchiha Izuna is not Senju Tabarama. Surprisingly, Uchiha Izuna highly regarded Shimura Danzo's attitude. Well, Danzo has always been a genius in the village, indeed the most suitable person to cover our retreat. A ninja needs to sacrifice themselves, and this is also what you, Danzo, have always wanted to implement. Shimura Danzo remained silent, not saying a word. Are all Uchiha's brains sick? At this time, shouldn't you, this guy, let me become the third Hokage? Why did you actually let me cover the retreat? Shimura Danzo could only helplessly choose to cover the retreat. Because Shimura Danzo had transplanted the Kato Matsukami Sharingan, he easily controlled the brothers, escaped the pursuit, and got out of the predicament. By the time Shimura Danzo finally left the danger and returned to Konoha, the third Hokage had already been elected, and he was still one step too late. Shimura Danzo was grinding his teeth in hatred, especially since Sarutobi Hiruzen, who became the third Hokage, still smiled sinisterly, as if bestowing a boon. He gave Shimura Danzo a position as the Hokage's assistant, and also gave him the power to establish the Root Division to counter the Senju clan, always pushing responsibilities onto Danzo. That damn monkey! Why always let me take the blame? Of course. Shimura Danzo was not without gains. As an old man who had lived many years, Shimura Danzo knew the history of the real world would affect the direction of the illusionary world, and he began to slowly gather many Konoha geniuses into the Root Division. The Sannin of Konoha, Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Sakumo, Namikaze Minato, the Yellow Flash, etc. This illusionary world, Sarutobi Hiruzen also had a talent for teaching children, always teaching the children of the Uchiha clan, and he appointed his disciple, Uchiha Fugaku, as the fourth Hokage of Konoha, which infuriated Shimura Danzo. Again the Uchiha. Why always the Uchiha? These Uchiha, who can't become Hokage in the real world, just dream in the illusionary world, dreaming that their entire clan becomes Hokage, right? The first thing Uchiha Fugaku did after taking office in this illusionary world was to try to push his genius son into the Root Division. Lord Danzo, I plan to have Itachi join the Root Division to study under you, to eventually make Itachi the future leader of the Root Division. Shimura Danzo's spirit was almost split. This topic seems to have been mentioned in the real world. Always, to prevent himself from getting lost in this illusionary world, Shimura Danzo would review the past of the real world every night, lest he finds himself too detached from the real world after dispelling the illusion someday. Shimura Danzo had only one thought in mind, which he expressed on the spot. I absolutely do not agree with Uchiha Itachi becoming the leader of the Root. I would rather hand over the Root to the kid named Akihara Kagura. Are you thinking of staging a coup, Lord Danzo? Uchiha Fugaku asked, frowning. Isn't it your Uchiha clan who wants to defect? Shimura Danzo instinctively wanted to retort to Uchiha Fugaku, but then remembered that he was actually the Hokage, and he was merely an advisor to the Hokage. Shimura Danzo could only suppress his anger. He could only think of revenge after leaving this illusionary world. Uchiha Fugaku seemed not to be finished, surprisingly asking, I have heard of the name Akihara Kagura. Isn't that child from the Konoha orphanage? I just received a report about this child's disappearance. Could it be that the root has abducted him? Wait, so Akihara Kagura is indeed a child from the orphanage. Did that little guy disappear in this era? In theory, that kid should be in some laboratory, and if I could manage to have him undergo Hashirama cell transplantation experiments soon, I could control him to do many things. Wait, there are no Hashirama cells in this world, because the first Hokage is not Senju Hashirama at all. Fortunately, the history in reality does not deviate too much from the illusion, and important events seem always inevitable. Uchiha Fugaku could not withstand the torrent of history. A mysterious person skilled in wood release unleashed the Nine Tails, causing the Nine Tails disturbance and even killed the fourth Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took office again. Due to Uchiha Itachi's young age, Sarutobi Hiruzen reappointed a person named Uchiha Shisui as the leader of the root, continuing to suppress the Senju clan internally and making compromises with other ninja villages externally, hardly any different from the policies in the real world. Naturally, the Senju clan chose to stage a coup. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered Shimura Danzo to deal with the Senju clan's coup because others did not like the Senju clan, but only Shimura Danzo, due to the relationship in the real world, has always maintained a good relationship with the Senju clan. Even in this illusionary world, Sarutobi Hiruzen already knew about Shimura Danzo's eye technique abilities, realizing that the power he had obtained from the Manjikayo Sharingan was the Kato Matsukami. When Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned Kato Matsukami, he cheerfully said, Why don't you go and alter Tsunede's will to ensure that the leader of the Senju clan remains calm? Suddenly, a sense of fear arose in Shimura Danzo's heart. Because history in the real world had only progressed to this point, he had no idea how to navigate the future of this illusionary world, or when he would be able to break free from this illusion. Coincidentally, just as Shimura Danzo was heading to the Senju clan, a figure suddenly stopped Shimura, asking Shimura Danzo, Senior Danzo, if Konoha continues to view the Senju clan in the same way, and people like me remain hostile towards the Senju clan, would you use Kato Matsukami on me as well? Shimura Danzo felt as if his body had fallen into an ice cave, because the person who had asked him was none other than Uchiha Shisui. Shimura Danzo was terrified, even guessing what was about to happen. Sure enough, in this illusionary world, Uchiha Shisui attacked Danzo, and the moment Shimura Danzo subdued him, Shisui boldly activated his Izanagi, rewriting the situation to his advantage. Uchiha Shisui in this illusionary world suddenly punched Shimura Danzo in the stomach, causing the elderly man immense pain, barely able to speak, then landed 2 or 3 more punches on his face and swiftly plucked out Shimura Danzo's eyes. Although my eyes are not bad either. Uchiha Shisui in this illusionary world smiled as he looked at the blood orb in his hand, gazing at the empty eye socket of Shimura Danzo. I'll take your Manjikayo Sharingan for now. No! Shimura Danzo looked at him in horror with his remaining eye. Without that Manjikayo Sharingan, how could he continue to survive in this illusionary world? How could he break free from this illusionary world? Most importantly, what would he do when he returned to the real world? Just as Shimura Danzo was panicking, covering his empty eye socket, ignoring the blood dripping down, and attempting to rush over to retrieve the Kato Matsukami Manjikayo Sharingan, a man wearing a mask quietly appeared in front of Shimura Danzo. This masked man was the one who had sent Shimura Danzo into this limited Tsukuyomi world, watching Shimura Danzo's face filled with fear. Danzo, my illusion isn't bad, right? Uchiha Abida. Shimura Danzo, covering his bloody eye socket, clenched his teeth in hatred. So, the masked man with a flash of crimson in his eyes from the Sharingan, a spatial vortex emerged, pulling Shimura Danzo out of the limited Tsukuyomi world. Kato Matsukami successfully destroyed. Chapter 113, Tendo Shisui, The Real World. In front of the Grand Buddha statue in Konoha, Shimura Danzo is covered in blood, painfully clutching his eye socket. This old man is recalling the illusionary world he experienced, somewhat incredulously feeling the somewhat hollow eye sockets in his palm, wondering what exactly is happening. It was just an illusion. Why did the eye he took from Uchiha Shisui disappear completely in the real world after it was taken from him in the illusionary world? Even the wound in the eye socket remained, as if all this had actually happened. It was you! Shimura Danzo looked up at the man in the mask in front of him. Uchiha Abido, it was you who used the illusion to take my eye. That wasn't your eye. The man in the mask scoffed disdainfully, kicking Danzo and sending him flying. I should thank you for that, Danzo. Without you, it wouldn't have been easy to take Uchiha Shisui's eye. Bastard. I really didn't expect Shisui's eye to be a Kato Matsukami. The man in the mask, looking at Shimura Danzo lying on the ground in pain and cursing angrily, chuckled and soothed his emotions. Well, from now on you don't have to worry about Uchiha Shisui using Kato Matsukami on you anymore. You bastard! Shimura Danzo continued to curse at the masked man. This was truly more troublesome than ever before. The Kato Matsukami Mangekyo Sharingan that can change wills had fallen into the hands of the rogue ninja from the Konoha, Uchiha Abido. If Uchiha Abido were to use Kato Matsukami on the ninjas of the Konoha, or even on the third Hokage Saruto by Hiruzen, the Konoha would face an unimaginable crisis. No, this information cannot be lost. Right, he absolutely cannot die here, because this message must be passed back to prevent Uchiha Abido, the rogue ninja, from using Kato Matsukami to control the ninjas in the village in the future. Shimura Danzo, enduring the pain in his eye sockets, got up and ran towards the direction of the root's base. Run! Run! The man in the mask didn't care at all about Shimura Danzo's escape, even watching his retreating figure, murmuring to himself. Remember everything that happened today. Remember it was Uchiha Abido who took the Kato Matsukami that can change wills. Then, the man in the mask looked towards the distant forest. Inside the forest, on Uchiha Shisui's body appeared a green, tall torso of Susanoo, continuously firing green chakra arrows from Susanoo's chest, defeating and killing a group of pursuing root ninjas. Not bad in strength. The man wearing the mask watched as the green Susanoo dissipated, slowly removing his own mask and his body gradually changing, revealing his true face. Akihara Kagura. To increase the fame of his superior, Uchiha Abido, Akihara Kagura even worked during his rest time, taking over the task of retrieving Uchiha Shisui's Kato Matsukami for his superior. This way, the rest of the ninja world would surely fear his superior's name even more, and everyone would know that his superior, Uchiha Abido, was not to be trifled with. At any moment in the ninja world, someone could be controlled by Uchiha Abido's Kato Matsukami. Anyone could become a puppet of Uchiha Abido's genjutsu. There's another Kato Matsukami. Akihara Kagura saw the Susanoo disappearing in the distance and chased after it in the direction of Uchiha Shisui. However, there are things more precious than Kato Matsukami. Atop a cliff, Uchiha Shisui had dealt with a group of Anbu ninja chasing him and immediately contacted Uchiha Itachi, who was nearby to assist him, asking him to meet. Shisui! Uchiha Itachi was surprised to see his friend with only one eye left. I originally wanted to use Kato Matsukami to stop the coup. Uchiha Shisui, covering his eye socket, felt despair over his inability to change the situation, making him numb to the pain of his wounds. Lord Danzo did not believe me, took away my right eye, and insisted on resolving everything in his own way. I fear he won't spare my left eye either. Before that, Uchiha Shisui reached for his left eye and forcefully gouged it out, handing it to Uchiha Itachi. I entrust this eye to you, my dear friend. Please protect the future of Konoha and the Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi looked at his friend, who had lost both eyes, with deeply furrowed brows. If he couldn't protect the last remaining Kato Matsukami Mangekyo Sharingan and it fell into the hands of Shimura Danzo, things could become even more troublesome. A ninja crow suddenly flew down from the sky, landing on Uchiha Shisui's palm, grabbing the eye, and then disappearing into a flurry of feathers. This was Uchiha Itachi's summoning animal. After releasing his ninja crow summoning, Uchiha Itachi softly continued to ask, I've accepted it. What do you plan to do? If I die, perhaps the situation might change. Uchiha Shisui closed his eyes, which had lost their sight, and slowly backed up to the edge of the cliff. Ever since I used Susanoo during the Chunin exam, all the clan members thought my Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo could suppress everything. This led everyone to become more and more aggressive. In fact, I had considered suicide long ago. Shisui! Uchiha Itachi's face changed, and he was about to step forward. I have already written my will. Uchiha Shisui continued to step back, and with one step falling into the air, he went down. Don't stop me, Itachi. The fire was started by my own hands. That was to save me. Uchiha Itachi leaped forward, trying to catch the other. However, they missed each other, and Uchiha Itachi could only watch helplessly as Uchiha Shisui's body fell down, pain instantly flooding his brain. Only this way can extinguish the flames that I started with my own hands. Uchiha Shisui finished his last words in life and fell calmly. Shisui! Uchiha Itachi felt as if he could not sense his own perception. The death of his dear friend nearly drove Uchiha Itachi's brain to collapse, also causing him a great shock, and a unique chakra appeared in his brain. This unique chakra, exclusive to the Uchiha clan, reflected on Uchiha Itachi's 3-tamo Sharingan, causing the 3-tamo to immediately spin and connect, transforming into a pair of windmill-like Sharingan. Even one of the eye sockets bled. This is the Amaterasu Eye. The Amaterasu Eye, historically known as the strongest physical attack in the Uchiha clan, once used, would impose a huge burden on the body, causing the eye socket to bleed. The other Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan, historically known as the strongest genjutsu attack in the Uchiha clan. This is a psychic reflection of the eye that could greatly enhance the power of the Uchiha clan, known as the Mangekyo Sharingan. At the age of 11, Uchiha Itachi finally obtained the power that everyone thought he would eventually get, but the price of this power was the death of a dear friend. Uchiha Itachi looked down at the Naka River below the cliff, but could no longer find Uchiha Shisui, who had jumped into the river to commit suicide. He could only turn around and leave this place with a face full of sorrow. The Naka River continued to flow. This river, which once witnessed the rise and fall of the Uchiha clan, once again witnessed a pivotal moment in the history of the Uchiha clan, even providing a final resting place for a powerful Uchiha. The moment Uchiha Shisui jumped into the Naka River, he no longer resisted the river water rushing into his mouth and nose, letting the river water enter his body, only wishing to drown in the river water as soon as possible. Just as Uchiha Shisui's body was drifting along with the river, on the verge of death, a force suddenly pulled his body out of the water. Bancho Tenin! Accompanied by a strange force, Uchiha Shisui's body involuntarily flew out of the water, landing on the rocks at the riverbank. Uchiha Shisui involuntarily spit out the river water he had choked on, but the water had been in his body for too long, and he had already lost consciousness. Even if someone performed first aid, it might not be possible to save him. I have a question. The newcomer walked over to Uchiha Shisui's side, looked at the unconscious suicide victim, and asked indifferently, "Does your soul wish to go to the Pure Land, or would you like to stay in the present world to observe? It seems there's no consciousness to answer. Let's assume it's for revenge against you and Uchiha Itachi." The newcomer's voice was somewhat elusive, muttering to himself, "Since it's to take revenge on you and Uchiha Itachi, let's let you watch everything that happens in this world closely. First, let the soul linger in the present world. Human path." The newcomer suddenly stretched out his palm, placed it on Uchiha Shisui's head, and calmly pulled out Uchiha Shisui's soul. This was one of the abilities of the Rinnegan. Anyone who possessed the Rinnegan could not only automatically master the 6 types of chakra nature transformations, but could also communicate with the yin and yang and the netherworld. Uchiha Shisui's soul left his body instantly. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui's soul finally realized what was happening. He saw the person who appeared next to his body. It was Akihara Kagura, whom he had seen before. However, Akihara Kagura at this moment was different from when Uchiha Shisui had seen him alive, actually possessing a pair of Rinnegan eyes, which only the legendary sage of the 6 paths was said to have. Then, Use Yin Yang escaped to create a chakra receiver. Akihara Kagura's palms condensed into a series of pitch-black rods, forcefully stabbing into Uchiha Shisui's body, gradually allowing this body to reuse chakra again. This is the process of creating 6 paths puppets with the Rinnegan. As Akihara Kagura finished inserting the chakra receivers, the body of Uchiha Shisui seemed to come back to life. His previously lost eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing a pair of Rinnegan identical to Akihara Kagura's. "Stuff the soul back in!" With a wave of his hand, Akihara Kagura inserted the soul he extracted using the power of the Rinnegan slowly into the completed 6 paths puppet. "This is..." Uchiha Shisui incredulously felt his own cold body and incredulously looked at Akihara Kagura in front of him. "Akihara Kagura, who exactly are you? Someone who wants to take revenge on you?" Akihara Kagura's eyes were fixed on him, as if looking at a corpse. "Let's try and see." With his consciousness, Akihara Kagura commanded, "Let me see if you retain the abilities you had in life. I remember if a soul of the deceased exists within a 6 paths puppet, it should be able to use some of its original jutsu abilities." Boom! Uchiha Shisui involuntarily raised his finger. Uchiha Shisui's body instantly created a group of clones, his original body constantly switching between them, utilizing the unique teleportation technique he could use. All of Uchiha Shisui's clones instantly vanished, leaving only the original, who clasped his hands together and exhaled a huge fireball. Fire style, great fireball technique. Not bad, Akihara Kagura nodded in satisfaction. The next moment, green skeletal structures emerged from Uchiha Shisui's body, clearly his once-used Susanoo, even faster than when he activated Susanoo in the past. Is it your Susanoo? Akihara Kagura touched his chin, musing to himself. I thought after you used it, it would be the Susanoo I used. The abilities that can be retained are all from when the person was alive. And once Susanoo has been activated, can it still be activated even without the Manjikayo Sharingan? Uchiha Shisui was somewhat panicked, because all his movements were not under his own control, but rather his body involuntarily completed them. He has now become a puppet manipulated by Akihara Kagura. It seems my first creation is not bad, retaining all the abilities from before death except for the Kato Matsukami. Other than that, everything has been preserved. As Akihara Kagura experimented, he speculated on the results. Perhaps it's also related to the fact that the puppet was made from the real body before death. So, there's only one experiment left. Akihara Kagura controlled Uchiha Shisui, who was in front of him, to raise his hand. Shinra Tensei! Uchiha Shisui's body suddenly exploded with a repulsive force. This powerful repulsion instantly shattered the reef, but when it touched Akihara Kagura's body, the repulsion was pushed back, sending Uchiha Shisui's body flying. Soon, Uchiha Shisui's body flew back. The experiment is complete. Akihara Kagura was very satisfied with his first creation, summarizing the results of his experiment. First, the Six Paths puppet should preferably be the puppet's body before death, avoiding the use of inferior substitutes like the reanimation jutsu, and it's best to choose a puppet with strong abilities. Second, the Six Paths puppet ideally requires the puppet's soul from before death, which can be extracted in advance using the human path, ensuring the puppet retains its combat strength from before death to the greatest extent. Third, the chakra consumed by the Six Paths puppet is all my chakra, which cannot automatically recover and is entirely dependent on my chakra transmission. With that said, Akihara Kagura seemed to have completed his experimental hypothesis, continuing leisurely. The Six Paths puppet is not controlled by the eyes, but through a chakra receiver, sharing the field of vision. Therefore, his eyes should be the manifestation of my eyes. After saying this, Akihara Kagura's Rinnegan began to fade, soon turning into a pair of Manjikayo Sharingan, which startled Uchiha Shisui's consciousness inexplicably. Uchiha Shisui's Rinnegan eyes also transformed into a pair of Manjikayo Sharingan, his soul almost shockingly overwhelmed. This pair of Manjikayo Sharingan, compared to the legendary Rinnegan, shocked Uchiha Shisui's soul even more. Akihara Kagura, you are a member of the Uchiha clan. The soul of Uchiha Shisui seemed to have found its kindred, and upon being granted the control over the puppet, he pleaded, Kagura, please help Itachi, help him stop the coup d'etat by our clansmen. You have the power to change all of this. The eyes of Akihara Kagura returned to normal. As Akihara Kagura's real eyes turned back to normal, the body of the Six Paths puppet that was Uchiha Shisui also reverted to normal eyes. If no one could see the array of chakra receivers embedded in Uchiha Shisui's body, they might even think he was no different from a living person. Kagura! Uchiha Shisui looked at what might be the most terrifying genius in the history of Konoha and continued to plead softly, at least stop what's happening tonight. It was resolved when you died. Akihara Kagura provided an answer, looking at Uchiha Shisui, and then suddenly asked, have you forgotten? Last year in the exam, to save Uchiha Itachi, you used Susanoo to kill the wooden dragon, which was the root cause of all this. The soul of Uchiha Shisui calmed down suddenly. From today onwards, you are Tendo Shisui. Akihara Kagura looked at his Six Paths puppet and named his first creation. After naming him, Akihara Kagura proactively addressed a preservation issue. Tendo Shisui, I will seal and preserve you first, to prevent your body from decaying without chakra conduction. The soul of Uchiha Shisui was silent, not knowing what to say. By the way, you're a genius, so you must know sealing techniques, right? Akihara Kagura looked at his creation, Tendo Shisui, and continued to ask, if you do, teach me how to seal things in scrolls first. The soul of Uchiha Shisui was truly silenced by this genius. Chapter 114, Abaido's recruitment failed. Sometimes Akihara Kagura is a genius. Sometimes Akihara Kagura is just a poor student. As a ninja who slipped through the cracks of the 6 years of compulsory education in the ninja world and the guidance of Jonin, Akihara Kagura mostly learned S-rank ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, rarely having the opportunity to delve into lower-level techniques. Where's the sealing scroll? The soul of Uchiha Shisui taught Akihara Kagura how to seal inanimate objects and discovered that Akihara Kagura didn't even have the scroll needed for sealing. Fortunately, Uchiha Shisui's ninja tool bag still had a sealing scroll. Akihara Kagura used Uchiha Shisui's sealing scroll and the sealing technique taught by Uchiha Shisui to seal Uchiha Shisui's body inside the scroll. Naka Shrine. Due to the disappearance of Uchiha Shisui, the first master of the Uchiha clan, the Uchiha clan's meeting to plan a coup had to be cancelled temporarily. The crisis that could have plunged Konoha into a coup was suddenly dissolved due to the death of one person. However, the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan did not end. The conflict between the two would not disappear with the death of Uchiha Shisui, as the person who could have changed the conflict chose to commit suicide. The Uchiha clan lost one of its strongest ninjas, Konoha lost an excellent Jonin, Shimura Danzo lost an eye and a group of excellent root ninjas, and Akihara Kagura lost a spot for a Six Paths puppet. In the entire coup crisis, only Uchiha Abaido and Uchiha Itachi had gains. Uchiha Abaido inexplicably gained the fear and hostility of Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Itachi successfully activated his own Mangekai Sharingan and a Kato Matsukami left to him by Uchiha Shisui. Root base. Shimura Danzo suffered heavy losses in manpower and could only promote a group of people from the root training camp. The old man still had lingering fears about the threat of Uchiha Abaido. Shimura Danzo did not dare to tell Sarutobi Hiruzen about his attempt to steal Uchiha Shisui's eyes, let alone the fact that Uchiha Abaido took the Kato Matsukami from him. Shimura Danzo could only keep this secret to himself. After being subjected to the limited Tsukiyomi, Shimura Danzo lived another life in the illusionary world, suffering from a certain degree of dissociative identity disorder, as well as more terrifying paranoid delusion. For instance, sometimes Shimura Danzo would suddenly speak out of turn. When Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Shimura Danzo to discuss work, there was always a tendency for disagreements to arise between the two. Out of nowhere, Shimura Danzo brought up, "Hiruzen, don't forget it was me who covered the rear so that you could become the Hokage." "Danzo," Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand holding the pipe stiffened. Wasn't it their teacher, the second Hokage Senju Tabarama, who chose to cover the rear during the first Great Ninja War to help them escape the danger? How could Shimura Danzo suddenly start talking nonsense? Cough! Shimura Danzo quickly came to his senses. Fortunately, having known each other for many years, Shimura Danzo had indeed undertaken some simple rearguard tasks in the real world, though they were not as dangerous. On the other hand, Uchiha Itachi concealed his hatred. In Uchiha Itachi's view, Shimura Danzo had taken one of Uchiha Shisui's eyes. He dared not show any flaws in front of Shimura Danzo, worried that Shimura Danzo would suspect he had seen Uchiha Shisui and hidden the other Kato Matsukami. For this reason, Uchiha Itachi continued to act as Shimura Danzo's spy. However, one day Shimura Danzo suddenly asked Uchiha Itachi, does Uchiha Fugaku still want you to become the leader of the root? Uchiha Itachi was shocked. How did Shimura Danzo know about the conversation between him and his father? Shimura Danzo, not yet realizing something was amiss, snorted at Uchiha Itachi, "Don't dream of such good fortune. I would rather leave the future leadership of the root to that kid, Akihara Kagura." Uchiha Itachi ignored Shimura Danzo's declaration. Because Uchiha Itachi had never considered the position of the leader of the root, nor did he think Shimura Danzo would entrust him with such an important position. Fortunately, Shimura Danzo quickly came to his senses and soothed, "Monkey mentioned letting you succeed me, but I still need a little time." Uchiha Itachi never thought there was any hope in such matters. Compared to him, Akihara Kagura was living more comfortably. His superior, Uchiha Abaido, had come to see him, mentioning Orochimaru joining the Akatsuki organization and casually inquiring about the suicide of Uchiha Shisui, which Akihara Kagura surely knew nothing about. Besides, the mission to rescue Hideki Kakashi had also been approved by his superior. Uchiha Abaido approved of Akihara Kagura's rescue of Hideki Kakashi, but was somewhat dissatisfied with Akihara Kagura's method. "You kid actually kidnapped the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, almost causing a war between Rock Village and Konoha. The person was rescued, and that's what matters." Akihara Kagura frowned, also somewhat dissatisfied with his reward. "At least now, the third Hokage dare not let us trace your tracks anymore." System prompt, Proceed to Rock Village, rescue Hade Kakashi, mission completed, reward Uchiha Flame Formation. Uchiha Flame Formation, B-rank fire barrier, forming a scorching flame barrier that rises from the ground in an instant through the fingertips, emanating subtle chakra. The barrier's surface carries the flames of hell, capable of withstanding attacks from tailed beasts and even burning them. Is this barrier, designed to prevent attacks from the tailed beasts, useful for anything other than allowing him to continue to make a name for his boss in the ninja world? Uchiha Abido was unaware of his subordinate's earnest desire to help him advance, simply furrowing his brow and asking, "What about that idiot called Oi? Oi is not an idiot." Akihara Kagura defended the intelligent White Zetsu before bringing up White Zetsu Oi's matter. "I had him help me monitor Uchiha Itachi." Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Abido, recalling the seed he had once planted, continued, "I had noticed that young fellow long ago. He has great talent, and there is hope that he will awaken the same Sharingan as me in the future." I did receive a piece of news about that. Akihara Kagura had already received this news and casually informed Uchiha Abido. "Although I'm not sure if it's the Sharingan White Zetsu Oi told me that on the night Uchiha Shisui committed suicide, Itachi's eyes turned like a windmill." Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Abido's expression immediately became serious, seemingly placing great importance on the person who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. "That seed has already sprouted and grown. I must find an opportunity to recruit that guy." Uchiha Abido's thoughts were very simple. Due to his past experiences, he believed that an Uchiha who had just awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan must have gone through unimaginable pain. Such Uchiha often have an unusual mentality. Uchiha Abido thought this was the best opportunity to recruit Uchiha Itachi, not caring whether the other party harbored hostility towards him, because Uchiha Abido was confident enough in his own Mangekyo Sharingan techniques. "It's fine for you to recruit him." Akihara Kagura always knew how naive and arrogant his boss Uchiha Abido was, simply reminding him, "Just make sure not to reveal my existence when recruiting him, lest he exposes my identity and I have to take action to kill him for secrecy." "I'm not that foolish." After Uchiha Abido nodded, he suddenly said, "Although you defeated him in the Chunin exams, you might not be a match for Itachi now. The Mangekyo Sharingan has brought him a qualitative change. An Uchiha who can awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan at the age of 11 is more talented than you. In the future, after Uchiha Itachi awakens Susanoo, just like Uchiha Shisui, he will be able to completely overpower your wood release, perhaps becoming even stronger." If viewed from Uchiha Abido's perspective, it's not surprising that this superior thinks this way, because Uchiha Abido himself is a beneficiary of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Of course, Uchiha Abido has left some things unsaid. Uchiha Itachi might truly become stronger than Uchiha Shisui in the future, because Uchiha Itachi has a younger brother, and there was a secret in the history of the Uchiha clan. If an Uchiha with the Mangekyo Sharingan takes the Mangekyo Sharingan from a sibling and transplants it into themselves, they could ascend to the more powerful eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. That was the power once obtained by Uchiha Madara. Unless Akihara Kagura, this kid, could possess the power of the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama, he could never surpass Uchiha Itachi, who has the chance to obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Akihara Kagura slightly lowered his eyes. Uchiha Abido, this superior, is really good, always liking to demonstrate mistakes in front of his subordinates, making them remember the mistakes made by this superior. Like now, Akihara Kagura remembered this lesson. In the future, if he wants to recruit talent into his command, he must never compare his subordinates with the talent he wishes to recruit, to avoid upsetting the subordinates. Naka Shrine. Uchiha Abido is indeed naive. He directly requested a meeting with Uchiha Itachi, openly proposing that Uchiha Itachi join his command to change the ninja world that is always filled with tragedy. The meeting was not pleasant. Uchiha Itachi did not agree with Uchiha Abido's views, thinking there might be something wrong with Uchiha Abido's brain, and straightforwardly refused him. "If it weren't for you causing the Nine Tails disturbance, the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha wouldn't have reached this point, would it? Shisui wouldn't have sacrificed himself to stop all this. Was it really me?" Uchiha Abido, looking at Uchiha Itachi, disdainfully reminded, "Don't forget, the root of all that happened today, the seed of doubt between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, was already sown at the very beginning of Konoha's establishment. As long as there is suspicion between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, starting from the isolation of the Uchiha by the second Hokage, Tabarama, the Uchiha clan could never integrate into Konoha. I merely gave it a little push to make it happen faster." Uchiha Itachi just coldly watched Uchiha Abido. This guy betrayed Konoha and also betrayed the Uchiha clan. However, what this guy said was also very accurate. The root of all that happened today had already been destined since the time of the second Hokage, Senju Tabarama. However, this does not mean that Uchiha Obaido is without any guilt. It was a small act of convenience by Uchiha Obaido that further severed the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha, constantly making the higher-ups of Konoha suspect the Uchiha. I will not join you. Uchiha Itachi slowly walked down the steps of the Naka shrine. It's okay. Uchiha Obaido did not care at all about Uchiha Itachi's refusal. He seemed to believe that the other would eventually join him. Uchiha Itachi, there will eventually come a day when you find that all your efforts cannot change the tragic outcome that is destined. In this distorted world, you can't protect anyone. Uchiha Obaido watched as Uchiha Itachi's figure grew smaller and firmly said, "At that time I will be waiting here for you." Uchiha Itachi did not stop his steps at all. In a corner of the Naka shrine, the real body of White Zetsu and White Zetsu Oi were chatting. White Zetsu Oi witnessed Uchiha Obaido's attempt to recruit Uchiha Itachi and couldn't help but comment, "Has Obaido always been so naive?" "Yes." The real body of White Zetsu helplessly nodded. The white half of the face on the pitcher plant monster is White Zetsu, and the black half claims to be Black Zetsu, two peculiar monsters sharing the same body. Black Zetsu remembered Uchiha Obaido's past actions, his voice also mixed with a bit of helplessness. Obaido's Dojutsu is very special. It's hard for anyone to pose a threat to him. Oi! Uchiha Obaido suddenly mentioned Oi's name and loudly instructed, "Go tell that kid Kagura to help me provoke a fight between the Uchiha and Konoha to force Uchiha Itachi into a corner until he joins us. When Uchiha Itachi realizes that all his efforts are in vain, he will understand how tragic his fate really is." "Yes!" White Zetsu Oi quickly burrowed into the ground. "Obaido, we can't stay here for long." The real body of White Zetsu looked at Uchiha Obaido, who planned to hide in the Naka shrine, and took the initiative to remind him, "Shimura Danzo has always been monitoring the Uchiha. Although my perception ability did not detect Danzo's chakra, I feel that he might have discovered us. Uchiha Itachi is an excellent operative." Black Zetsu actually agreed with Uchiha Obaido's idea, continuing, "Now Uchiha Itachi has activated the Mangekyou Sharingan, and he also has a younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. If Uchiha Sasuke could also activate the Mangekyou Sharingan in the future." "Yes, he has a younger brother." Uchiha Obaido's eyes narrowed slightly, recalling the secret of the Uchiha clan that Uchiha Madara once mentioned to him. This means Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan still has the potential to become even more powerful. "We can't continue to stay here either," White Zetsu continued to remind. "Even if Shimura Danzo hasn't found us, if Uchiha Itachi reports to Konoha about Obaido hiding in the Naka shrine, he won't report it." Uchiha Obaido sneered, very confident in his judgment, because he knows reporting to the higher-ups of Konoha at this time will only attract their suspicion, worrying that I am colluding with the Uchiha clan against the Konoha higher-ups. What's more interesting is, Shimura Danzo discovered me, but Uchiha Itachi didn't report this information to him. Isn't it more advantageous for us, who want to provoke a conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha? Are we going to stay here then? We have to recruit operatives anyway. Uchiha Obaido glanced at Zetsu and continued, "Is there anyone more suitable to recruit than Uchiha Itachi? Your attitude towards Kagura today was somewhat unfriendly." Black Zetsu pointed out the mistake Uchiha Obaido made today. "That child's power is also very strong, an excellent operative for us. Even if Nagato's body has problems in the future, that child could also become a vessel for the Rinnegan. I don't like that kid." In fact, Uchiha Obaido harbored some dislike for Akihara Kagura because he felt that he was supposed to be the superior, yet it seemed like he was always being suppressed by his subordinate, Akihara Kagura. Chapter 115, Kagura's Jonin Teacher. "Young man, Uchiha Obaido does not like you." White Zetsu Oi returned to the side of Akihara Kagura, and the first thing he did was to report to Akihara Kagura what he had overheard about Uchiha Obaido's opinion of him. "It doesn't matter." Akihara Kagura seemed not to care much about Uchiha Obaido's attitude towards him, merely comforting White Zetsu Oi. "For me, the only help Uchiha Obaido has provided is bringing you here, allowing the two of us to become companions." "I think so too." White Zetsu Oi nodded, talking to Akihara Kagura about the meeting between Uchiha Obaido and Uchiha Itachi, and took the opportunity to complain about Uchiha Obaido's style. Obaido actually went to meet with Uchiha Itachi directly, thinking that everyone would definitely choose to obey his commands. "Both my original self and I think he's a bit too naive." "This is normal." Akihara Kagura understood his superior very well because he knew that after Uchiha Obaido revealed his true identity, his mindset had not turned around. Perhaps Uchiha Obaido thought his Dojutsu was invincible, or perhaps he thought he was in control of a world-shaking plan. These 2 points could make everyone believe in him. Obviously, the rest of the ninja world did not think so. Even White Zetsu, who was by Uchiha Obaido's side, did not think so. Obaido has given another mission. White Zetsu Oi felt this mission was not difficult. It's just to provoke a conflict between the Uchiha and the higher-ups of Konoha, forcing Uchiha Itachi to defect and join the Akatsuki. This is easy. I can directly transform into Uchiha Itachi, kill some Konoha ninjas. This is too troublesome. Akihara Kagura shook his head, not quite approving of White Zetsu Oi's suggestion. System prompt. New mission, assist Uchiha Obaido in stirring up the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha, forcing Uchiha Itachi to defect and join the Akatsuki. In fact, we don't need to do anything. Akihara Kagura had a clear vision for the future of this mission. We would rather do nothing than make any mistakes. Without any external interference, Konoha and the Uchiha could not possibly show any signs of a harmonious relationship. Akihara Kagura brought up Uchiha Itachi. As for Uchiha Itachi, haven't you been monitoring him all this time? That guy's days must not be easy, right? That's true, White Zetsu Oi nodded, speaking of the intelligence he had gathered while monitoring Uchiha Itachi. After all, Uchiha Shisui left a suicide note and disappeared without a trace. Not even his body could be found. This has led many Uchiha to suspect that Uchiha Itachi had something to do with it. After all, only Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui did not attend the Uchiha clan's coup d'etat meeting that day, raising suspicions of contact with Uchiha Shisui. Knowing he's not doing well makes me feel at ease. Akihara Kagura raised an eyebrow and waved his hand, saying, The Uchiha clan is so obsessive, thinking their will alone can solve everything, never caring about others' opinions, even knowing that their mission target is their teammate's most important person. They would still mercilessly raise their slaughter knife. If at that time Uchiha Itachi had been more flexible in the land of Earth, willing to follow Akihara Kagura to rescue Hideki Kakashi. If Uchiha Itachi, during the assessment mission given by Shimura Danzo, had chosen to capture Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano, handing them over to Akihara Kagura for dealing, instead of swinging his ninja sword wanting to cut down, the situation could have been different. Are we really going to do nothing? White Zetsu Oi looked at Akihara Kagura and cautiously reminded, Uchiha Obaido is hiding in the Naka Shrine, wholeheartedly wanting to recruit Uchiha Itachi. Is this planning to supervise? Akihara Kagura's eyes flickered, immediately coming up with an idea. I have a way. I can tell others that I want to avenge the harm Uchiha Itachi did to Dean Yakashi Nano, sooner or later helping the village to eliminate all the Uchihas. The third Hokage of Konoha would never agree, right? White Zetsu Oi felt that this plan was not very reliable. I've already been working hard on the tasks Obaido assigned. Akihara Kagura spread his hands, but the third Hokage won't allow me to cleanse the Uchiha clan. What more extreme method could I possibly have? This way, it's not our fault for not taking action. White Zetsu Oi nodded, highly appreciating Akihara Kagura's plan. The plan was very subtle, even only requiring a bit of talking, and everyone knew the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen would never agree to this plan. However, be careful. White Zetsu Oi reminded Akihara Kagura to be very cautious about one thing. Uchiha Itachi has obtained a Mangekyo Sharingan that can change wills. I don't want anything to happen to you in case he fears your power. Thanks for the reminder. Akihara Kagura nodded in satisfaction. Although Akihara Kagura already had a way to destroy that Mangekyo Sharingan, it was not the perfect time as Uchiha Obaido was still in Konoha. Just as Akihara Kagura was about to start his work, a member of the Anbu passed a message to Akihara Kagura that the third Hokage had ordered him to the Hokage's office. Coincidentally, when Akihara Kagura arrived at the Hokage's office, Uchiha Itachi was about to leave. In terms of timing, this was the first official meeting between Uchiha Itachi and Akihara Kagura after their conflict in the Land of Earth, having not seen each other for several months. Uchiha Itachi's appearance at the Hokage office was not by chance. After the suicide of Uchiha Shisui, Sarutobi Hiruzen lost his eyes and ears within the Uchiha clan and directly requested the only spy planted inside the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi, to report intelligence to all the high-ranking officials of Konoha, instead of only reporting to Danzo Shimura. Such a matter, Danzo Shimura had no way to refuse, not even to argue. Uchiha Itachi would regularly come to the Hokage office to report on the situation of the Uchiha clan. During this time, the reports from Uchiha Itachi were mostly similar, mainly mentioning that after the suicide of Uchiha Shisui, the Uchiha clan temporarily lost their combat power and confidence for a coup. Uchiha Itachi. Akihara Kagura suddenly stopped Uchiha Itachi, pretending to be ignorant. I heard Uchiha Shisui died. When I want to kill you, is there anyone left to protect you now? Kagura. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head. This period was too busy. Uchiha Itachi had been occupied with dealing with the troubles arising after the suicide of Uchiha Shisui, forgetting Akihara Kagura, who was once a major crisis. However, the crisis of the Uchiha clan had not yet been resolved, but the crisis with Akihara Kagura was no longer a crisis. As an Uchiha who activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi knew he was not as powerless as before. Now, he had ways to deal with Akihara Kagura. I don't want to have any more conflicts with you. Uchiha Itachi lightly passed by the side of Akihara Kagura. That was a mission I had to carry out. We will not have any interactions in the future. Just a mission? Akihara Kagura looked at his back and nodded. I see. Well, I hope one day I can carry out such a mission too, to kill the person most important to you. Your brother Uchiha Sasuke is the most important to you, right? Uchiha Itachi's steps suddenly halted, and he turned his head to glance at his teammate. That terrifying gaze almost made one involuntarily feel fear. That's a good look. Akihara Kagura complimented, continuing, You want to kill me, right? But just with a gaze, it's impossible to kill me. It's best to have a pair of good eyes. The corners of Akihara Kagura's mouth curled up slightly, as if he was talking about something that barely piqued his interest. Think about it, this world is really interesting. The murderer actually wants to kill the victim, fearing that the victim might seek revenge on him. Uchiha Itachi's momentum stalled. Akihara Kagura always acts like this. Even though every time it's oneself who is being forced, every time it's mentioned, it seems like it's Akihara Kagura who holds the moral high ground. Forget it. I can't understand your way of thinking, just as you can't understand my actions. People live within their own cognition, always unable to understand things beyond their cognition, and they don't even think about stepping out of their own cognition. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, unwilling to entangle further with Akihara Kagura, and directly stated his stance. If you still want to seek revenge for that day's matter, target me. We both have the most important people to ourselves. This is a declaration of challenge. For Uchiha Itachi, his brother Uchiha Sasuke is the most important family member. For Akihara Kagura, Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano are his most important people. Both have their own concern. The problems between the two of them should not involve others. In life, the most important thing is fairness. Akihara Kagura revealed a sinister smile. If you want to wipe clean what you did at Tsucha River Gorge, that wouldn't be fair. I don't like someone taking advantage of me. This world has never had absolute fairness. Uchiha Itachi didn't want to continue the entanglement, turned around and left on his own. Now I'm willing to solve the trouble between us in a relatively fair manner. Uchiha Itachi paused, then earnestly persuaded. If you still can't let go of the matter at Tsucha River Gorge and really want to do something, please target only me. Let's just say I've listened. Akihara Kagura watched Uchiha Itachi's departing back with a smile. What's wrong with you guys? Hade Kakashi appeared in front of Akihara Kagura. He glanced at the departing Uchiha Itachi and couldn't help asking, Is it still about the Tsucha River Gorge incident? No, Akihara Kagura shook his head, looking at his team leader. Captain Kakashi, I feel like I might have become a bit weaker. Uchiha Itachi isn't afraid of me anymore. Hade Kakashi felt that this subordinate really gave him a bit of a headache. You! Why do you always have to make people afraid of you? Akihara Kagura's intentions and his actions were always kind-hearted, so why was his personality and way of doing things so unpleasant? For example, regarding Naruto, Hade Kakashi remembered Uzumaki Naruto's situation and took the initiative to say, By the way, the final exam report cards for the first grade of the Ninja Academy have been released. Karin did well, but Naruto's final exam results were not very satisfactory. Lately, it seems like Enko is showing signs of going crazy, probably because she's afraid I'll trouble her. Akihara Kagura casually found an excuse for Mitarashi Enko. Perhaps. Hade Kakashi pulled a strange smile. Could it be that he had to tell Akihara Kagura that Enko, a proud chunin, was almost driven mad by little Naruto's attitude and grades during the summer supplementary classes? However, you might become even stronger. Hade Kakashi patted Akihara Kagura on the shoulder and softly urged, Go to the rooftop of the Hokage building. A respected senpai has returned. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen had specially informed Hadake Kakashi, Akihara Kagura was to receive instruction from a Jonin teacher and temporarily leave the Ambu for some time. Hadake Kakashi also met the familiar senpai, the respected senpai who should be the Jonin instructor Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to find for Akihara Kagura. Although Akihara Kagura has yet to have the experience of being instructed by a Jonin, aside from that senpai, Konoha probably couldn't find a more suitable person. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, a tall man with white hair stood there, looking down at Akihara Kagura below the Hokage building with serious attention. The gentle breeze lightly blew his long hair fluttering behind him, making him appear somewhat carefree and free, like a hermit from another world. Jirya, how does it feel to be back in the village? After handling affairs, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen went up to the rooftop to catch up and chat with his long unseen disciple, following Jirya's gaze to Akihara Kagura in front of the Hokage building. Kagura has already arrived, huh? Sarutobi Hiruzen, still holding his pipe, exhaled a ring of smoke. At first glance, what do you think of that kid? From the first glance, I felt he might be a troublesome character. The moment the tall man with white hair spoke, he immediately lost that hermit's carefree demeanor, rubbing his forehead and saying, "Old man, this is the person you're handing over to me. Feels like he'll give me a lot of headaches in the future." Actually, he's already giving me a lot of headaches now. Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt a bit of a headache and took the initiative to talk about Akihara Kagura. This child has always been influenced by Shimura Danzo, and his personality has become too extreme. If there really was no other way, I wouldn't have wanted to call you back. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at his disciple and seriously said, "I believe you will teach him well, just like how you taught Minato back then, to make this child a worthy successor of the Will of Fire. Have you chosen him?" Sarutobi Hiruzen did not answer but spoke of Akihara Kagura's advantages. "This child possesses the first Hokage Wood Release and the second Hokage and fourth Hokage Flying Thunder God technique, making it hard to find a more suitable successor than this child. You're not someone who believes in power alone." The tall man with white hair shook his head, seemingly feeling that his teacher's thoughts were unusual. However, once he thought of Akihara Kagura's advantages, the white-haired man had to admit the temptation to make this child a qualified successor was too great. In the future, both in terms of identity and power, this child would be a more than perfect successor for Konoha. Plus the sage mode you've mastered. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze fell on the white-haired man. "I haven't mastered it completely." The white-haired man's spirits fell, but then he quickly realized that his teacher was bringing up the old matter of him succeeding as the fifth Hokage again and quickly shook his head. "I won't be bound by the position of Hokage. I will teach him well." After the white-haired man agreed, he suddenly became curious and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Wait, the first Wood Release, the second and Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. Old man, as the third Hokage, you didn't teach this child any jutsu that was uniquely yours." Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his pipe and looked into the distance. It wasn't that Sarutobi didn't want to teach his jutsu, but the first thing the child learned from him was the wood human technique, capable of competing with Susanoo. The third Hokage was almost proficient in all of Konoha's jutsu, especially the combination ninjutsu of the 5 basic nature transformations, which were very powerful but unfortunately were very conventional ninjutsu that mostly required proper hand signs, definitely something the child who disliked hand signs would find annoying. The old man felt a bit embarrassed to bring it up. The white-haired man seemed to understand his teacher well, chuckled and teased. "Old man, don't belittle yourself. You're known as the strongest Hokage." "That's so rude." Sarutobi Hiruzen's body suddenly leaped up, smashing the pipe in his hand onto his disciple's head. Then he forcefully calmed himself and spoke. "Lately, the village has been overwhelmed with official duties. I simply cannot be everywhere at once. I need to properly handle the village's affairs." After Sarutobi Hiruzen fabricated a reason, he changed the subject to the matter at hand. "Jirya, you must properly teach that child. If the child can master senjutsu, he might truly reach the height of the first Hokage in the future. In our lifetime, we could see the hope for lasting peace in the ninja world." After Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his hopes for the future, he also shared his concerns. "If we cannot remove the darkness from that child's heart, you should know what a powerful ninja possessing forbidden power might do. He could end up like Orochimaru. Just like his other disciple, Orochimaru, who became mad with forbidden power, even endangering the comrades of the village." The white-haired man became silent upon hearing the old man mention his old friend. After a long while facing the breeze, his voice became almost as light as the wind. "I will bring Orochimaru back. Chapter 116, Sage Mode Leaving Konoha, the rooftop of the Hokage building. When Akihara Kagura arrived, he saw the image of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the white-haired man standing against the wind, looking as if both had something troubling on their minds. What could be bothering them? It must be his other superior, Orochimaru. Actually, Orochimaru has been doing quite well recently, having been hired by a powerful new company. If someone always thinks of disturbing him, he would be annoyed too. Kagura, you're here. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Akihara Kagura, he stopped his contemplation and got down to business. Speaking of which, I've mentioned before that I wanted to find you a Jonin teacher who could guide your training, but I haven't found the right person yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the white-haired man next to him and introduced him. This is Jiraiya, the finest Jonin in the village, who will be your future guide. From now on, you will follow him in your training. Ha ha ha! Kid, have you heard of my name? Jiraiya interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen, took a bold step forward, spread his palms, and struck what he thought was a cool pose. The hermit sage from Mount Myaboku, Toad Sage Jiraiya. Akihara Kagura was silent for a second. Akihara Kagura glanced at the welcome package he received from his new teacher, Jiraiya, and silently gave a thumbs up. System prompt: you have a new superior, Jiraiya, rewarded with a new employee welcome package unlocking new features. Sage Mode, extremely sensitive to natural energy, easily absorbs natural energy to synthesize Sage Chakra, enabling your own Sage Mode. In Sage Mode, natural energy can enhance your sensory abilities, defense, and attack, greatly boosting ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu into Sage techniques, significantly increasing their power. This feature is truly excellent. Even Akihara Kagura had to admit, Sage Mode is a trump card that can be used to significantly boost combat effectiveness. Most importantly, even if he had the chance to advance to the level of a Six Paths ninja in the future, Sage Mode would bring great enhancements, because Sage Chakra is a qualitative improvement to Chakra. Akihara Kagura really liked this feature and sincerely praised Jiraiya's odd pose. You seem to like striking cool poses. It seems Lord Jiraiya must be very popular with women. Kid, you have a good eye. Jiraiya's face became even more smug, but he deliberately assumed a modest demeanor. No matter where I go, women mysteriously like me. This has always been a trouble of mine since I was young. Cough, 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 cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen started to cough violently. This disciple's shamelessness is truly boundless. He doesn't fear being exposed in the future at all. He has always pursued Tsunade, with whom he has spent his childhood and most of his life, yet he has never succeeded in winning her over. I have heard of Lord Jiraiya's fame. The legend of the three Sannin of Konoha is widespread, so it's not surprising that Akihara Kagura has heard of it. He looked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "The third Hokage, Lord Jiraiya, has returned to the village. Is the village finally taking the opportunity of Uchiha Shisui's suicide to eliminate the Uchiha clan?" Jiraiya's eyes widened involuntarily, and he abruptly turned to his teacher. "Hey, old man, I don't want to be involved in this kind of thing." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes also widened involuntarily, and he quickly waved his hands, saying, "Young man, don't talk nonsense. The Uchiha clan are ninjas of the village, our comrades. Konoha would never do such a thing." Sarutobi Hiruzen understood very well why Akihara Kagura disliked the Uchiha and spoke out to comfort him. "Kagura, don't hate Itachi. The incident at the Tsuchi River Gorge happened because of the wrong orders issued by Danzo." "I understand." Akihara Kagura frowned, then asked, "Is the third Hokage hesitant to deal with the Uchiha because Itachi has obtained an even more powerful Sharingan?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly changed. When did Uchiha Itachi obtain a more powerful Sharingan? The child had already had the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Did he obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan? How did he not know about this? Uchiha Itachi hadn't reported this to him. However, it's very likely to have happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew some secrets of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha could awaken or upgrade their Sharingan in moments of intense emotion. Uchiha Shisui was Uchiha Itachi's closest friend. When Uchiha Shisui chose to commit suicide, it was indeed possible that, in a moment of intense emotion, Itachi's 3 Tomo Sharingan evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. "How did you know about this?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked curiously. "I was wondering." A hint of confusion, followed by a flicker of murderous intent, passed through Akihara Kagura's eyes. "Why wasn't that defeated foe afraid of me this time when he saw me? So he has obtained a Sharingan as powerful as Uchiha Shisui's, thinking he could defeat me with it. Killing him now would still be as easy as flipping my hand." A drop of cold sweat rolled down Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. If it's really as Akihara Kagura said, Uchiha Itachi might indeed have activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Why didn't that child report this to him? Indeed, is it because of distrust? "Hey, old man!" As Sarutobi Hiruzen was calmly contemplating, Jiraiya suddenly appeared beside him, bumping his shoulder and whispering, "This kid's personality, isn't it a bit too extreme? It's all Danzo's fault." Sarutobi Hiruzen responded quietly, then cleared his throat and said to Akihara Kagura, "Kagura, you don't need to worry about the village's affairs. What you need to do from now on is to let go of the hatred in your heart and train well with Jiraiya." "But there are no buts." Sarutobi Hiruzen sternly stopped Akihara Kagura's unrealistic thoughts. "Old man," Jiraiya's face looked somewhat defeated as he muttered quietly, "I finally understand why you asked me to teach him. Correcting this kid is going to be troublesome. Jiraiya, only you can do it in Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his student seriously for once, persuading, "Teach Kagura well. I believe in his talent, and I'm sure you won't regret it." Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want Jiraiya to refuse this matter. Jiraiya just mumbled a few words, but he didn't really object because he had learned a bit about Akihara Kagura's talent from Sarutobi Hiruzen. If it's really as Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned, Akihara Kagura might truly possess the power to change the ninja world, possibly bringing peace to the ninja world. This little guy might indeed become the child of prophecy. As the summoner of Mount Myaboku's contract, Jiraiya knew about a prophecy once mentioned by the great Toad Sage. There will be a ninja who will change the ninja world. That ninja will be the disciple taught by Jiraiya. Over the years, Jiraiya has been traveling around, recently tracking Orochimaru as well as looking for the prophesied child of the legend. He encountered the legendary sage's eyes and had also taught the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, but ultimately these students all perished. This time, will fate favor his life? All right. Jiraiya looked towards Akihara Kagura, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he extended his hand. "Perhaps this is a fateful encounter in the future. Let's formally get to know each other. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage from Mount Myaboku. From the Dark Laboratory, the wood-release ninja, Akihara Kagura." Akihara Kagura extended his hand and gently touched Jiraiya's, calmly stating his true origin. Jiraiya felt a bit strange in his heart, because the Dark Laboratory mentioned by Akihara Kagura was most likely the unauthorized construction by his old friend Orochimaru while still in Konoha. This was a victim of his old friend Orochimaru, a child who had been in the Dark Laboratory since childhood. When the psychological shadows of his childhood would heal was unknown, plus spending a long time in the root under Danzo. This was a child difficult to cure. Jiraiya sighed in his heart, planning how he should teach this child, with the first step definitely being to leave the vortex of Konoha. "Hey, old man!" Jiraiya looked at his teacher and directly said, "Tomorrow, I plan to take this little guy out for some training. You don't have any objections, do you?" Jiraiya's thought was very simple. Apart from wanting to take Akihara Kagura out to train and temper his mind, another purpose was to hope Akihara Kagura could avoid the dispute between Konoha and the Uchiha. Jiraiya didn't want Akihara Kagura to have the chance to be involved in harsh political struggles, lest the already darkened soul be further tainted. "You're his teacher." Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, had no objection. Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted Akihara Kagura to leave for a while, to avoid more intense conflicts with Uchiha Itachi and stimulate the already sensitive Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi might have concealed the matter of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but he was still willing to act as a spy for the higher-ups of Konoha, proving that the young man would also consider the bigger picture. By comparison, Akihara Kagura was more troublesome. Because of the Tsuche River Gorge incident, Akihara Kagura's temperament was already extreme, and it was impossible for him to reconcile with Uchiha Itachi before being taught by Jiraiya to turn his temperament around. "Then I'll take a walk around the village." Jiraiya, taking Akihara Kagura, stepped down from the Hokage building's platform and instructed, "Before we leave, pack up your things and say goodbye to your friends." There's nothing much to pack. Akihara Kagura didn't have many important possessions. Hadate Kakashi's beautiful kunai engraved with his Flying Thunder God seal was already returned to him when he was in the Land of Grass. He never took back that Flying Thunder God kunai, which also helped Kakashi learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Besides, gifts from Tendo Shisui and Orochimaru, etc., were all sealed inside a scroll, which is not convenient to reveal easily. However, Akihara Kagura has quite a few people to say goodbye to. "Go and say goodbye to your friends." Jiraiya pulled out a pair of binoculars from his pocket and said with a grin, "It's been a long time since I've been back. I want to take a look at the scenery of my hometown." "Okay." Akihara Kagura silently nodded. Konoha Hospital. Yakashi Kabuto is a medical ninja. Since Yakashi Kabuto no longer works for the Konoha Intelligence Division, the best place for him is definitely the Konoha Hospital, where he occasionally undertakes missions with 2 spies sent by Orochimaru. "Kagura!" Yakashi Kabuto's eyes lit up when he saw Akihara Kagura. Since returning to Konoha, they didn't meet often because Akihara Kagura didn't have any secret information to pass to Orochimaru. I'm going on a long trip. I've become a disciple of Master Jiraiya. Akihara Kagura hesitated for a moment, then continued. I will be going out to train with him tomorrow. I won't be going to see the dean, just let her know when you go back to the orphanage, and it's okay not to hide this from her. Yakashi Kabuto's gaze sharpened. The news Akihara Kagura revealed was quite shocking. Besides Akihara Kagura becoming a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, there was also a hint that this news could be told to Orochimaru. Indeed, such news could never be hidden from Orochimaru's eyes and ears. Take good care of yourself. That was all Yakashi Kabuto could say. He couldn't even offer travel expenses. To support the children of the orphanage, Yakashi Kabuto's salary from the hospital and the rewards from missions, including the funds allocated by Orochimaru, were mostly given to the orphanage. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen compensated them by allocating a significant amount of funds to the Konoha orphanage, the money for raising children was always insufficient. Konoha Anbu, Hadate Kakashi had anticipated this long ago. The superior, who had taken considerable care of Akihara Kagura, did not offer travel expenses. Instead, he made an excessively unreasonable request. It's been 2 or 3 years since Intimate Paradise was released. Can you help me rush the sequel? When the sequel to Intimate Paradise comes out, help me get a new book with an autograph handwritten by Master Jiraiya. I am a respectable person. Akihara Kagura frowned. Ever since Hadate Kakashi learned of Uchiha Obaido's revival, he spent less and less time reading that book and more time on training. Who would have thought? This guy was actually looking forward to the sequel. This is a serious matter. Hadate Kakashi, with his hand on Akihara Kagura's shoulder, was more serious than ever. If there's intelligence that's written in a somewhat frivolous manner, but the village urgently needs this intelligence, should we not steal it? Kagura, we are ninjas. I'll try my best to rush the draft. Akihara Kagura felt it was hard to refuse. Akihara Kagura was not curious about what Jiraiya had written. It was more about feeling that his attitude towards Hadate Kakashi was becoming more and more like that of Tenza. Akihara Kagura was too young to buy Jiraiya's Intimate Paradise and only managed to buy a book that Jiraiya wrote earlier, which was not selling well, named The Tale of Strong Will and Perseverance, to boost sales for his new teacher. Besides that, Akihara Kagura also bought a pair of glasses cases. At the summit of Hawkage Rock, Jiraiya sat at the highest point, holding a telescope and surveying the scenery of Konoha, occasionally observing his new disciple. When Jiraiya saw Akihara Kagura buying The Tale of Strong Will and Perseverance, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction because few recognized his serious novels. Not bad reading a serious book. A smile appeared on Jiraiya's lips, reminiscing about sitting on the fourth Hokage's face. Minato, perhaps you have a decent junior brother. As Jiraiya once again surveyed the beautiful scenery of Konoha and looked at Akihara Kagura with his telescope, he saw the guy appearing in front of a dilapidated house. In the home of Karin, little Karin and little Naruto were taking supplementary lessons. The roar of a furious woman was almost earth-shattering. What is the hand seal for the water bullet technique? What is it? Have you, little devil, remembered it or not? When the enemy makes their hand seals, won't you know which ninjutsu they are using? If you can't remember it, I will kill you. To dare to rank second to last in the final exam, you should also study hard in school. I got it, Anko-senpai. Naruto's voice sounded terrified. When Akihara Kagura opened the door, he saw Naruto and Karin, both trembling in fear of the tempestuous Mitarashi Anko. I will leave the village tomorrow. Akihara Kagura, oblivious to everything before him, casually placed the glasses case in front of Karin and tossed the book to Uzumaki Naruto, intending to leave. Karin and Naruto, holding the gifts, chased after him, seemingly wanting to ask Akihara Kagura where he planned to go, the children desperately trying to express their unwillingness to part. Atop the Hawkage Rock, Jiraiya, holding a telescope, saw all this. That child! When Jiraiya saw Naruto and Karin, he was so startled he almost thought he had traveled through time. The tall, white-haired man once again revealed a smile, placing his hand on the rock beneath him. Minato, that's your child. Today perhaps is truly a fateful encounter. Chapter 117, First Lesson, Don't Bully the Weak. After dusk, many in Konoha were aware that Akihara Kagura had become a disciple of Jiraiya. Hawkage Tower. Shimura Danzo took the initiative to meet with Sarutobi Hiruzen. This leader of the route subtly sensed Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions. Do you want Akihara Kagura to become a candidate for Hawkage? Shimura Danzo strongly opposed this idea, presenting his compelling evidence. Do you know how deep that kid's scheming runs? Shimura Danzo felt somewhat embarrassed recalling this. That kid, clearly an orphanage child, pretended not to recognize Yakushi Kabuto and Yakushi Nano upon entering the route, deceiving me into trusting him. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared intently at Shimura Danzo, his face showing faint signs of anger. At that time, you should have allowed this child to enter the Ninja Academy, not the route. Had Akihara Kagura entered the Ninja Academy at that time, instead of being influenced by Shimura Danzo, he wouldn't have become such a troublesome child and might have already inherited Konoha's will of fire, becoming a worthy successor. That kid! Shimura Danzo was so filled with hatred he could hardly speak. Due to truly losing an eye, Shimura Danzo's eye socket throbbed faintly. Danzo! Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzo, shaking his head and sighing. If it weren't for you, that child could have already been confirmed as the future of Konoha. If it weren't for me, Shimura Danzo clenched his teeth, unable to finish his sentence. If it weren't for him, that kid would have had no chance to return to Konoha and would have forever become a test subject for Orochimaru. However, Shimura Danzo couldn't. Shimura Danzo still needed Orochimaru's help to realize his dream of obtaining wood release. Now, having lost the Sharingan and even seeing another Mangekyo Sharingan taken away right before his eyes, he could only plot to acquire another Mangekyo Sharingan while continuing to covet the possibility of mastering wood release. Hiruzen! Leaning on his cane, Shimura Danzo uttered his final words. I understand the darkness that child has experienced better than any of you. He does not have the potential to become Hokage. He is best suited to be a tool. Darkness is not to be feared. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzo, calmly expressing his view. I only hope Jiraiya can dispel his darkness and let him see the light. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he continued, Danzo, there's no need to disparage Kagura in front of me. That child still harbors the so-called will of the root in his heart, wishing to protect Konoha in the shadows. Such thoughts shouldn't be his. Danzo, your influence on him is too great. Towards the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen's dissatisfaction with Shimura Danzo was almost unmasked. Then let him return to the root. Shimura Danzo, looking at his old friend, whispered, that kid can also realize that the root is where he belongs. In the future, I could even make that child the next leader of the root. He's more suitable than Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen almost burst into laughter out of frustration. If you remove the Uchiha clan from the equation, Akihara Kagura is destined to be the strongest ninja in Konoha. Even his ninjutsu holds a legacy for the ninjas of Konoha. To send such a ninja to the root. Has Shimura Danzo's mind truly aged? Does he really think that Konoha's geniuses are as plentiful as stars, easily replacing Akihara Kagura? Or is it that Shimura Danzo himself wants to take the Hokage position and has never changed his covetous thoughts towards it, thus trying every means to eliminate other Hokage candidates? You need not trouble yourself with this matter. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Shimura Danzo stood up, leaning on his cane. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't show any intention of seeing him off. After Shimura Danzo spoke, he pushed open the office door and walked out, slamming the door behind him and coldly said, I will never just watch that kid take the Hokage position. He's merely a successful experiment. Konoha Orphanage. After his shift, Kabuto Yakushi returned here. Yakushi Nano was still helping the orphanage children with their paper box crafts. Kabuto Yakushi casually mentioned that Akihara Kagura was leaving the village for training, but didn't reveal that Akihara Kagura was a disciple of Jiraiya, fearing that Yakushi Nano would worry about Akihara Kagura being exposed. I'll go ask for a safety charm for him. Yakushi Nano has always wanted to make amends to Akihara Kagura. Both Yakushi Kabuto and she herself knew that this was merely a form of emotional solace. Taking advantage of Yakushi Nano's absence, Yakushi Kabuto summoned a small white snake and reported to Orochimaru that Akihara Kagura had become a disciple of Jiraiya. Karin's home. This little red-haired girl with glasses hugged her shoulders, curling up and leaning against the wall. Compared to others, Karin was more sensitive. She roughly understood why Akihara Kagura specifically informed her and Naruto about this. Perhaps this time Akihara Kagura would leave the Konoha village for a long time. Naruto's home. This little guy was holding a Tale of Gutsy Ninja book, snoring and drooling in his sleep sweetly. This gift from Akihara Kagura, which Naruto received unexpectedly, made him immediately realize the preciousness of the book. He felt he was very similar to the protagonist, as their names were exactly the same, all being Naruto. Hatake Kakashi's home. Next to Hatake Kakashi was a copy of Ika Ika Paradise. However, this Ambu ninja was not flipping through his favorite book. Instead, his hands were constantly coming together, with a dark flying thunder god seal floating continuously in his palm. He was still diligently practicing the flying thunder god technique. Hideki Kakashi slapped the flying thunder god seal onto the floor of his home, creating a huge flying thunder god seal on the ground. Hideki Kakashi looked at the seal, which could be regarded as a flying thunder god formation, and felt a slight headache. I can't be worse than my kuhai, can I? Hideki Kakashi reopened his palm, attempting to condense the flying thunder god seal again. If Kagura follows Lord Jiraiya to train, who knows how much he will surpass me when he returns? Naka Shrine. Uchiha Obaido was still hiding here. The real body of White Zetsu always felt somewhat uncomfortable, feeling occasionally as if Shimura Danzo was targeting this place. When the real body of White Zetsu spoke, he would always subconsciously lower his voice. By the way, today Oi brought a message that Kid Kagura is leaving the Konoha village to go out and train with Jiraiya. HMPH, I knew that kid was unreliable. Uchiha Obaido frowned, focusing only on what he wanted to do. It seems our spy planted in the Konoha village won't be of any use for the time being. Ambu dormitory. Akihara Kagura lay on his own bed. White Zetsu Oi emerged from the ground, revealing his upper body. Young man, can't you really take me with you this time? It might put you in danger. Akihara Kagura shook his head, unwilling to agree. I might be taken by teacher Jiraiya to some strange places. The ninja world is so magical, there are always some people with unique abilities. If they sense your presence, it could put you in danger. I could claim to be someone sent by Obaido to monitor you. White Zetsu Oi's head was indeed quite clever, immediately coming up with a solution. That's actually a good idea. After pondering for a while, Akihara Kagura felt that this reason was somewhat impeccable. Oi! Akihara Kagura, recalling the moment he climbed to the rooftop of the Hokage building and heard Jiraiya mention wanting to bring back Orochimaru, suddenly sighed. We should present Lord Orochimaru with a gift. What gift? White Zetsu Oi nodded thoughtfully. To make Lord Orochimaru cherish his bonds. Akihara Kagura sighed deeply and continued. The third Hokage wanted teacher Jiraiya to teach me, aiming to nurture me into the future Hokage. So I should learn the Hokage mindset and make more people cherish their bonds. White Zetsu Oi still couldn't understand the use of bonds, because this White Zetsu had human intelligence but lacked human emotions. To it, its life resided in the Jido statue until it was summoned to accompany Akihara Kagura, gradually beginning to feel that it had a purpose, as it was always mentioned together with Akihara Kagura as us, or you. By the way, Lord Orochimaru has joined the Akatsuki, so some of his laboratories must be unattended. Akihara Kagura seemed to suddenly remember something and continued. You go find an unused laboratory and secretly collect some easily obtainable Kekkei Genkai. I happen to possess a transformation technique from Orochimaru. I have a brilliant idea. Okay. White Zetsu Oi did not yet know what that brilliant idea would be. However, White Zetsu Oi expressed his confusion. Do you plan to stay with that person named Jiraiya all the time? Only for a while. Akihara Kagura seemed to have a certain understanding of Jiraiya and continued. I guess it won't be long before the two of us can't stay together anymore. He will go off to find some fun and leave me alone to train. The next day, at the entrance of the Konoha, Jiraiya and Akihara Kagura met here. Jiraiya had secretly observed Akihara Kagura yesterday and thought that Akihara Kagura was not just simply extreme, so his impression of this young one improved a lot. First, let me show you the joys of life. Jiraiya took Akihara Kagura to a small town near the Konoha, treated him to a big meal, and then took him to a hot spring bath. The life of a ninja isn't just about fighting and killing. Jiraiya's body soaked in the hot spring, enjoying the warmth of the steam wrapping around his body, and closed his eyes contentedly. There's also a life that allows one to experience leisure and comfort. Lord Danzo mentioned that ninjas should not covet external pleasures. Akihara Kagura frowned, seeming still somewhat unaccustomed, but still tried to learn from Jiraiya and lay down. This was the first lesson Jiraiya intended to teach Akihara Kagura. Due to Akihara Kagura's personality, Jiraiya planned to first let this child forget the hatred and battles between ninjas and to get a taste of the human world. Hey ha, she, don't splash it on me. A silvery female voice came from the neighboring hot spring bath. SHH. Jiraiya suddenly put up a finger, signaling Akihara Kagura not to speak. This tall, white-haired man and his disciple had not spent half a day together before he showed his true colors, immediately climbing out of the hot spring, casually draping a towel around himself, and carefully walked over to the partition wall between the male and female hot spring baths. Hey! A strange giggle suddenly came from Jirya's throat. Akihara Kagura fell silent for a moment. As a student, Akihara Kagura really couldn't blame his teacher. Akihara Kagura climbed out of the bath, wrapped himself in a towel, returned to the dressing room to change into his clothes, and notified the owner of the hot spring inn. Akihara Kagura sat at the cafe opposite the hot spring inn and causally ordered 2 pear juices. Half a minute later, Jirya, wrapped in a towel, made a dash for it. A group of elderly ladies working at the hot spring inn chased after him with brooms, beating him vigorously. It wasn't until Jirya ducked into a small alley, looking utterly disheveled, that the group of elderly ladies, seemingly unable to see him with their blurry eyesight, reluctantly returned to the inn. "Teacher Jirya, why didn't you use ninjutsu?" Akihara Kagura looked at the disheveled Jirya, first handing him a cup of pear juice, then started his knowingly naive questioning. Even a basic physical technique could have dealt with them, or a clone technique to escape their pursuit. "Humph, anyway, I escaped." Jirya's mouth curved into a confident smile as he took the pear juice, sipped through the straw, and continued his lesson. "Kid, a ninja's talent isn't measured by the amount of ninjutsu they know, but by their perseverance, and one should not use these abilities to bully the innocent." This was the second lesson Jirya intended to teach by seizing the moment. Ninjas are never supposed to lord over others due to their strength, nor should they bully the weak with their power. After all, Akihara Kagura, his student, was too strong and never feared the powerful. Besides, the most important thing is, this time the first to make a mistake was you, Teacher Jirya, right? Akihara Kagura nodded and continued. "I think I understand. I want to learn Teacher Jirya's perseverance. I notified the mayor of this town about a peeper. Teacher Jirya, please escape without using any ninjutsu or physical techniques under the encirclement of the entire town. After finishing this pear juice, people from the town will come over. Teacher Jirya, I'll be waiting for you at the top of the mountain outside the town." Akihara Kagura raised his hand towards the mountain in the distance, his body gradually turning into a wooden sculpture. Suddenly, a group of townspeople kicked the sculpture aside, holding various cleaning tools, and slowly surrounded a bewildered and stunned Jirya. Wait a moment." Jirya called out, hoping to have a good talk with Akihara Kagura. If Jirya had inquired just a bit more from his teacher, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, he might have had the chance to know that even Sarutobi Hiruzen had to prove the value of the Hokage by reluctantly treating the kid to 2 bowls of ramen. Night, the moonlight is bright, on the mountain top outside the small town. Akihara Kagura leans against a tree, sleeping sweetly with his head bowed, though his lips are a bit dry. "Kid!" A white-haired man, his face covered in bruises and swollen, is in a disheveled state, almost unrecognizable. This white-haired man is Jirya. To convince his disciple, Jirya did not use his chakra and was chased and beaten by the villagers of the small town, barely making it to this mountain. When Jirya reached the top of the mountain, he still chose not to use his chakra, but stubbornly climbed to the top with his physical strength, to the side of his disciple, Akihara Kagura, wanting to use this opportunity to continue teaching the brat. Just as Jirya was about to reach out his hand without using chakra, trying to push the sleeping Akihara Kagura, a cup of pear juice was pushed towards Jirya's hand. "You little devil!" Jirya immediately became energized, tearing open the packaging and gulping down the sweet pear juice. "I only bought 2 cups of pear juice." Akihara Kagura seemed not to have drunk any water, his voice a bit hoarse, softly saying, "In the afternoon I asked Teacher Jirya to drink a cup of pear juice, and this cup has been left here untouched, also reserved for Master Jirya. Why didn't you drink it?" Jirya, looking at the empty cup, felt a mix of emotion. "Because it was meant for Teacher Jirya." Akihara Kagura shook his head, giving a somewhat strange answer. "I wanted to use this cup of pear juice, meant to quench my own thirst, as a gift for Teacher Jirya's victorious return, perhaps because I hope my teacher is a ninja who can do what he says. If a teacher can do what he says, then all the words he said and the lessons he wanted to teach his students should be believed by the students. I will remember this lesson from Teacher Jirya. No matter how powerful the ninja techniques I master in the future, I will not use my power to bully the innocent." Jirya was somewhat shocked in his heart. It was supposed to be him teaching this child, yet he was touched by the child's actions. This child might really be the child of prophecy. "All right." Jirya looked at Akihara Kagura in front of him and spoke seriously. "Then let me heal properly tonight, and tomorrow I will formally teach you cultivation, letting you witness the true power of the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku." Chapter 118. Great Toad Sage got summoned. Early morning. After a night, Jirya's injuries have healed nicely. When this elite ninja instructor began teaching Akihara Kagura, he seemed to become serious. "First, what I will teach you is the art of summoning." This was the first technique Jirya chose to teach Akihara Kagura. Rather than simply teaching the art of summoning, it was more about Jirya wanting Akihara Kagura to sign a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku, thereby establishing a connection between Akihara Kagura and Mount Myaboku. Mount Myaboku is one of the 3 great sage heritages in the ninja world. Only in a sage heritage site can one have the possibility to learn sage mode. Saruto by Hiruzen asked Jirya to teach Akihara Kagura primarily to enable Kagura to learn sage mode, as many of the powerful wood-release techniques of Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konoha, were recorded as sage jutsu. To make Akihara Kagura as powerful as the first Hokage, it was essential for Kagura to learn sage mode. Currently, in the entire ninja world, Jirya is the only known ninja to master sage mode. Through yesterday's lesson, Jirya believed that Akihara Kagura was not a person with evil intentions and decided to let Kagura sign a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku. Summoned creatures can help a ninja do many things. Jirya has always been very skilled in using summoned creatures from Mount Myaboku. These toads can not only assist him in battle, but also help with disguises, communication, and concealment, greatly aiding Jirya. Now, let's have you sign the summoning contract with Mount Myaboku. Ninja art, summoning jutsu. Jirya quickly formed hand seals and slammed his palm on the ground. A black summoning circle appeared on the ground, and a puff of smoke rose from the circle, revealing a large toad. The toad wore a loyalty tag around its neck and held a scroll in its mouth. It gently extended its long tongue and placed the scroll in front of Akihara Kagura. This is the summoning contract scroll that our generation has signed with Mount Myaboku. You need to write your name on the scroll with your own blood to establish a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku. From then on, you can summon toads from Mount Myaboku to assist you. The scroll slowly opened, revealing rows of blanks. The names of 5 individuals were written at the front of this summoning scroll, with Jirya's name second to last, and the name of a certain Otsutsuki Hagoromo at the top. Akihara Kagura bit his finger and wrote down his name. Jirya watched Kagura's actions, murmuring to himself, "The art of summoning is a space-time technique and also relies heavily on talent. But since you were able to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, combined with your chakra, you should easily summon the toad Gamabunta, and possibly even the 2 sages, Fukasaku and Shima." Toad Gamabunta. Among the toads of Mount Myaboku, Gamabunta boasts an exceptionally strong combat ability and is one of Jirya's most important partners, assisting him in numerous battles. Fukasaku and Shima, 2 sage toads, are Gamabunta's parents and esteemed elders of Mount Myaboku. Both sages possess the ability to wield powerful senjutsu. Most importantly, these 2 sage toads are true mentors, not only teaching ninjas how to merge natural energy with their chakra to use senjutsu, but also assisting them in entering sage mode. If Akihara Kagura could summon Fukasaku and Shima, learning or utilizing sage mode in combat would become much simpler. Ninjutsu, summoning jutsu. Akihara Kagura quickly brought his hands together in a seal and released his first summoning jutsu in the ninja world, immediately sensing the summonable creatures. Besides the 10 tails husk within himself, there were many summonable creatures from a hidden place, both large and small, and Akihara Kagura issued the summon command, Mount Myaboku. This is a sage's place in the ninja world. Deep within a temple on Mount Myaboku, a giant orange toad sat on a huge chair, soundly asleep with its eyes closed. This giant toad wore a string of prayer beads around its neck with a oil character plaque in the middle and a hat symbolizing wisdom on its head. The great toad sage. The founder of the Mount Myaboku legacy site and the highest-ranking individual in Mount Myaboku, he spends years dreaming, foreseeing the future in his dreams. "It seems someone is calling me." The great toad sage seemed to murmur something in his sleep. By the great toad sage's side stood Fukasaku and Shima, the 2 sage toads. These 2 sages are very small in stature, preferring to walk upright, and their thought processes are very human-like. "Old fool, did you sleep in confusion again?" Sage Shima was always quite blunt with the great toad sage. "Could it be another prophecy?" Sage Fukasaku shook his head, about to say something when he sensed someone initiating a summoning contract with them. Someone is summoning us. Is little Jirya in danger?" Fukasaku and Shima sensed the summoning at the same time. In the entire ninja world, only Jirya could summon them both. However, Jirya found it very difficult to summon them. Most of the time, their assistance was needed to enter sage mode, and for regular battles, Gamabunta or other toads were sufficient. Just as the 2 sages were about to respond to the summoning command suddenly disappeared, as if another toad from Mount Myaboku had answered the call. Little Jirya wouldn't summon us without a reason. Sage Fukasaku shook his head worriedly, fearing that something serious had happened, and turned to look at the huge chair next to him, saying, "When the old fool wakes up, let him check if Jirya has encountered any danger." "Where is the old fool?" "Ah!" Sage Shima looked at the empty chair with eyes full of shock, her face suddenly filled with panic. "This is bad, the great Toad Sage is in trouble." "The old fool is gone." Sage Shima's face was also full of dismay. Even though she always called the great Toad Sage an old fool who slept too much, she knew well that the great Toad Sage was a pillar of Mount Mayaboku, elsewhere, on a small hill near the town. Akihara Kagura sat on top of a doctoral cap. The great Toad Sage, who had been in a dazed sleep, slowly woke up, opened his eyes to survey his surroundings, and in a daze saw Jirya before him. Jirya opened his mouth in shock, looking incredulously at the summoned beast brought forth by Akihara Kagura, tremblingly extending his finger. "You kid! How could you summon the great Toad Sage, you little kid?" Ah! I'm going to be scolded to death by sages Fukasaku and Shima," panic shone in Jirya's eyes as he ran around in fear. "Wait, you kid!" Jirya suddenly stopped, pointed at Akihara Kagura sitting on the great Toad Sage's cap. "Get down from there now! Don't sit on top of the great Toad Sage's head!" Akihara Kagura leaped down, looking at the frightened Jirya, and frowned. "This summoned beast, was it not supposed to be summoned? It looks big, but it doesn't seem to have much fighting ability." "He is the great Toad Sage," Jirya, grabbing Akihara Kagura's shoulders, explained to his disciple the serious consequences of summoning the great Toad Sage. "The highest-ranking sage of Mount Mayaboku, the great Toad Sage possesses the ability of prophecy. You summoning him here will drive the toads of Mount Mayaboku mad. Once those guys find out, they'll definitely scold me to death. Don't be nervous, teacher Jirya." Akihara Kagura looked at the nervous Jirya and began to soothe his own teacher, offering a suggestion. "Wouldn't it be fine if I just killed this giant Toad Sage so that the toads of Mount Mayaboku don't find out about this?" After saying this, Akihara Kagura then turned his gaze towards the toad summoned by Jirya, which wore a loyalty tag. It would be best to kill the toad summoned by teacher Jirya as well, to prevent it from going to Mount Mayaboku to tip them off. Jirya's head was scared crooked. Jirya, trembling, pointed at Akihara Kagura and began to scold. "Don't say such horrifying things, and don't come up with such extreme ideas." The toad Loyalty, summoned by Jirya, heard Akihara Kagura's words and immediately realized the severity of the situation, quickly dispelling the summoning to return to Mount Mayaboku to report. "That guy ran away." Akihara Kagura sighed. "My life is over." Jirya held his head in despair. "If I hadn't accepted the old man's task, I wouldn't have taken you as a disciple. If I hadn't taken you as a disciple, I wouldn't have taught you the art of summoning. If I hadn't taught you the art of summoning, today's incident wouldn't have happened." This tall man, who was always carefree and unrestrained, was now squatting on the ground like a complaining wife, doubting his own life. However, Jirya was depressed for a while but quickly recovered. "Things haven't reached the worst point yet." Jirya looked at the giant Toad Sage, who was gradually coming to his senses, stepped forward, bowed deeply, and started apologizing profusely. Sorry. Giant Toad Sage, my young disciple is somewhat ignorant and does not understand the situation at Mount Mayaboku. I hope you, as a noble elder, can forgive this slight and forget about today's incident. And also, it would be best if you could speak well of me in front of the sages Fukasaku and Shima." The giant Toad Sage was confused for a while, looking at Jirya, who was bowing and scraping in front of him, pondered for a moment, and then asked, "By the way, who are you again?" The giant Toad Sage, always sleeping, with its age spanning over 1,000 years and having experienced too much, often forgets many people and many things, even frequently forgetting Jirya's name. In the past, Jirya only felt a bit helpless about the great Toad Sage forgetting his own matters, but today he suddenly felt a bit of joy. "Can't remember me, that's really great." Jirya's face beamed with joy, happily persuading it. "Then you must also forget about today's events. Hurry up and cancel the summoning to go home and sleep. I remember now, it's little Jirya." The great Toad Sage slowly uttered Jirya's name. Jirya's expression instantly froze, and he dejectedly sat on the ground, resigned to be scolded. "Never mind, I'll summon Fukasaku first and explain everything clearly." Mount Mayaboku, deep in the temple of Mount Mayaboku. While Fukasaku and Shima were still hesitating, a huge toad leaped over. It was the son of the two sages, Gamabunta. "Gama has just returned. Gama told me that the great Toad Sage was summoned by someone. That guy Jirya has taken a disciple, and that kid used the summoning technique for the first time and was not skilled, directly summoning the great Toad Sage." That kid wanted to silence him to kill the great toad sage. That guy Jirya is summoning me. The huge Gamabunta sensed someone was summoning him, holding a giant smoking pipe. I'm going there now to see which arrogant kid it is, on a mountain top near the town. Ninja art, summoning technique. As Jirya performed the summoning technique, an extremely large red toad appeared here. This huge toad had a smoking pipe in its mouth, a series of tongue piercings on its tongue, and a short sword hanging at its waist, making it look very formidable. It was Gamabunta from Mount Maiboku. Which kid? Just as Gamabunta appeared and was about to curse, he saw the great toad sage sitting on the ground, focusing on a young boy standing in front of it. The great toad sage conversed briefly with Jirya and then ceased to focus on him, instead intently observing Akihara Kagura, the one who had summoned him. Little one, a little one who has never appeared in my dreams. Even though I can see the story of Hamura and Hagoromo, even the tale of an ant moving its home, I still can't see your story. Ha! Jirya was about to explain to Gamabunta when he suddenly heard these words and sharply reacted, turning his gaze towards the great toad sage. Wait, great toad sage! Great toad sage can't see Kagura. Does that mean Kagura is not the child of prophecy? The great toad sage slowly shook his head. Is it not so? Jirya's brows furrowed, a hint of disappointment appearing on his face. The great toad sage did not respond, continuing to gaze at Akihara Kagura, trying to see through the boy as if through a veil, unable to clearly perceive anything beyond the surface that Kagura presented. But nature is very close to you. Can't you feel their presence? The great toad sage possessed an immeasurable amount of natural energy and could see the natural energy constantly drawing close to Kagura. This natural energy, even more than the great toad sage, sought closeness with Kagura, something the sage had never witnessed in thousands of years. Are you talking about these? Kagura lifted his hand as if he could sense the natural energy. This natural energy was absorbed into Kagura's body. A shade of black and white eyeshadow appeared on Kagura's face, and a tremendous aura burst forth from him, instantly knocking over Gamabunta and Jirya, leaving only the great toad sage unmoved in his original place. Jirya quickly hid on top of Gamabunta's head, staring in amazement at Kagura standing before the great toad sage. That is Sage Mode, Chapter 119, Sage Body, Sage Mode. This is a power many dream of attaining. Jirya practiced Sage Mode for many years and had to rely on the assistance of the two sages of Mount Maiboku, and even then it took some time to enter Sage Mode. However, right before Jirya's eyes, his new disciple entered Sage Mode without anyone's help, without any time, and even in a state of bewilderment. The aura of Akihara Kagura gradually stabilized. This was Akihara Kagura's first time entering Sage Mode. The Sage Chakra brought an unprecedented strength, and his body felt a surge of vitality. How does it feel? The great toad sage asked gently. Not bad. Akihara Kagura lifted a finger and touched the air. Sage art, water mirror technique. A water mirror appeared in front of Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura looked at himself in the mirror, touching the eyeshadow above his eye sockets. The black and white eyeshadow, like flowing water, gathered at his fingertips. This was a characteristic of Sage Mode. Eventually, the facial makeup of entering Sage Mode settled on his forehead, merging into a leaf shape between Akihara Kagura's eyebrows. The great toad sage fell into thought again. This situation was something it had never seen before. Akihara Kagura completing the Sage Mode on his own and being able to freely modify the appearance changes brought by Sage Mode seemed quite normal. Jirya! Gamabunta was somewhat shocked by Akihara Kagura's talent for bursting into Sage Mode, saying, Is this the new disciple you've taken in? Your disciples always seem to have more talent than you. Minato was like that, and this kid too. Ha ha ha! Jirya scratched his head awkwardly. This child is even more outstanding than that kid. The great toad sage interrupted their conversation, casually mentioning, Little Jirya, you once encountered the sage eyes. This child must possess the sage body. The sage body? Jirya's expression was somewhat surprised, because this term had never been mentioned before. Regarding the sage eyes, Jirya did know about it. That was the Rinnegan owned by his deceased disciple Nagato, the legendary eyes of the sage of the six paths. What does the sage body mean? Is it the physique of the legendary sage of the six paths? Does it self-heal? Jirya remembered how Kagura's finger wound healed rapidly after he bit his finger, a healing ability far surpassing that of medical ninjas' medical ninjutsu. That is the most common ability of a sage body. The great toad sage shook his head and said softly, A true sage body naturally possesses abundant life energy, can keenly sense the energy existing in nature, and easily assimilate this natural energy into their body, transforming into sage mode. A sage body, huh? This tall man once again brought up the major affair of his life. Great Toad Sage, Kagura has already learned sage jutsu and even possesses a sage body. Perhaps in the future he could become a god of ninjas, just like the first Hokage. Perhaps there is no one stronger than Kagura in the entire ninja world, right? Isn't he also not the child predicted by the Great Toad Sage who would change the ninja world? Fate will bring you together. The Great Toad Sage, hearing their conversation, turned back and said, "Little Jiraiya, when the moment of fate arrives, you will understand. As for this child with the sage body," the Great Toad Sage looked towards Kagura again, closed his eyes, and slowly shook his head, saying, "Just like the child with the sage eyes, fate is a curious thing. It's hard for me to observe their true existence. This is a situation I have never encountered before. Perhaps only when I return to my slumber will I have the chance to observe the river of time. The boy beloved by nature, just like we are the spirit of nature between heaven and earth." While speaking, the Great Toad Sage slowly closed his eyes, his breathing gradually became even, and his body turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. Clearly, the Great Toad Sage had returned to Mount Myaboku. Kagura remained silent. In this ninja world, there have always been many creatures beloved by natural energy, including ninjas themselves. However, some do not utilize natural energy to gain strength and may even become as ferocious as wild beasts. Some wild beasts learn to use natural energy, which leads them to develop intelligence and even establish the 3 great sacred lands. "I'm going back too, Jiraiya." Gamabunta, holding a pipe in his mouth, blew a smoke ring and muttered, "Who knows what kind of mess Mount Myaboku is in now? Teach your disciple well. You can summon anyone in the future, just don't summon the Great Toad Sage again." The Great Toad Sage never left Mount Myaboku. This time, the Great Toad Sage was actually summoned, which was a big deal for Mount Myaboku and even nearly caused a great chaos. A kid named Akihara Kagura does have a talent for summoning jutsu, but he'd better not summon recklessly next time. We can't have Mount Myaboku in chaos every day. Moreover, the ninja world is not without its dangers. The Great Toad Sage has lived for over 1,000 years. Who knows if it can still fight? If it were to be killed in a battle by accident, it would cause an earthquake throughout Mount Myaboku. "I'm leaving." After saying that, Gamabunta turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Only Jiraiya and Akihara Kagura were left on the mountain top. Jiraiya leaped in front of Akihara Kagura, looked at the leaf-shaped face paint on Kagura's forehead, and said with a bit of melancholy, "I thought you would need to train for a while longer before I told you some information about the sage mode." As a teacher who has instructed many disciples, Jiraiya always had his unique way of teaching, allowing his disciples to become strong gradually without confusing their minds. However, there was a problem on the first day of teaching Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura, this kid, is talented, even possessing the body of a sage, but his ability to cause trouble is truly second to none, even thinking about killing the Great Toad Sage. The most troublesome part is how to teach him next. Teaching this kid the art of summoning, he directly summoned the highest-ranking Great Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku and even directly mastered the sage mode. The old man really gave him a big problem. Besides, another headache for Jiraiya was learning new information that Akihara Kagura is not the child of prophecy, which means he must continue on his journey. Akihara Kagura looked up at Jiraiya. "What is the child of prophecy? Am I not the child of prophecy? Does that disappoint you, teacher Jiraiya? How should I put it?" Jiraiya rubbed the hair on his forehead and sighed. "The Great Toad Sage is a sage with the ability of prophecy. Many years ago, the Great Toad Sage made a prophecy that I would have a disciple who could bring change to the ninja world. Just not sure if this change would bring peace to the ninja world or destruction to the world, so I have been searching." Jiraiya has always acted according to the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage, hoping to meet the child of prophecy soon to teach that disciple to bring stability to the ninja world. "Never mind." Jiraiya was only disappointed for a moment, then became magnanimous again. "It doesn't matter if you're not the child of prophecy, you are still my disciple." That's also good. Jiraiya could at least be certain of one thing. Akihara Kagura was not the child of prophecy. He would not bring about change to the ninja world, nor would he cause a crisis of destruction there. Unfortunately, Nagato has died. Jiraiya thought of his former disciple and sighed, saying, "If he were still alive, perhaps you two could have met. One with the body of a sage, the other with the eyes of a sage." Jiraiya found his life interesting, encountering so many talented disciples, yet none with a child of prophecy. How extraordinary must the talent of the true child of prophecy be to surpass both the body and eyes of a sage? Upon hearing the name of his superior, Akihara Kagura curiously asked, "Why haven't I heard the name of Brother Nagato in Konoha? Nagato was not a ninja of Konoha." Jiraiya shook his head, recounting his past. "It was during the Second Great Ninja War. After our battle with Hanzo of the Salamander, we happened to meet 3 orphans, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, in the Land of Rain. Worried they wouldn't survive the war, I took them in as disciples. Later, the messenger Toad from Mount Mayaboku told me they had died in the war." Akihara Kagura felt that Mount Mayaboku was somewhat unreliable. Looking at Jiraiya, Akihara Kagura earnestly suggested, "If teacher still misses them, shall we go to the Land of Rain to pay our respects? The Land of Rain is still in civil war." Jiraiya did not favor this idea. Entering the battlefield would make the situation uncontrollable, and Jiraiya feared that Akihara Kagura might kill people there, as war too easily arouses a person's desire to kill. Jiraiya still preferred to take Akihara Kagura to peaceful and auspicious places to keep his disciple from thinking about killing. That was what he ought to do. "Let's rest in the next town first." Jiraiya gestured for his disciple to descend the mountain and looked again at the leaf mark on Akihara Kagura's forehead. "Can you maintain sage mode for so long?" It had been quite some time. How could this disciple still maintain sage mode? In the past, Jiraiya's ability to maintain sage mode depended entirely on the 2 sages, Shima and Fukasaku, helping him absorb natural energy to form sage chakra. "Do you want to try the power of sage chakra?" Jiraiya looked at Akihara Kagura in front of him and suddenly couldn't help feeling a bit eager to try. "The traditional Konoha village bell-stealing game, do you want to give it a try? Are there any prohibitions?" Akihara Kagura seemed quite interested. For a moment Jiraiya was at a loss for words. This tall man's eyes began to get serious. He also wanted to know the true strength of his disciple. A string of bells appeared in Jiraiya's hands. "So, none." As one of the legendary Sannin of the Konoha, Jiraiya was somewhat confident. "Then use all your strength with the resolve to kill me to take away the bells. Even using sage mode is fine. Traditionally, you should have 2 teammates to work with you, but I've heard of your strength, kid, so we don't need those between us. I will also give my all." Up to now, Akihara Kagura's track record has been quite impressive. Jiraiya was confident, but he wouldn't arrogantly think he could treat this youngster like a child. "Really no restrictions?" Akihara Kagura asked Jiraiya again and specifically reminded this teacher. "I've learned quite a few powerful techniques during this time." "Then let this teacher see them." Jiraiya put away the bells, formed a seal with his hands, but saw a hint of surprise in his disciple's eyes. "Before the battle, we need to form such a seal, right?" Akihara Kagura formed the same seal following Jiraiya's example. "Correct. This is the confrontation seal, symbolizing the start of a battle. After the battle ends, the 2 fighting ninjas need to form the reconciliation seal, meaning the end of the conflict between the 2. After teaching Akihara Kagura these basic pieces of knowledge, Jiraiya suddenly rushed towards Akihara Kagura's direction and kicked at his chest. "Taijutsu!" Akihara Kagura raised his arm and easily blocked the strike. Because he was still in sage mode, the natural energy within the entire area was providing him with sensory information, allowing him to easily predict the opponent's movements. Even sage mode could utilize natural energy to perform actions beyond prediction. Akihara Kagura twisted his palm and caught Jiraiya's ankle with one hand, pulling down forcefully on Jiraiya's body. Jiraiya immediately realized the immense strength of Akihara Kagura. Unable to break free, the tall man encountered someone for the first time who was a match in strength to his old friend. He could only quickly form hand seals, attempting to use the substitution technique to escape. "Locked on!" Jiraiya immediately recalled certain uses of sage mode. Under sage mode, one can control the natural energy of this area, making it impossible to use the substitution technique. "My taijutsu is actually not strong. I only know some basic taijutsu from the village." Akihara Kagura slammed his teacher to the ground while saying, "But I trained continuously in the village for several months, plus the enhancement of sage mode. Earth release, swamp of the underworld." The moment Jiraiya was thrown down, he brought his palms together to complete the hand seals and quickly placed his hand on the ground, turning the ground into a swamp. Akihara Kagura's body instantly sank into the swamp. Taking advantage of the moment Akihara Kagura was distracted, Jiraiya kicked off against Akihara Kagura's chest, leveraging himself free from Akihara Kagura's grasp and simultaneously causing his disciple to sink deeper. As expected, whether it was Jiraiya or Akihara Kagura, both knew in their hearts that the swamp on the ground would not cause any trouble. A vine quickly grew out of the swamp, lifting Akihara Kagura's body out of the swamp. So dealing with Sage Mode is this troublesome? Jirya hurriedly took a few steps back and immediately disappeared from the spot. This tall man hid under a tree, feeling defeated by his disciple, yet a smile appeared on his lips. I should have entered Sage Mode before announcing the start of the battle. Close combat against Sage Mode is too disadvantageous. This kid, his taijutsu isn't that bad after all. Why is it so quiet now? Jirya hid behind this tree, frowning to himself. Doesn't that kid understand the rules? Could he actually think I would fight him head-on? Just as Jirya was contemplating whether he should go out and say something, a beam of white light suddenly pierced through the trunk of the large tree. Even more, the incoming white light continued unabated, piercing through countless large trees. The spot where each tree was pierced turned into nothingness, until the final area of disappearance caused a huge explosion. Is this dust release? Jirya looked at the white light in horror. Although Jirya had never seen this application of dust release before, the way the white light destroyed the trees and turned the trunks into nothingness was undeniable. This was dust release. The dust release of the third Tsuchikage, Anoki. Wasn't the Kekkei Genkai in this kid supposed to be the wood release? Just as Jirya remembered the kidnapping case involving Akihara Kagura and the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, a figure slowly descended from the sky. This was learned by sneaking during the kidnapping of the third Tsuchikage, Anoki. Its power may not match the wood release within my body, but it also possesses formidable power. Chapter 120. Earth-style wall with Danzo's face. This battle, it seems to be getting troublesome. Jirya had never imagined that Akihara Kagura had also learned dust release, posing a great threat to him. A moment of inattention could really cost him his life. However, Jirya was a man concerned about his face, and he felt really embarrassed to mention to his disciple the prohibition of using dust release. Wouldn't that mean admitting his fear? Fire release! Flame bullet! Jirya spat out a blast of flames towards Akihara Kagura. The temperature of these flames was extremely high, created by Jirya synthesizing oil within his body and spitting it out, igniting it with fire release at the same time. Sage art! Earth-style wall! Akihara Kagura quickly formed hand seals, and the earth soil grew like it was alive into a tall earthen wall. The flames instantly hit the wall. Your earth release technique isn't bad, kid! Jirya, seeing the tall earth wall still standing firm under the flames, couldn't help but praise, then noticed a human face carved on the wall. That face on the wall, why does it look so much like Danzo? This kid must have learned the earth-style wall from someone like Hideki Kakashi. Otherwise, why would he like carving things on walls, even carving Shimura Danzo on it? Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Jirya released the swamp of the underworld again, watching the earth wall sink into the swamp, and also saw Akihara Kagura, who was hiding behind the wall, floating up on the swamp. How does he have the ability to fly? This leading Jonin suddenly felt a headache. Just this flying ability alone gave Akihara Kagura a huge advantage in the battle, making it extremely convenient for scouting, dodging attacks, or attacking from high above. Facing Akihara Kagura's endless strange abilities, Jirya had a vague illusion, feeling as if he was the one being tested, especially since Akihara Kagura had not yet used his most proficient wood release. Fire release! Big flame bullet! Jirya once again spat out a sweeping blast of flames towards Akihara Kagura. The next moment, Jirya saw Akihara Kagura's body disappear from its original place. Flying Thunder God technique, how could I forget? Jirya's expression suddenly changed, remembering that his disciple had also learned the Flying Thunder God technique, so he didn't need to test him with ninjutsu anymore. Just the Flying Thunder God technique alone could ensure that Akihara Kagura stands undefeated in this battle. Achieving the assessment objective in this bell test poses a great challenge for Jirya, an excellent teacher. It's troublesome. Jirya could only quickly clap his hands together. Facing such an excellent disciple, ordinary tactics were ineffective, and even small tricks like shadow clone traps seemed powerless under the perception of Sage Mode. Jirya was also embarrassed to summon his summoning beast, as summoning a beast for a bell-grabbing contest against his disciple would be laughable by those at Mount Mayaboku. Barrier! Heavenly Dome Formation! Jirya directly activated the barrier, controlling it to expand outward. This barrier formation allowed Jirya to sense all chakra changes within it. As long as Akihara Kagura used the Flying Thunder God technique within the barrier, Jirya could sense his location, though he might not be able to react in time. But at least he could detect the young man launching a sneak attack on him. Here it comes! A shuriken was suddenly thrown. The moment Jirya saw the shuriken, he remembered another disciple's signature ninjutsu, guessing that this shuriken must be marked with Akihara Kagura's Flying Thunder God seal. Jirya watched the shuriken, a smile already appearing at the corner of his mouth. He guessed that when the shuriken flew close to him, Akihara Kagura, that kid, would definitely appear using the Flying Thunder God technique. This is another way Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique, forcibly using a marked Flying Thunder God kunai to create a faster approach. Just when Jirya was ready for everything, the shuriken did not head towards him but stuck in a tree instead. "Is this a trap?" Jirya frowned, immediately observing the shuriken to see if it was tied with wire, checking for any traps. "Sorry, I threw it off." Akihara Kagura's voice seemed a bit embarrassed. Jirya's face, full of vigilance, froze for a moment. He almost forgot. This kid never went to school. He never had the chance to learn any shuriken throwing techniques. After all, this kid started with S-rank ninjutsu, frequently using dust release and wood release, so it's unlikely he would learn any shuriken throwing techniques. However, this is a serious neglect of specialization. The art of shuriken throwing is very important. When chakra is depleted, this becomes a ninja's means of combat. Moreover, if one's shuriken throwing skills are not up to par, one cannot utilize the Flying Thunder God technique like Minato, effectively wasting the breakthrough capability of the Flying Thunder God technique. At this moment, Jirya felt a bit of joy in his heart. Even though he was not very good at shuriken throwing himself, teaching this kid would be more than sufficient. Suddenly, a vine sprouted from the ground. Jirya had already sensed the change in the underground chakra through the barrier, canopy method formation, and swiftly dodged it, laughing out loud. "Finally going to use wood release, huh?" Jirya had sharp eyes, even noticing the Flying Thunder God seal on the vine, with the chakra of the Flying Thunder God technique user transforming into the seal at any moment. It was obvious. Akihara Kagura used this move to compensate for his deficiencies in shuriken throwing. Sure enough, Jirya soon saw Akihara Kagura utilizing the Flying Thunder God seal to instantly appear beside the vine, reaching for the bell on Jirya's waist. "Got you!" Jirya revealed a smug smile. Jirya quickly grabbed Akihara Kagura's wrist, about to take this opportunity to subdue his disciple and declare his failure. But then, Jirya felt a burning sensation in his palm. An orange-red chakra appeared on Akihara Kagura's wrist, looking like a ball of scorching lava. "Is this lava release?" Jirya's heart shook. His hand involuntarily released its grip, as human skin could not possibly withstand scorching lava. Akihara Kagura grabbed the bell on Jirya's waist, then began to explain. "When I learned dust release, I also learned how to combine it into lava release." Jirya's expression fell once again. This kind of Kekkei Genkai could also be learned on the side. Just how high is this kid's talent? Even the Kekkei Genkai that everyone envies and cannot achieve, he can synthesize so easily. Indeed. After acquiring the Rinnegan, Akihara Kagura has mastered the 6 types of chakra nature transformations: wind, fire, earth, water, lightning, and yin. He has a thorough understanding of all these chakra natures, with only the yang release chakra nature transformation remaining unfamiliar to him. If someone is willing to teach him, Akihara Kagura could even combine more Kekkei Genkai, despite already possessing the Kekkei Genkai of the Mangekyou Sharingan, wood release, lava release, dust release, and the provision Rinnegan within his body. How frustrating! After Jirya lost the bell-grabbing contest, he felt a sense of defeat. "I didn't even manage to force out your wood release technique." This was a huge blow to his pride. Without his summoning beast, his combat power was significantly reduced, but he couldn't even force out his disciple's true specialty. Well, seeing his teacher unhappy, Akihara Kagura took the initiative to offer a suggestion. "If teacher Jirya wants to try out the wood release, you could summon that giant toad that wanted to scold me. I would also like to test the power of a wood release technique." "Bunta, is it?" Jirya thought for a second and nodded. "I might not be able to summon Bunta right now, but I can summon another creature of a similar size." After all, it hadn't been long since he had dismissed the summoning of the toad Bunta, so summoning one of Bunta's brothers shouldn't be a problem. But Jirya always felt something was off. Why did it feel like he was tricking a summoning beast into getting beaten up? Then forget it. Upon hearing that Jirya wasn't going to summon Bunta, Akihara Kagura immediately lost interest. "Let's try the power of that technique next time we train. I've also used up a lot of chakra." After saying this, Akihara Kagura deactivated his Sage mode, and the tiny leaf-shaped mark on his forehead resembling an eye also quickly disappeared without a trace. "You kid!" Jirya, stroking his chin, looked suspicious. "You're not planning to get back at Bunta, are you? How could that be?" Akihara Kagura's gaze appeared incredibly sincere, even somewhat aggrieved. "Everyone in the village who has had dealings with me knows that I have never been a petty person." Akihara Kagura even gave an example. Mitarashi Anko, a chunin from the village who had wronged me, was not held against her past actions when I asked her to become the family tutor for Karin and Uzumaki Naruto. Anko, huh? Jiraiya sighed inwardly. The name Mitarashi Anko was well known to Jiraiya. He was aware that she was once a disciple of Orochimaru. Let's find a place to rest first. Jiraiya had intended to properly teach Akihara Kagura cultivation. However, it now seemed that this youngster possessed great talent, had mastered 3 types of Kekkei Genkai, and had also learned to enter Sage Mode, which significantly reduced the teaching curriculum to just a few basic courses that needed thorough teaching. The thought of recapturing Orochimaru reignited in Jiraiya's heart. He planned to continue the pursuit of Orochimaru's whereabouts in the ninja world while training Akihara Kagura. Unfortunately, Jiraiya could not find any information at all. Because Orochimaru had joined the Akatsuki, the organization kept a close watch on him and did not allow Orochimaru to leave on his own, gradually fading from the ninja world. Fortunately, Jiraiya had a good disciple. As Jiraiya's disciple, Akihara Kagura was certainly going to share his teacher's worries.